I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should've been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should've been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. am waiting for love. I 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 don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
赛区唯一一支主播队伍，他们以独特的打法组成了一支锐利的队伍，随时准备在 ASCI 上大显身手。4支各具风采的 LCK CL 队伍会在 ASCI 上贡献什么样的精彩操作？让我们共同期待。
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes.
Focus Me from the LJL Academy. Straight into select. We have a few unusual things to point out, such as the Zyra ban. Looks a bit unusual, but Reri, the support of DFM, has picked it up multiple times in the past. We see triple AD carry bans by Destination Focus Me. Draven, Callista, Lucian, these aggressive AD carries, only leaving something like the Samira as an aggressive ADC, but they will not be picked up, as Beyond Gaming will opt for this Sivir Wukong priority. Very, very popular for this jungle position, very strong champion. And DFM picking up Zeri. We haven't seen too much Zeri in general, not a champion that gets overly prioritized as opposed to the Aphelios, which is the more common pickup. I'll just let chat confirm that my mic is in fact live. I was casting earlier today for about 10 minutes before I realized none of you guys could in fact hear me. But continuing on with the draft, we see these targeted support bans. They've picked up their Zeri and their Lulu, looking to make their lane a little bit easier. The Sylas ban, very strong champion that, you know, does get prioritized in a lot of these games. If we look at the past games for DFM, they've played, you know, Shyvana in the top side. They've played some Galio, Lissandra in the mid lane. They're not against playing those lockdown, more, you know, team reliant picks. Maybe we'll see Pink here pick up something like Lissandra. But I think something along the lines of the Azir could be a bit more standard. Even Ahri still left available. Lots of selection here. You'd expect to see mid drop to 5 though, as Renekton has been shown. Very likely going to Puyu in that top lane. Shen locked in. Again, not the usual response that you kind of see into Renekton. Usually you see the Gnar trades still available this game. But Shen is able to use that AoE, you know, auto-attacking blocking zone to beat out their Renekton stun, potentially create some positive trades, and that stand united on the ultimate. Very helpful to follow up any engages from Vi's cease and desist. Rakan will be picked up here for ATNS. Not sure exactly how to cast that fast. ATNS, it's a bit of a tongue twister. LeBlanc getting hovered here. Will be an interesting blind, very aggressive selection. 1116 has played a lot of different champions. Mainly just Sylas and Talia though, and those champions, you know, Talia was hovered earlier, but Sylas was taken off the board. Orianna, this kind of ball composition, right, where you have this Rakan for engage, you have the Sivir ultimate, you have these go buttons, you even have Orianna with a speed up as well. Very, very clear cut team fighting composition. A little bit of an Akshan hover here, could go in the mid lane against this Orianna, would be a very exciting. I'd want to see something aggressive here out of the LJL Academy team, looking to pick up a win. The Akshan appears to be locked in for pink, so instead of going for that more utility focused Galio I mentioned earlier, which might lack too much damage with this team composition, he locks in the Akshan, this very, very aggressive kind of marksman of a mid laner, almost like an assassin in some aspects. Will very interesting to keep your eyes on the mid side and pay attention to these jungle 2v2s, as both teams have a pretty solid base, pretty interesting team compositions. You see the Akshan pick up and the Shen pick up. I believe they're the first so far in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Bit of a delay, but we are getting underway. Hopefully we'll get into the game shortly. Touch wood, nothing goes wrong. Zeri Lulu, very strong combination. When Zeri gets that ramping move speed, things are sure to go right. Akshan, able to use that Avengerang, push out waves, move to the sides with that invisibility, has that absolutely game-breaking resurrection if he is able to kill that scoundrel. Not much ability damage coming out of DFM, however, armor stacking isn't too easy for the carries of Beyond Gaming. However, Ninja Tabbies on those Renekton, you know, on those top sides, Renekton, Wukong, when Death Stance comes through, potentially a Frozen Heart, it might be difficult for DFM Academy to penetrate those health bars. However, in the mid game, I think they have a pretty strong topside skirmishes. I think Shen with that taunt, with that Q, strong early damage with those auto attacks. Vi, obviously known for her early game ganking. Will be hard, however, to look at bot side. Rakan has too much mobility, and that spell shield on Sivir will be key to denying any of these proactive plays that DFM might look to make. Key for this game is unlocking that mid lane, getting that Akshan a lead. If Akshan's able to force the Orianna flash, they will make level 6 for Vi a very, very easy gank, and potentially a way to snowball that game through the mid lane. When Shen unlocks at level 6 as well, you'll have that stand united to play the map. Here we are. Toll 2 on that Shen. Interesting pickup. I did not see that champion as one of his proficient ones. However, did decide to opt for it into the Renekton matchup. Must be confident. Ping's going down. We'll be zooming in on the duck here. And what a beautiful start to the day. For those of you just tuning in, wondering where is Beifong, due to his inability to be able to be in a competition environment on the registered time, with both communications from both sides, they've agreed to delay the game, which is good. We would hate to see a forfeit. The game will be delayed until the 6th game being played today, and we will see that game of the Huya streamers later in the day. Very standard runes across the board. Fleet footwork. All that Akshan is supposed to sound like the pressy attack. Solo chicken start for Rennie on this Wukong. Something you don't see too often. Usually you opt to start on the buffs. However, Wukong does have that AoE. Is able to solo out those chickens. Feng starting for that sweeper, able to take the ward. Ready, making sure to control that bush. There are Rakan in it, looking to deny any potential engage angles he has. Trying to get some poke onto them level 1. Successfully stacking up that gold from the support item 2 to unlock those wards. Level 2 will be coming through here. Beyond Gaming already at a position here. Caught up, knocked out, and will be forced to pop some potions there to renew that health bar. Wukong crossing through mid lane here. Only 2 camps to his name. Suti having level 3 off that bot side 3 camp. Shouldn't be too afraid of any Wukong invades. Wukong likely going to be going over the wall here to go level 3 off of that Gromp camp. Sivir with that early game wave clear. No surprises. Getting that priority. Top side, Renekton has the AoE Q. Shen, while he has very strong trades, utilizing Grasp and his passive shield, does not have any wave clear before Balmy Cinder. Vi used Q a little bit too early, thinking that Renekton might just phase check her. Wukong picking up top crab makes it hard for Sudi to find one of those crabs. Looks like Beyond Gaming's bot lane, Feng and ATNS will be moving up into the river to claim that as their own. Pink trading down quite a bit. His potion has been used. 1116 has got both a biscuit and a potion in their inventory. Will be happy to trade, happy to use that Aerie, use that spacing. Small advantages adding up here for Beyond Gaming. It's Suti spotted on the ward and Tribush. Puyu should be walking out. Will we see a Vi flash engage? We do see flashes traded on the top side. Ignite has been used and just one tiny sliver of health. Vi trying to angle that excessive force. Again, I believe that ability has got name changed. We'll call it appropriate force for now. So Puyu was aware of that though. Pink going very aggressive all of a sudden, eing in and trying to trade, but 1116 is in no danger of dying. There's no Lulu around to help him out, and there was a bit of a question mark. 18S utilizing that support roam will pick up the first blood for the Rakan. Very unusual. Itsuti, if he crosses down into his bot side jungle, might be surprised. However, he will look to take his chickens. Wukong happy to trade that, eat his wolves, go for that invade. Puyu disrespecting Toll 2, taking out that ward in front of his face. No flash for the Renekton, and no flash for the Shin as well, as he opted to take Teleport Ignite. No flash taunt will be available in the mid to late game, while Ignite on Shin and solo queue is very common, as you utilize that Stand United to get across the map and to make those plays. You know, you'd expect to see Flash taken in competitive, at the very least. So I wouldn't even have a problem with him going Flash Ignite, even in this game. See these positive trades coming through, but he has no wave clear, so if Puyu has access to the wave, he's able to heal up. And use Carl the Meek there with his Fury, plus 106 right there. Has got the Doran's shield for a bit of extra regen, and the Cull, the life regain on hit, has a lot more sustain than Toll 2 might realize. Dominus being popped here. Fury stacking up. Will likely look to push this wave in, then for a recall. Could be out before Nasuti is able to punish him topside. Toll 2 will not be able to hold the wave. And Renekton will likely look play safe for the next few minutes. Rennie looking to start the dragon, utilizing that bot priority and that bot move. Even having a mid laner or an AD carry come to hit it a few times can make your time, you know, the time it takes to take dragon much less, much more efficient. Always important to maximize your time as a jungler. Seems to be Sundara coming through here first for the Vi. It is the preferable option over having to go for that chainsword. Itsuti poking his head into the topside jungle of Rennie to take away those wolves that he got denied earlier. However, on the other side of the map, you see Sivir and Rakan all the way into that blue buff, ensuring safety for that Wukong. Hasn't been too much, you know, trading going on in the spot. 2v2, not too interesting so far. Was a nice little Rakan move there to pick up that kill on Pink. Yakshan really struggling No potions left. Constantly getting harassed by this Orianna. Large CS gap is starting to solidify. Flash still available for Orianna. Ganks might be difficult. However, they will look here. Pink dashing in. Suchi not feeling comfortable going for anything. Rendy flashing in though, taking out the flashless Akshan. No flash on Vi as well. No chance to really escape here, and that's 2 more kills for Beyond Gaming Academy. Looking so good so far here in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. 3-0 versus DFM's 0-3. The LJL Academy team's really struggling here. This level of international play to be expected, however. Hopefully we can get 1 game clutched out. Even if it might not be this game against PCS's top team. Very beautiful spacing there from the Orianna. Able to move back, you know, not allow the cease and desist to find her. Pink just overstepping a little bit too far and getting caught out. Very confident flash over the wall by the Wukong. Good to see that level of follow-up. And this CS gap will just slowly expand. Right on the top side here, Nitsudi going in, getting stand united. Flash still available for Nickton, however, that Akshan ultimate coming in from long range. Puyu getting all-manned by proxy. Lulu up here, looking to start up the Herald. Wukong moving in, they don't have teleport on Nickton. This will be a straight 3v4. Siva is moving slowly. Rakan with a big engage there onto Nasuti, but the follow-up damage from Orianna will net a kill. This topside fight not going too well for them. Even though it was a 4v3, it looks to just be a 4-for-0 trade there for Beyond Gaming. And the health bars aren't even low, they just picked them off one by one. Really nice Rakan engage there. Beautiful use of support move by Beyond Gaming and confidence to go for that fight. We'll look at the replay here. Keep your eyes on the Rakan, the Orianna combination. The Vi is not too high health. Little dash on in there. Will delete the Vi. Beautiful. Absolutely charming. You know, all of these members on DFM's side. Wukong will be focusing out that Enchanter support, making sure no shields will come through for the rest of the team. And that will be their Herald along with 4 kills. Looks to be an Eclipse being built here. Or Pink. Eclipse on Akshan. Does have a very strong spike. He will lack any defensive options though. The shield might have provided, or the Gale Force movement might have offered. However, Eclipse is still likely the best option. Zeri has just been slowly farming though. Marimo on this champion might still be shining light they need to find a win in some of these team fights. However, with this Orianna being so strong, finding her Luden's Tempest so early in the game, Sork Choose have been completed while still having the stopwatch available. So much damage and so much safety. Herald will be popped. This tower looks to be the prize they're looking to claim. Khan on the side. Pink cannot hold this tower. Wukong does have eyes on the Vi, the ward over in Wolves. Zeri is on the flank though. They do have numbers in the mid lane, and don't forget that Stand United, while on cooldown now, will be coming up in the next minute. Might look to make a map play utilizing that Shen E ability. Dragon coming up. Not too sure if DFM could even look to contest this. Ready seems to be out of position here. Flashless does get pulled back there by the Orianna ultimate. A knock up as well, and this combination of the Rakan has worked so well for them in this game. Dominus being popped after he flashes away. Will they even be able to close the gap? I don't think they can. Vi getting spaced out a little bit. Will go down to this final tower shot. It's trades, 1 for 1. They do have their 2nd kill on the board. Historically, so far in this tournament, these LJL teams have struggled to get kills. Usually only netting themselves 1 or 2 kills per game. They've ticked off 2 kills in the first 12 minutes of this game, while still having their AD carry, a neutral scoreline, even CS. Marimo has been doing his best to hold his own, to neutralize this game. Renyi waiting in the wings, will go over the wall, looking to recall here. Sivir will have a mythic 1 stack left from that cull. If I was a Sivir there, recalling feels so damn bad. You really want to complete that cull before you go for the recall, but she sticks to her guns. She will take the recall. Takes a lot of willpower to do that. Cull 2 opting to auto this wave, potentially push it out a bit, not looking to trade too much. Cull also coming through here with the Renekton, nearly finished. And over the next few waves, we'll see a lot of gold into the pockets of Marimo, of Feng on this Sivir, and Puyu on his Renekton top lane. He has been getting camped this game, still has net himself a nearly 50 CS lead. And the mid lane as well. A lot of this gold deficit is not just from the 7-kill lead that they do have. Young Gaming is also out CSing in every role, aside from this ADC position. However, all those tower platings will contribute a lot to the gold deficit that you will see in the AD carry role. Marimo might be in trouble here. Rakan is on the flank, shooting out those bullets, but the Wukong is on the long flank, and they've got enemies on all angles. And the Wukong also will go down here. Sundera, I don't think he's in danger of really dying here. The Vi might go over the wall, cease and desist onto the Wukong, who's just so damn tanky, getting peeled and healed by the Rakan and his Sundera. Orianna shield's coming through. It just looks like a bit of a slaughter, and those 2 kills might be the only ones they get for the next couple minutes, unless they can make something happen. The first death here for Marimo. However, the Suti and Pink are no strangers to that grey screen. 4 deaths apiece. Really struggling against this top PCS team, this aggressive playstyle. Always looking for these plays. CSing very efficiently here. The only way for Marimo to do anything here is to move forward, so he tries to, but after a few too many missed auto attacks and ATNS opting to heal the Sivir as opposed to dive, Marimo knows he needs to back out, but Wukong's already on that area, and look at the shields and heals come through here for Renyi. You see Rakan gap closing, shield and heal, and such strong use of his abilities there. Gap closing, shield the target to make sure he won't die, while also threatening the knock up onto Lulu. Very good use of move by this Rakan so far. You can see all of those platings adds up to such a large gold lead. Cull 2 is quite tanky here, however, I'm not sure he wants the smoke of the Wukong, who will just trade those under a procs and be very happy. Reminder that 1116 is Marwan, the name change. A little bit of a rebrand there. The big man after Worlds last year, showing that he's very talented. He still has what it takes to compete on that world stage, and he's showing that by absolutely dominating this Japanese LJL Academy team. Leaving no space for this Akshan to breathe, constantly out-trading him from level 1, and finding 10 CS a minute easily in this game. Cull 2, I don't think he's going to be able to hold this tower. This is top lane inhibitor tower going down at 16 minutes. This Vi has to flash away. Puyu not quite there yet with his own flash. Likely doesn't have the cosmic insight that Vi has taken. However, he does have the 3-level lead as you start seeing these XP gaps across the board in this game. I think Beyond Gaming was tired. You know, they wanted to watch that game 1. They wanted to see the Huya streamers play. And when it was delayed, they got angry. They decided, we're so far behind schedule, let me just try and catch you up. We see our fight going down here, but this will be so one-sided towards Beyond Gaming. I'll be impressed if they manage to find 1 kill. The Renekton is going to be stunning the Vi up. And ATNS decides to not block that Akshan ultimate. Instead, you know, really showing that he does not care about his AD carry at all. He'll spend his time roaming mid lane, roaming topside. but he will let his own Sivir die. Clearly has some disdain for Feng on the Sivir. Very, very unusual choice, but I'm sure they're laughing about it in comms. KDA is being completely ruined. Very amusing to watch. Keep in mind that Akshan ultimate does apply his passive, that 3 hit, and that 3rd hit will proc for extra damage. Khan could have just blocked 1 to 2 more of those shots, and it would have been absolutely fine. Akshan is so confident eating into all 4 members, walking it out, using the ultimate here. But Khan decides to block a few of the shots, and then just walks to the left. Maybe assuming his AD carry would do the same. But a very base decision there, out of ATNS. That 3rd kill coming through, nearly around a 15,000 gold lead here at the 18-minute mark. Quite unprecedented. Top lane and mid lane inhibitors are down. Super minions spawning in both lanes. This might be a pre-20-minute game, and I believe this could be our first. We've had a couple, very fast games, 21 minutes, 22 minutes. This might just be the first pre-20 as Rift Herald is spawned. Potentially a dancing Shelly. Pink getting the 5th death in for this game. Just an absolute slaughter. Shelly nearly full health. Won't even charge the Nexus. It will fall down. 3 kills for the LJL Academy team. Detonation, Focus Me. Struggling so far. Not much to say about that game. Not much to say at all. Very, very strong performances out of the top team so far in this group. Strong 4-0 from Beyond Gaming Academy. To be expected, and I believe with that game, the Nation Focus Me might just be eliminated from the playoffs. Will not be making it through to that quarterfinals. Both V3 and Sengoku Academy, the other LJL teams, both win 0-6 in their groups. We do have Crest Gaming Act to play later tonight. Potentially we'll see LJL pick up a win there, or with the rest of the games by Nation Focus Me. I really hope the underdogs can take a game. EDG.Y will be locked in for 1st or 2nd, I believe. But the Huya Stream team has only dropped a single game, and that was to BYG. So if they're able to win the rest of their games, it might force a tiebreaker. That will rely, though, on BYG dropping a game Beyond Gaming, losing the game to the Huya Stream team later today. Just a reminder that these are the academy teams of the organizations of Beyond Gaming Academy and DFM Academy, not the main LJL rosters. This is a tournament for development, experience, and exposure for these players. Asia Star Challengers Invitational. So much damage by 1116 on that Orianna. People don't understand. Orianna, sure, she isn't an early game champion, doesn't have the most strength. However, when piloted correctly, she's able to weave in these trades, weave in these eerie trades in this instance, right? Not opting for that phase rush, choosing that more aggressive laning rune. A lot of damage adds up while weaving those autos in, able to CS with that passive. Bonus damage makes very strong trades when spacing correctly, and you get punished very hard if you don't space correctly, so clearly good gameplay. This 3v4 was definitely a highlight. Full health bars on the side of Beyond Gaming Academy. They leave this fight with barely half of 1 health bar diminished. Such strong gameplay. The shockwaves this game really been high impact. Marimo thinking he got out before getting his hopes crushed by Rennie on this Wukong. We've always seen these Wukongs be so damn strong. They get their Sundra, they become so tanky. Why they might only have, 1300 health, when you consider all the Sundra procs they're getting in these fights, it's effectively another 400 to 500 hit points. In addition to having these champions on their team, like the Lulus, like the Rakans, in this game, the Orianna with the shield, makes you deceptively tanky. This was a bit of a highlight for me here. Keep your eyes here on the Rakan. Dives forward, heals back, sure. Decides to just not block this ultimate. Decides to just let his AD carry die. Pink picking up 2 kills this game. And despite the heavy focus onto Puyu on the Renekton, was not able to find successful ganks that would convert to any meaningful lead. Shen does not want the lead. You want to ensure your Zeri is able to pull ahead in any sort of capacity to be able to carry that game, but it was not the case. Just outclassed. This PCS team really showing their strength. Next up for you, we have another game with Nation Focus Me, this time on the blue side, facing off against the Viet team. Box Esports, MGN, Box Esports. They've managed to pick up a win so far. I believe they have 1 win, and we'll see how they go after the break. Catch you guys soon.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
of these common top laners and instead opting for his own playstyle, his own picks. We see a Darius come in. So far we've seen 5 different games, 5 different champions from Toll 2 as he locks Darius here. A little bit unusual. However, the champion does have a lot of strength. He's not able to get kited. Zeri as well, we saw them opt for it last game in the ADC position. Mordekai's getting a little bit of a hover there. However, the AD carry will be locked in with Zeri. Will be a little bit different now. Isn't able to get paired with the Zeri Yumi or that Zeri Lulu. Interesting to see what support they decide to go with it. Trundle here getting hovered in the jungle. Sejuani getting completely ignored. Sejuani would be a nice pickup here for Box Esports. Does go along with this melee topside. We do see the hover changed to that Sejuani as they lock it in. Does make a lot more sense. I'm glad to see that pickup from them. Second phase bans here, looking at this support position or any potential junglers. With this tankier topside, this melee based topside, this Trundle really is a no-brainer. Will to further focus on jungle pool, get rid of that Wukong, that Sundera might come in and become a bit of an issue for this Sejuani, Silas, Renekton topside. Are there any support matchups they're potentially afraid of, as they will save either support or AD carry for their 5th pick? It'll be interesting to see what they decide. AD carries like Aphelios are still on the table. That Wukong was the ban, like I called. Nyla has been taken away. That another melee champion. Very smart choice from DFM. Told them to get that all melee bonus with that Sejuani. Might pick up something like a Braum alongside that Nyla. Or opt for something like Taric as well. Nautilus does get hovered. A common response into this Zeri is able to use that depth charge to track her down. No matter how fast she runs, she cannot outrun that depth charge. Sivir will be the lock, however. Those are 280 carries, Sivir and Aphelios still being on the table. Very common to look for them. However, no enchanters to really match with that Sivir, unless you want to opt for something like the Soraka, or perhaps a Janna. And if an engaged support does get locked here for DFM, Reddy instead opting to look at that Renata Glask, the undersider, the businesswoman herself. Does get locked in. We're looking at the jungle pick here for the Suti, unless this will be an odd Darius flex. However, I don't think that's the case. And a Mordekaiser lock spells a Juggernaut topside. Likely going to be Mordekaiser jungle. Could also be Darius jungle. We'll have to wait for the swaps. It looks to be an instant response of Ashe support here. Very common. Very, very common into this Renata Glask. Renata paired with Callista. Aphelios. Zeri often encounters this Ashe response. Does outrange it. Does outpoke it. And the slow is incredibly powerful into DFM's composition as a whole, as it needs to move forward, as it relies on movement speed as opposed to dashes. The first match, the original first match of the Huya streamers, was rescheduled to after game, what is now going to be game 5, so it's been rescheduled to game 6, and the first game was instead Beyond Gaming Academy versus Detonation Focus Me Academy, and Beyond Game Academy continue their winning streak, locking it out 4-0, as DFM is 0-4 so far, but looking to pick up a win in this game against Box Esports from the VCS Academy. Both teams going for very strong drafts in their own right. We have this incredibly strong top side out of Box Esports. This all melee focused, lane dominant champions paired with a Sejuani, able to build tank, able to sacrifice her own CS and her own experience in order to try and assist these lanes. And they also opt for a scaling bot side. However, this Ashe does give some laning prowess, and Zeri, not being the strongest champion early game, might struggle if this Renata does take a little bit too much damage and isn't able to carry the lane 1 versus 2. However, their jungler, they lose a lot of pressure by locking in something like this Mordekaiser. It does farm so fast. A strong champion in its own right. It's good against melees, which, as you can see, Box Esports has plenty of on the top side. However, I struggle to see how it can find purchase, in this game before level 6. Sure, when you have the Death Realm, you become able to take those 1v1s, but will he have the strength, will he have the lead to be able to make it so he'll dominate those 1v1s and actually convert those into kills? That will be the question of this game. We'll see if the pick even works. I have played it a little bit in solo queue. I have enjoyed it. Usually, I prefer taking Ghost on the Mordekaiser. Makes the champion a lot less kiteable. However, against these triple melee topside that do all have dashes, I can understand why Flash might be useful to follow champions over walls. Flash Ghost here, very common for Darius to take. Allows him to play those mid to late game team fights with those Ghost resets. Makes him far harder to kite. We see a Hail of Blades out for the Ashe. Also very common. Allows him to take both the Domination Tree and the Sorcery, and the Inspiration Tree. My apologies. It's supposed to Comet, which locks you into going for Sorcery and Domination for that Ultimate Hunter. This means you can also have that approach velocity. Marimo, aware of their habits, immediately killing that ward there. A little bit of a CS advantage for the Zeri. Across the board, we have pretty standard runes. Pretty standard starting items. Yet again, we do see Silas able to opt for that Doran's Ring, whereas often in these range matchups, we see Doran's Shield being needed. There you trade those auto attacks. Alongside Cheap Shot, Hail of Blades makes those early trades very strong. Whisk going forward, despite the level disadvantage, still finding a strong trade. That Aftershock getting procced will also mean Pink will not have that defensive capability for the next trade if Whisk chooses to engage it. Both junglers clearing up towards the top side. This Mordekaiser should have a faster clear speed. We'll see both junglers finish their camps probably around the same time. However, Mordekaiser has taken the slower side of his jungle, and he has a pretty substantial lead. Will get spotted out though by Niyu's ASCI. Such a frustrating ability to jungle against. Bala waiting in the wings here. Auto attacks will lock him down. The stun will go out. Chooses to both flash and ghost. Tried to hold the flash there for a second or two. Seeing if he could just get away with using the ghost, but it was not the case. Early damage going onto the bot tower. They will have priority with this constant volley spam from Ashe. Alongside the Sivir wave clear. Top side, not looking too good for Yuki. This Darius finding those positive trades, told to, utilizing his matchup. Chose the Shen last game into this Renekton. This game, instead, pivoting to this Darius pick. Mordekaiser with a very strong full clear. Able to get all 6 camps before Bala finishes his 5th. However, Bala did cross through mid lane. Bala using that Arching Assault to cross down into that bot side. Will look for the bot crab. Uchi though, knowing that he's only taken these 5 camps and will be forced to the bot side of the map, has the time to eat his Krugs. Will build up a strong CS and experience advantage, which is much needed for this Mordekaiser jungle to function. You know how the game volume is. I can put it up a little bit more. Immediately, Flash and Ghost use. That burn is ticking down. Yuki should fall. That Darius bleed is no joke. That Conqueror, all that scaling going into it. And that final bleed of tick, usually double ticks. You think you're going to live. You think you're going to survive that Darius passive, and then it double ticks on that final second. So frustrating. I've seen many players waste flash before that double tick. And Yuki will fall victim. An early advantage for DFM Academy. Much needed. We really do want to see the LJL Academy teams get at least 1 win in this tournament. Whisk goes forward. We'll cut to the replay, however. We saw an early Darius flash was used. Yuki responds by flashing. And the Ghost Yuki dashing in there to avoid the heal. Realizes too late, though, that he cannot afford to take this trade. One final auto attack will seal the deal, as that bleed is so damn powerful at this early level. Very interesting little thing to note here is that, you know, on the Chinese clients, both Vladimir and Darius, the blood is black as opposed to that richer red color that you see in the Western clients, due to cultural reasons. I always thought that Vladimir looks pretty cool when I'm watching the Chinese streams. So when the Darius bleed is colored purple here due to the chroma, even though it usually would be red. See, Blasting Wand rush here for Mordekaiser. This could be a Riftmaker rush. This could also be a Nash's Tooth rush. Silas moving up topside here is level 6, is able to steal Death Round potentially and take Mordekaiser into his own special place. Mordekaiser also level 6, however. Both Death Realms available. Whis choosing to use his own. If Netsuti wants the Death Realm, they are able to 2v2 in that different dimension. However, Netsuti might go down here, pops the shield last second. Will be ulting this Renekton, might kill him. The Q goes down, and on a sliver of health, he does manage to find that 1 versus 1 solo bolo. Very good for him there. Getting a bit of a lead, but Tol2 will fall down. The 1-0 Darius will not continue his killing spree, and the Galio will also fall. Constant pressure, constant harass. Box Esports finding tower damage here, finding health bars as their main focus. Their poke spells constantly going out. Very opting for that bone plating instead of second wind. Interesting selection. Not really much all in from Box Esports. Watch us again here. Whis will take the Death Realm here. Will not choose to take him to the candy store. Instead, will walk it out. However, when he sees Tol2 out of position, knowing this Darius has no flash, has no ghost, will look to claim him as his own, and then he gets those Darius stats in the Death Realm. Mordekaiser is able to barely hang on, holding his W to the very last second. The Master of Metal, the Master of Death, claims another one. Looks to be a Riftmaker rush from this Mordekaiser. Early Mythic. You can often see on these Mordekaiser jungle builds going for Nash's Tooth. Stronger 1v1, a little bit less tankiness, and a lot of damage. Sky always just pushing this wave in. Here you opting to move to help Bala. Get down that dragon. Early Mountain Dragon, very powerful, makes them a lot tankier. And with those Merc Treads already completed for Whis, will bolster that magic resist. Yuki scouting them out on the Rift Herald. You see aggressive moves here from both sides. Supports getting very close here. Neither support level 6. EFM feeling very cautious here. Might just lead to the Rift Herald resetting. Neither team probably looking to start it up again. It might feel a little bit too risky. Siva already on the tower, already pushing the waves in. Mighty Mo cannot afford to give up these waves. Can't afford to move to Herald. He will just fall too far behind. And he's already found himself at a CS deficit. Over the Cull, over time, will close that gold lead as he is able to cash it in and get that extra gold for CSing. Tol2 looking towards that stride breaker. Is very strong when you are able to be a little bit fed. Keeps them locked down, keeps your ghost. A very strong tool. However, he will just get locked down. It's chunked to 1 health. The Galio ulti coming in. However, it's the stolen Galio ulti. That's why it had the red area. Netsuti finding a kill in the Death Realm. Will flash out. Does have the bailout on him. Very strong. Netsuti is constantly finding these kills. 2 1v1s in the Death Realm. Yuki must be very familiar. Are looking to execute. However, I think he's been damaged too recently. That's 3-0 here for Netsuti on this Mordekaiser. This very odd champion pool. He's played Kayn so far. He's played this Mordekaiser game right now. And he wasn't looking too hot last game. But this game, he's brought his own spice to the Rift. And he's succeeding. Herald will go down. This was contested earlier, but he's able to pick it up on his own terms here. Taking a base, might have that full Riftmaker available in the shop. Here we are. He decided to build Rylai's first. Does have that passive, constantly applying that slow. Might make up for the fact that he doesn't have Ghost on the Mordekaiser. Will allow his burn and just his pure stat advantage, 3-0, to whittle them down. And until Renekton or Bala get ample magic resist, he's always a threat in the Death Realm. Neyu is picking up that Tear of the Goddess. Does negate any mana issues that Ashe might just have. Lack of mana flow ban from sorcery, no problem. Sky, juking back into that Zeri Mini Lux ultimate. Takes the healing, says thank you for the HP. Unfortunately, a missed arrow. Very close. DFM does have the kill lead and a very, very slight gold advantage. Herald is available for them, but team composition wise, they're going to have to fight this uphill battle. Double AP in the jungle mid position, and despite the Starius having an early lead, he is struggling again. Every time the Sejuani looks topside, Starius is in danger of just getting CC locked. He should have double tenacity and runes. I think we saw unflinching earlier. Might need to decide if he wants to go for Mercurial Treads to bolster that CC immunity even further. Yuki going for a bit of a short trade there. Did use both dashes. Sejuani on the top side of the map, and Neyu on the Ashe walking up. Might look to deny any Herald play. Whis on the Silas has got teleport available. Is looking to hit up here. Mitsuti might need to be a little bit more careful of where he is. That Ashe arrow is available. That enchanted crystal arrow could come through. Mitsuti can take someone to the death realm though, but he's CC'd the entire time. And that will be a double kill for Box Esports. One thing to mention is Mitsuti does have those magical footwear, those magical booties in his inventory, which means he did not go for Resolve second. Lacks that secondary unflinching that Troll2 has, and you so dearly need against a team composition with such strong crowd control. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you have the Renekton Empowered W stun. Sejuani naturally bringing so much stun in her kit with the Glacial Prison and the Permafrost. Full mythic completed here for the Sejuani. Telling you, Nitsudi overstepping his boundaries here. Needs to ulti someone early, or else this is what happens here. Beautiful selection of crowd control used, and that Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes through the corpse of Netsudi and hits Troll2. Not what you want to see if you are an LJL fan. Netsudi will say that is mine, smite away. That crab still has Herald to use. 14 minutes is drawing close. Looks to be middle lane, the only lane it's close enough to use it on. Not able to get that increased plate value. However, will just cash in a little bit of gold. This Galio pick not doing all too much. Has really struggled to find relevance in this game so far. Usually you see these Galio picks alongside a high economy jungler who might be making, you know, aggressive plays. Champions like the Jarvan, who, for instance, might have that lockdown in the mid to late game. A Galio follow-up's always nice. Or alongside something like a Kindred, where you're able to freely move as Galio and give up any potential CS. Even a Lee Sin. That crowd control of Galio is allowing that Sonic Wave to always find its mark. You don't usually see Galio alongside these very heavy farming junglers. Netsudi moving towards Neyu, looking to take someone to the death realm. Might just get purposely seed again, does not this time. Ultis Bala early, the E will go wide. Netsudi will find himself in the midst of the backline. Will go into the death realm himself, likely will fall to Whis. And despite a beautiful ultimate out of that, Renata will not find any kills. 5 members of Box Esports in the bot lane will claim this tower. First tower down, extra golds to Box Esports, and despite being at that early kill disadvantage, is able to comfortably find this 3,000 gold lead. Have that very strong Silas in the mid lane, and I feel like it's almost never worth giving Silas. This champion has a near 100% pick ban rate in this competition, and always seems to find so much success. 2 items completed for Netsudi. Quite cheap items in comparison to those more expensive mythics purchased by a lot of these bruisers. Troll2 having to flash away though. Stride Breaker, the slow is enough to gap close. Spacing out just a little bit. Maybe greeting for some plating there, some greeting for some auto attacks on the tower. Plating is down. Tanky Mordekaiser, however, he lacks the mythic He lacks Riftmaker, which he really needs, I think, to kill these topside Juggernauts. Tanky members. A lot of damage though onto Yuki. Did decide to go Ninja Tabbies on the Renekton. Obviously for that side lane against Darius and also Zeri in that mid to late game team fights. He has 2 stacks on that Cull, looking to cash it in shortly. I believe that graphic might be wrong. I thought they might have got some mid lane plating from that Herald. Unless I missed something. Big fight gonna be coming in here. Look at the Darius. He needs to find a reset. If they really want to win this fight, he needs to look and try and get those dunks going. Yasudi walking in confidently. Yuki's in the backline though. Immediately, all that chain CC used onto Fox Esports, finding the kill. Pink is diving the backline here. Not sure if he's able to really make enough space for them to hit anything. Still, 5 members up for one team, 3 for the other. Nation Focus Me struggling to move forward in this fight. They are chunking out some health bars. Yasudi still has Death Realm available. The CC lockup will spell Riri's doom. Herald, very low patience. Please don't reset his Box Esports. And the Herald does not care. Shelly will walk back to her home, regenerate a few thousand health, and buy some more time for DFM to farm safely. Potentially find some counterplay. This next dragon is up in 50 seconds. Neyu needing to complete his recall as soon as possible. And if you watch a replay here, Toll 2 is looking on the side. However, with Yuki in the top river here, holding so many of the members, is so careful about moving too far forward. Toll 2 just gets collapsed upon. Glacial Prison, Enchanted Arrow, not enough. And Pink moves forward to buy some space, but they cannot go forward. Whis stealing that Renata ultimate, not allowing them, zoning them from entering the top side of the fight. And again, the Silas is such a key pick in these games. Dragon spawning in just a few seconds. It feels like DFM should play for these waves, shove these out, get to the second item on the Zeri, hopefully get some more relevance on their Darius, maybe find a kill in the side lane if possible. But fighting out these dragons seems so difficult. West has got teleport on the side. We'll have to shove this wave in and get some tower damage. Make no mistake, they are looking to fight this. Box Esports. Teleport on the mid lane. Dragon is down to half. Yuki hitting the back line. Glacial Prison goes on to the Galio. Yasuti finding the smite. Will take someone to the Death Realm. Who will it be? It will be the Silas. Death Realming each other. However, I do not see the Silas losing this fight. Good flash by Whis. Yasudi dropping so low. Whis, however, finding 2 kills here. Good Everfrost, followed by the Kingslayer. That's 2 kills. Sky biting off a bit more than he can chew. He felt like he didn't have enough kills. He was 0-0-6 before this fight. Will end it 3-1-6, finding a lot of gold. And that's necessary for them to dominate that fight, as Dragon was claimed by Nasuti. But this Silas is so damn big. So Yuki on the bot side of this fight, look at the bottom river, walking up. He will pop the Dominus here, start building up a little bit of fury. Dashes in, holds the attention of 2 of them. Rere finding hard to really, get a good ultimate angle. Isn't able to hit Sky. That Sivir, so important to hit with the ultimate. Whis flashing Mordekaiser Q, gives him that counterplay. Finds that kill on Nasuti with that low cooldown Kingslayer. Pink not able to kill Whis through that Mountain Dragon and the Mercurial Treads. Top side of the fight is just Sivir able to free hit. Neyu slowing down the enemies, keeping them in range for Sivir. Constantly auto attack, build up that damage. 5k gold lead here for the Viet team. Baron has spawned 21 minutes into this game. Any pick around here will lead to one of the teams starting Baron Nashor. We also have the Ashe. Don't forget about the Ashe support. Always has these enchanted crystal arrows to throw out. Constantly will be looking for picks. Muddy Mo on the Zeri does have cleanse. No Mikhail's blessing coming out yet for Eddie. However, Tenacity is being stacked. Merc treads on both top and jungle. Zhonya's being completed for Sylas is such an aggressive option as he is able to dive harder and still have that safety net. I don't think Madamo was looking both ways as he crossed through that mid lane wall. Does fall down. Sudi on the bottom side of this fight. Death Realms at the very last second. Bala, however, able to go over that wall, and Asudi will not be able to kill that tanky boar. And those were the 3 picks needed for Box Esports to turn their attention to this Baron. Will go down quite fast. They do have a Sivir with 2.5 items, that Kraken Slayer, providing a lot of damage and a lot of safety to do this Baron. No chance of Galio really moving up and contesting. Instead, they're taking the waves they can. Darius, jumping in that mid wave, might look for a little bit of tower damage as well. However, you don't want to be too greedy. If you die now, makes it all the more hard to try and control this next dragon. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow landing. Sylas teleporting mid lane. Flash is available for Darius. Ghost might just be enough. Everfrost just landing on the side. However, turn by Toll 2 here. Very confident. Zhonya's is available here. Full Wisp can buy some time. Zhonya's will be used very low. Will the bleed be enough? One last tick, and it is plus 1,000. There's that double tick I was talking about earlier. See it in action. Ghost popped. Ulti popped for Madimo. You do have flash on the Richten. However, you cannot flash when you are dead. Dominus not able to buy enough time. Nice compensation found by Toltu. A little bit of an overchase there by Wisp. Felt too emotional from teleporting to that mid tower. Wanted to chase down a kill potentially. 1,000 gold over to that Darius. Has he spent it yet? No. He's looking for that Black Cleaver. No cleanse available by Madamo. And that pick might just turn into an inhibitor for Box Esports. And at the very least, that should be the dragon in the bag. Just now we see Suti working towards his mythic item. Likely going to be that Frostfire Gauntlet. Instead of a Riftmaker. Opting for that tankier mythic. However, it feels like he doesn't need those tank stats. It feels like he needs to ulti a target and be able to deal damage to them in the Death Realm. And I think Riftmaker might be better for that. Sky drawing closer and closer to his Infinity Edge will be a massive spike for this crit 80 carry. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Just wait another 25 seconds and he'll use it again. Flash! Apprehend on the Ashe. She will fall. Bala also flashing away. Very, very assertive gameplay out of Toll 2 here. Aggressive. He wants to force things. However, look at the 1-3-1 that Box Esports has got set up. Top tower will fall. Bot tower did fall. Sylas choosing to potentially look for a flank. But he's flanking no one as 4 of DFM's members are currently hitting that dragon. This might just spell disaster in the macro game, however, as all 3 base towers are under attack. Bot tower will fall first. Mid tower sure to fall after. And Yuki still working on that top lane tower. Pink with a little bit of an engage here. Bala flashes from earlier. Toll 2 is getting aggroed. Will he find a reset here? Able to just live. He does make use of that. However, Enchanted Crystal Arrow from downtown seals his fate. Near you, beautiful ultimate in the Death Realm. Mordekaiser claims Sky as his own. Does get a shutdown gold. A lot of good gold over to DFM. You see a Sunfire's completed for the Mordekaiser. He does opt for that extra damage option over that Frostfire Gauntlet. However, 30-second death timers. How many inhibitors will fall? This will be bot lane inhibitor. Already going down. Wisp. So much aggression. No stopwatch on the Sylas. Might fall down to the tower. However, he's so damn confident knows his damage, looks to even E in there on Rere. 8-second death timers on Galio. And the towers are falling. Both of the Nexus towers are down. The wide open Nexus. Darius has spawned. Does not look like Box Esports can end, but they have effectively put a timer on this game. Both inhibitors taken recently. Nexus wide open. Baron spawning in just over 2 minutes. DFM need to hold their base. DFM need to hold their Nexus, and DFM need to find some items and a good fight if they really want to stand a chance at turning this game around. Still, a much better looking game than their previous one against Beyond Gaming Academy. Rabadon's completed for Silas. Very scary. The Ashe will have more gold than Galio. Those 14 assists and mean a lot. Teleports back in. They're going to be threatening to end the game here. Sky shoving in top wave with those ricochet blades. Super minions marching down bot lane. Will be inevitable pressure DFM will have to deal with. Looking on the Ritten here, they can't chase him too far out. Sudi ulting Sky. Siva is in the death realm, is able to kite out this Mordekaiser, however. Siva claims Mordekaiser's soul. The stolen Galio ultimate will heal more than enough. This Renekton tanking up so much. Vladimir with so much DPS, but not going to find a kill, unfortunately. Yuki diving him to the very end. Right clicks him and takes his hands off the keyboard. Nexus will be falling. West just dealing so much damage, and that's a clear MVP of this game. And what this just shows us is the power of those top sides, those triple melees, combined with the champion like that Sejuani. Good following bans from him as well. Taking away that Trundle, taking away that Wukong, potential counterplay champions. It was an interesting pickup of DFM to go for that, anti-tank in Mordekaiser. The ability to death round, the ability to deal so much damage. Despite getting Fade early game, did throw a little bit in the top tri-bush. They dropped some kills, not what they wanted to see. And once again, the LJL Academy team will fall. Box Gaming finding their second win so far. The head-to-head will be 2-0. Box Esports will need to win all of their games today if they want to have a chance to qualify for the quarterfinals. $65,000 on the line. Top 3 teams in this tournament. Looking to be claimed by those LDL teams, by the LCK Challenger teams. Will we see the streamer teams rise up? Will yet to be seen. Next game up though, we do have a banger. We'll be seeing Beyond Gaming versus the Huya streamers. This is the top 2 teams in this group so far. We should get to see Beifong play yet again. This incredibly aggressive AD carry as well in Xiaofei Xia. Taking a look at the damage charts here. Nasuti doing 20,000 damage, doubling the Sejuani. However, it's to be expected. Toltu also pulling his weight, but Sky on that Siva being able to free hit against these 3 melee tanky boys topside, able to stack up 33,000 damage. And these bans are interesting, right? You get away, you choose to take away these Lulus, these Yumis, really dropping the priority of the Siva pick, and then you still opt for the Siva over a more traditional champion without these enchanter pairings. You do find though this aggressive support in Ashe. A bit of a counter to this Renata. We have not yet seen Ashe being banned away when you're looking to play this Renata, so it seems that teams aren't too scared of playing the matchup. However, this Ashe usually does find these kind of advantages. We see the replay here, after a few kills have been claimed by DFM. However, this overstep was not good for them. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow finding its mark, spelling out disaster for Tol2. This Dragon, I believe they were able to claim this. Nitsuti did get the smite here. However, Yuki on the backside of this fight, drawing so much pressure, and Wes zooming in from the side here, ready to look onto Nasuti himself. does manage to 1v2 both the Mordekaiser and the Galio on the flip side of this fight. Very strong game here out of Box Esports, Box Gaming. Good macro play, ensuring the best chance of ending this game, playing through all of their lanes available. Nice 1-3-1s. And honestly, these Renata ultimates stolen by Silas have found their mark every time, and right there, the enchanted crystal arrow from downtown must have felt so bad to get hit by. But next up, we have Huya versus Beyond Gaming Academy. And again, top two teams will be a ripper of a game. For that though, I wonder who gets MVP in this game. Probably going to be Whis. So much damage. Very aggressive gameplay. Very nice scoreline as well. We'll probably cut to break quite shortly. DFM have one more chance to claim a win in this tournament. Will, however, be against the Huya stream team. We'll see what kind of form they're in today. Previously, though, they were looking very, very hot. You have Beifong on the Silas and the Akali, as Kiana is always taken away from him. Always, always, always. I really do hope we'll see at least one game of him playing at this tournament. I'm sure the other teams can figure out some sort of mid lane pick to choose into it. Something like a Vex or something more aggressive that can poke more. We do see Whis on that Silas getting their MVP. No surprise. Did so much work there in those team fights. And you see these Silases getting prioritized in draft, picking up these defensive boots potentially, these Merc Treads, or often the Lucidity boots as well, and then just popping off. It's so easy. Champion will really play itself when you're able to verse these comps with good ultimates. You take them, you dive forward. When you're in danger, you slap the stopwatch button, and somehow you already have won the fight by that point if you pilot this champion correctly. Again, taking a look at this Beyond Gaming side, we've seen them play Rage today. We've seen them be very, very strong. However, that was against the weaker opponent, DFM. Still, will be exciting to see. 1116, the name changed. Marwan has shown a lot of proficiency on the Silases, on the Talias. We saw him on Orianna earlier as well. Not afraid to play these control mages. We're trying to break just now, and I'll see you after this game. Very much looking forward to it. Stick around. Catch you guys.
Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂，同时队内也拥有经验丰富老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座，此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队， J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
Play that champion. I've played Kiana for many years, but we will not be seeing it today as Draven, Nidalee, Kiana will be the bans of Beyond Gaming Academy. They'll take away that Wukong. Will be a new jungler here for Rooming. Most likely. I doubt we will see something like the Urgot again. Kalista, Talia, Sylas bans, all standard. Getting rid of these priority picks like the Sylas, like the Kalista. Giving way though to those aggressive AD carries. The Lucian left available. Not surprising to see him picking up that aggressive AD carry. Lucian Nami locks. Not messing around whatsoever. Beifong here, probably looking to pick Akali later on in the draft. Those are the champions that he's shown so far. Also, is a bit of a LeBlanc player. Also spammed Corki back when it was very strong. Might see that being picked up later. However, the B1 Wukong will be paired with this AD carry response to the Lucian Nami. In the Sivir, Yuumi left available. Lulu also left available. Could just take your full bot lane right here. You know your matchup, you're comfortable with it. And this is a priority for a solo lane. Bot lane here will be the expected outcome. We do see Sivir Nautilus. Strong support here. Not going to be going double enchanter. Not playing kind of a risky scaling game. They will have a nice tanky boy to be able to, you know, hopefully soak up some of that damage. Could look for a jungle response here. Something like a Viego. Or a Sejuani. The Fiora, however, locked immediately. Probably looking to ban away any matchups you want to avoid here for the Fiora. I'm not even sure what those would be. Potentially, a Malphite could be boring. Renekton taken away. Maybe a Kennen. I'm not too intimately familiar with the Fiora matchups. However, I do know that a good enough Fiora usually overcomes most of them. Always turns into a skill matchup with Fiora. I've seen Fiora lose matchups that look super winnable just because the player is not competent. However, Sunny Day on this Fiora knows his champion inside and out. We'll look to ban away Renekton. Puyu has also played champions like Aatrox, like the Gnar. Aatrox, obviously a very well-known matchup for Fiora. Has a lot of options to parry. Will likely be left available. No ban here for the PCS team, it appears. Very unusual. Not sure if they're getting penalized or that was just a mistake. I'm expecting to see an Akali ban, maybe, if they are afraid of that pick. Kennen was the other ban I mentioned, that ranged topside. It'd be annoying to deal with for that Fiora. Akali is the ban coming through. We will see Beifong on a new champion. Might look to hold it to the last pick here, as a jungle response would be appropriate. Looks to be that Lee Sin. Getting new champions here for Rumeng and for Beifong. Well, honestly, it's a new champions across the board, as jungle has only played Nautilus so far in this tournament. Will be the Lucian Nami. Aatrox, again, it's a well-studied matchup. However, it isn't just Fiora favored. Aatrox is able to find some kind of counterplay if he is able to dodge that riposte. And with the new Eclipse build, his kind of rise in priority as a champion is a lot. Will be an AP mid laner coming through here. Will be incredibly surprised here see a Cassidy. However, Beifong will have to go for an ability power champion, as his team is purely AD. Might see a LeBlanc, might see a Corki. Looks to be a Lissandra as well. Strong lockdown on this pick if it does get locked in, and I think it might already be locked in there for Beifong. Will be interesting to see him pilot this champion. Haven't seen him play it on stream all too much. However, I do know this champion is very popular in the super server, is able to move, is able to roam, can trade these waves back and forth mid very evenly, and overall, relatively even draft. That Fiora really is where our eyes should be looking. Short Solution Nami, most likely going to go for that first strike setup. Very powerful in the mid to late game, is able to dash forward and find these picks. However, that side lane is where our eyes should truly be focused on. That's the main win conditions I see for this Huya side. Will they be able to break Beyond Gaming Academy's 4-0 win streak so far? The Huya stream team 2-1, I believe. Likely going to be the second place finisher in this group, but might push forward for that first spot if they're able to find this win against Beyond Gaming Academy. Lovely to see Hysterics in chat. I love that man. Very handsome and pretty good at casting as well. But mainly handsome. Very, very good looking, in fact. I don't know if you guys have seen what Hysterics looks like, but he looks good. We'll be loading onto the Rift shortly. I'm going to get a beautiful cinematic. I can just say the graphics are always so good looking. Nice variety of skins here. Beautiful colors coming through. Looking at Game 3 of Day 4 of the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, a tournament for all the top academy teams throughout Asia. Few invite teams here, like this Huya stream team side. Spellbook for Beifong. Not looking to dominate lane with an Electrocute. Neither looking to play too defensively with an Aftershock. Choosing this adaptable rune. Will they be able to take Smite for those mid to late game objective contests? Will be able to take Exhaust, Ignite. A lot of options here, a lot of diversity, and a beautiful rune tree and inspiration. Free stopwatch is very helpful. Biscuits for trading, Cosmic Insight, flashing on the opponents. A lot of aggression, I like it a lot. See a Drone's Blade start, a sunny day, and these top lane fights. We're gonna be able to see a lot of these very close fights. With the service being held in China, PCS not too far away, shouldn't have much of a ping disadvantage against Chinese-based Huya team. Will be a mechanical game. Xiao Fei Shua does get blind hooked here. Big trade here for Fong. Will look to extend this trade with lethal tempo. This might just be Lucian dying. Bit of an early heal from both sides. However, this Lucian cannot contest level 1 versus this Nautilus. And this is the difference between picking an Enchanter with the Sivir against this Lucian Nami, or picking an engaged champion. TNS finding the next hook here. This might just be Nami's flash as well if she doesn't want to take too much damage. She will get chunked out to just under 200 health. Those potions will be forced. And a terrible, terrible start for this aggressive bot side of the Lucian Nami, who needs to find their advantage at level 2 and level 3 when they really turn online. Beautiful confidence here and awareness by TNS. That ward in that middle bush, he knew they were in there looking to cheese. You know, you can critique him for holding flash, but we're not going to critique 1116 for holding that flash charm, because he found that angle, he landed it, and a beautiful follow-up after this red buff into mid lane level 2 gank from the Wukong. So effectively used, Beifong will be falling down for the second kill of the game. Will be in time to catch this wave. What I was talking about though is Lucian flashing there is pointless. If he flashes there, he just trades his flash with the Sivir, and then he won't be able to use his flash aggressively for the next few minutes. And it feels like you're going to want to have your flash here, make something happen, maybe find a return, revenge solo kill. Otherwise, you are just in trouble against this Nautilus if you are flashless. Top side here, though, will be the focus of my eyes. This Fiora versus Aatrox. Aatrox taking Grasp in this matchup. Very interesting. Usually, you know, we've seen a variety of things. We've seen Electrocute being taken. We've seen Conqueror, the most standard. We've seen Comet being taken against Gnar and Kennen matchups. We have not seen the Grasp Aatrox yet. It seems very kind of logical, following the idea of having a strong trade rune. Will these minions spot the Lee Sin sneaking up in the jungle? Renyi is here. Lee Sin will be basing, however, in this alcove. Does cancel it. Both junglers hovering around the spot side. However, this Wukong with the level lead, Sunny Day, trying to get this wave in. Isn't certain the location of this Wukong. Will back off instead. However, they should know that Wukong is in the area now. That ward was placed by him. If they clicked on the ward and saw the source, they should know he was just there. Fiora taking the recall. Cull longsword will be farming up a storm. Beifong copping a lot of bans. Was targeted with the Kiana and the Kali bans, and I believe Kuya banned Silas themselves, scared of Marwan first picking that away. Even CS mid lane, however, and a CS advantage for Xiaofei Xia. Peter Pan in the bot lane. And if anyone was wondering about the weather in Auckland today, it's a beautiful sunny day. Smite to break the shield. A big hook there onto Nami. Instantly flashed out. However, Fong will try to chase for a little bit before spell shielding that for a heal. Beifong has E. Needs to E away here before the charm connects. Good reactivation early to avoid that spell. KNS finding the hooks there. Flash is available for Lucian here. However, it will not get him anything. Flash forward here. TNS will fall down. Feng trying to get body blocked by the Nami. Nami will fall down. Lee Sin, however, drawing very close. Not going to be close enough. Feng with a double kill for the Sivir. They were able to find at least one trade there onto TNS from the Nautilus. Cloth armor here for Puyu. Could go towards a Ninja Tabbies. However, could also go for a Bramble Vest. Rumung ready to chase and see if he can find the Sivir. However, Spell Shield makes this very difficult for him to find the Q. Will he tag him with the Q afterwards? It will not connect. It will not be a kill. He'll get chased down a little bit, and that will be Flash used for the Lee Sin. A little bit of a replay here. Nice hooks here from TNS, really carrying these bot lane skirmishes. And this is why holding the Flash was good, right? If he flashes away here, he still will die to the Sivir. However, by utilizing his Flash forward, he's able to trade a kill. Felt a little bit confident going back. Didn't know Sivir has that spell shield. Will heal up instead of taking damage from that blazing light. 3-0 here for Feng. Will be flashless though, and in the mid to late game, if he gets flashed on by Lissandra and he isn't able to spell shield the right spells, he will fall for sure. Gives them a good angle. Nice little riposte there at a sunny day, not giving Puyu an option for a positive trade. 66 on his cull. Will be counting down every CS he gets. Beifong just pushing these waves in. Struggling to keep up the wave clear of 1116 on this Ahri. This Nami's only played Nautilus so far this tournament. We haven't seen her yet on Enchanters. However, we've seen respect to the Lucian Nami. We've seen Lucian being banned against Xiaofei Xia multiple times. However, this game we get to see him play it. We can only dream of seeing Beifong play Kiana. Always will get taken away from him. Renyi might be hitting level 6 off of this top grab. Lee Sin hovering, making sure that Sunny Day can catch this wave safely. Level 6 will be secured for the Wukong. Herald spawning shortly, same with the dragon that is on the map, both available for the taking. Wukong starting up Herald, utilizing his mid lane priority and a beautiful hook and charm combination there. Beifong should take some damage here. Holds his E though. Ready to E in if necessary. Cleanse is the summoner spell of choice for the spellbook Ahri. Ulti has been popped by Fiora, will try and chase down those vitals, however both are against the wall. Renyi peeling off of his Herald. A very cautious call there, trying to defend it. Herald, however, does not reset. Feng and 1116 up here, able to hold it in place. Renyi wants the experience for himself here. We'll pick up the Herald and look to use that on some tower plating in the next couple of minutes. Lucian all the way up here. Too little, too late. Needs to go for a reset. Needs to find his way back to the bot lane, as he is wasting his time. Sunny Day has got a CS lead, however. Big wave on his side. We need to start seeing some kills for this Fiora come through. We'll be going for Stridebreaker or Gordrinker this game, as opposed to the Sunderer. Much stronger for the side lane. An item like Stridebreaker can look for more solo kills. It's a bit less trading power, however, it's good for those all-ins. Gordrinker, also relatively common, has both applicable use when it comes to wave clearing and side laning, and also team fighting. Looks like a Gordrinker, however. Double longsword does go towards that Corfield's Warhammer. Xiaofei Xiao wanted that last hit on the ward, but Jungle wanted it for his own vision score. Dragon still available. The Sin pathing directly top lane here. Looking for his Krugs, however, might hang around, trying to defend top tower against a potential play. Waiting in the wings in this bot line bush. Ahri needs to be careful, however, she's got the Spirit Rush and she has Cleanse. Again, you cannot cleanse death though, and so much damage coming out of that Lucian-Nami combination there. We see it on our screens, forcing the flash of Ahri and the Spirit Rush away. If only Beifeng landed one Sandra Q before that, he would have been low enough to fall to the end of that culling. Not able to drop too many platings bot side. Not getting punished too hard for this. We'll lose a couple of CS, however. Avoids poke by hopping over that wall there. Lissandra still has her summoners and her ultimate available. They're going to look to punish 1116 while he's got no ultimate, while he has no flash. This Lee Sin has got kick and flash available. If 1116 looks aggressively here to hold this wave, Beifeng and Ruming might just look on him. Lens is available. Charm is also available. Will 1116 get baited to lean down to the spot side of the map? You see assist pings happening. He wants to have control. He wants to feel confident to move up. And with Renyi in the area, this could be a 2v2 that I believe is in favor of EDG.Y despite no Spirit Rush. This Wukong is so strong, and with the move of Nautilus, it looks to be very hard. This Ahri is very tanky, and the kick flash will not be enough to secure the kill. And despite using all summoners and all ultimates on that Ahri, he's still chilling with 600 health. And this Wukong is able to clean up both of those kills to the Sunderer. However, massive kill here for the Lucian. Their Lucian Nami damage coming through clutch, as they might look to claim some of this mid lane tower plating. Ahri with no ultimate, no flash, no cleanse. Not looking too strong. Sivir will be chipping away at those bot tower. Will leave mid lane wide open for the taking. This Nautilus can look aggressively here. However, should be a little bit careful as the culling goes down. TNS is left with barely a sliver of health. Must have dropped below 10 health there. And the power of the Lucian Nami really is coming through now. And these kills, like the one on the Wukong we just saw, is so damn important. We see Wukong with this Null Magic Mantle as an inventory going towards these Mercurial Treads. Not sure if that's the choice, because you will die to this Lucian Nami combination. Watch this replay again. They see her, they want to go for her. No ultimate, no flash. They forget about the cleanse. They forget about the bone plating, denying around 130 to 140 damage there. It's just not enough. The health bar is too much. You do not have lethal, despite using all of your abilities available on that Ahri. She's so tanky at this point, and especially with Merc Treads now. She will be very hard to lock down, and you need to bounce off of this Lucian Nami combination. Mandate completed, Gale Force completed, so much damage is ready. The gun is locked and loaded. You just need to pull the trigger. Xiao Feixiao barely avoids that dredge line. Tower will go down. Feng having so much gold in this game. That will be 5 platings, solo gold there. First tower, 2 items for the server will be completed very shortly. Rooming over the wall there. Flash is available for Aatrox. However, the flash follow-up, assertive gameplay there from Sunny Day, knowing he wants the kill, and it's such an important kill here. Hopefully, the Lee Sin is able to utilize that kill. Would have liked to see it go to that Fiora, that solo carry top lane, that super top. Very, very important to see it. Cull has been claimed. A lot of gold in the pocket of Fiora. A strong CS advantage. Tower will not go down here. Will not be able to push this wave in. Sivir will be returning to top side. But there's still very much hope here for the Huya side. The strong Fiora should dominate the side lane from here on out. And this Lucian Nami has been so clutch in these past few minutes and might continue, like hopefully will continue to find these kills and find these picks. Fiora should go bot side here. We'll see Lissandra clearing the waves top lane. And again, this bot lane and this mid lane position. Sivir might opt to hit this tower top side, might also move down to the mid lane. We'll have to wait and see. Aatrox is flashless. Needs to be careful here. Rooming testing his limits in the top river. Needs to be careful. This depth charge always available for Nautilus. Feels like this Aatrox is moving too far forward and Huya wants to punish it. Herald though will not be theirs to claim. They need to play to this mid to bot lane. They need to play on the opposite side of the map. Try and trade something back. Could be this bot tower. Could be this red buff even. As they clearly are looking for it. However, they're not able to get eyes and they assume it must be down. Sivir, hard shoving out mid lane. Looks like Herald is going to be instantly spawned. Making sure to force a response from the Huya streamers to defend that mid lane tier 2 tower. Will be difficult, however, as Beifong is getting caught out here. Flashless will have to ult himself, but it will only delay the inevitable. Tower might fall down here. Few more Sivir auto attacks, and it will. Fiora on the side lane, still drawing ever ahead. Slowly but surely she'll build up a gold lead, and they need to play all of this Lucian Nami finding picks, but the pressure that this Fiora provides, because as this game goes on, she will be able to side lane and she will have so much strength. You just need to be able to hold your game state until she's in a position to punish. She's able to trade some gold there, but it really isn't equivalent to how much Beyond Gaming Academy got. And this speaks to this strong, very strong PCS team. They are topping this group so far. They have been undefeated with 4-0 to their name. Hopefully, Huya is able to try to claw this game back. Rapid fire cannon will be the next item completed by Lucian. Should be after this wave or so. Does give him that extra range when he dashes forward with the Nami. That extra on-hit damage as well. From the Energizer proc. No heralds in inventories. Both have been used. No Baron for 3 minutes. This next dragon will likely be the next fight, or potentially over a mid lane tower. This Ahri will be autoing top tower to its death, catching the top wave, hopefully moving down afterwards to try and defend this mid lane tower. However, they have numbers for now. 4 in the mid lane. Fiora is side laning bot side. Pulling the trigger here with the culling, and it might look confusing to keep culling that Wukong clone. However, first strike does proc. You are able to farm that clone for a little bit extra gold. And while they don't have 2 mid lane towers, it also means they have time to recall, as the waves will not be hitting tower. They will not be dropping waves mid lane, as the waves need to go very, very deep for the tower to claim them as its own. Mandate completed by Nami. Lucidity boots, as opposed to what we've seen out of LCK with the Sorcerer's shoes. Which is nice to see, as the Sorcerer's shoes the pin that applies on Nami's E damage is actually based off of the player who is actually utilizing that in power. So unless Lucian goes for Sork Boots, it does not matter. So it's much better seeing these Acidity Boots. And also Void Staff on Nami as well. It's not the most logical selection for a support. Lucian with his second item completion coming through. It's just such an explosive team fight. I looked away for half a second and the Lucian is down. Sunny Day, not on the sideline, instead is here for the fight. We'll find it very difficult to actually be able to hit anyone. Rooming, almost flashing out with such low health. Unfortunately, Ari will not let him get away. Getting that Spirit Rush reset just out of range of the Ari. She will not be able to close the gap to land that Orb of Deception. However, 2 kills will be claimed. That Lucian going down, unable to flash, unable to cleanse. I believe he got Wukong cycloned. Sunny Day escaping with his life, still able to hold on to his own flash. Bramble Vest completed for Aatrox, makes the sideline a lot easier. We'll see a little replay here. Renyi going onto Xiaofei and instantly getting one shot with that damage out of the 2 item Ari. He has Horizon Focus. If he lands those charms, he utilizes his Everfrost. So much damage. Strong ramp, strong amp, and also that reveal. Very, very powerful combination. Beifeng has looked very good so far this tournament. On Akali and Sylas, however, both options were taken away from him, along with his staple Kiana. So he's opted for this Lissandra. He was final picking, he was R5 for the Huya side, however they needed ability power. I have seen him play champions like the LeBlanc, but it might be a little bit too high pressure for him in this situation. Huyu not having flash here, moves up for this wave, he is in danger. Lee Sin has kick available, has sort of pink ward inventory, could look for an insect. Chooses to recall as it is 20 minutes. Baron pressure is there for Beyond Gaming Academy. Playing through mid lane, making sure this Lucian Nami is able to activate, something they really, really want to do. The danger with this though, is Sunny Day is their strength point in the side lane. See Fiora running up top side. They want to try to claim some semblance of vision, some semblance of control, as at the moment it's terrifying. They have no idea if Baron is being taken, if they're walking into a trap. The pressure is getting to them. Sunny Day edging around the side. The Wukong engaging here on the Nami. Keep your eyes on the Lucian. Having to dash. Will have to flash out potentially. Is able to culling. However, this Aatrox is so damn tanky. Will be taken out by Sunny Day. The true damage on the Fiora is coming through. Moving forward. Feng, is he able to free hit? He's hitting this Fiora here. This Fiora will get CC'd. Does fall down. Xiaofei is unable to find another kill past that initial Aatrox pick. And it's a 5-for-1. It will be the Baron. So much damage out of that Sivir. And a massive gold lead will be established here for BYGA. They will extend their lead. What a dominant fight. That Wukong engage was exactly what they needed to turn their lead into potentially a winning game. Dragon coming up in just over 2 minutes. What a lovely setup there. Their lovely understanding. They knew Huya had to move in. Sunny Day just too far on the side. They see them on that blue ward. You can see that on the top side of the screen. Xiaofei with good positioning at the start, able to escape from initial danger, right? Able to do so much damage here to Puyu, but now moving forward is so hard. They use the Riposte on Fiora. Any CC landed will spell death, as Feng is able to be at the backside of that fight, just constantly hitting, doing so much damage. Such a strong advantage we saw earlier with that gold lead. Feng is thousands and thousands of gold ahead, and just has such a stable lead. And that champion in Sivir, so powerful when you have this kind of gold. Ari also such a big threat. Positives here for Huya, they were able to keep summoner spells on their carries. If they are able to look for an angle, Beifeng can hopefully flash on the Sivir. If both a W or an R connect, only spell shield 1, you will be able to find the kill, but it feels so damn hard when you have this tanky support like a Nautilus in front, and you have Renyi on this Wukong constantly threatening a flank, constantly threatening an engage. Ari can always spirit rush forwards here. Flash over the wall, depth charge. No form of counterplay there for the Lucian. They will claim 2 there. The bot side of the Huya streamers will be falling, and Sunny Day is just trying his hardest to side lane here. Trying his hardest to find something back. Recalling here feels necessary. You want to make sure they do not end the game. However, how much value can you get out of recalling? Can you even find any kills? What are the options for the Huya streamers side? Sandra ultimate is still available. Sunny Day has recalled. Will be trading some damage. War Drinker onto Wukong and the clone. Needs to be careful of that dredge line. Might to cancel a recall or a cancel the Hexgate taking. Does not have the timing, unfortunately. Both inhibs will fall down. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. It'll be hard to look to contest that as Lucian is walking back to the base. Potentially has his Infinity Edge. This Lucian is also very, very strong. Does so much damage. I wouldn't count them out just yet. However, it will be an uphill battle as both 1116 on this Ahri and Feng showing a masterclass of spacing, CSing, and just how much damage the Sivir is doing. Has a stopwatch as well for safety. Will be very, very difficult. You can see them both walking in. Puyu has got plenty of wards to flank it with. Does choose to go for a more defensive option in that pixel bush. They're on the wrong side of their base. They need to look for recalls here. All looking right now, it would be very, very dangerous for them if either Renly or Puyu look to cancel recalls. However, they will sit together as 5. They'll play likely for this next Baron and utilize that to end this game with. Exciting game so far though. We do have these aggressive picks, these level 1 kills happening in the bot side. Sunny Day still with such a large advantage over this Aatrox, but he finds it so difficult to push it. He now has to try and side lane and split against super minions. Each wave taking so much longer to kill, and with so much pressure by BYG on the other side of the map. Look, isolated Puyu might fall down here. Flash by Aatrox. Culling will come out doing a lot of damage to the Nautilus. Nautilus not where he wanted to go. Does knock up 2, however. Beifong falls down, not able to buy enough time. Sunny Day on the backside. Flash is on the Sivir, however the stopwatch was exactly what he needed. The Lucian going down. Renly finding so much success on this Wukong. These Wukong picks, these Sivir picks, always being so vital to these victories, these winning teams constantly. Huya streamers will be 2-2 after this game. However, don't forget it, they're still not out yet. They've gotten head-to-head against the other 2 teams so far, and we'll be facing them shortly. Beautiful game here by BYG.A to stay undefeated, and it looks like they're still in form. They'll likely stay undefeated for the rest of the day. 5-0 for them. Huya team will be dropping their second game. Still that same team, however, isn't too concerning. We'll have to face off against the Nation Focus Academy later, and Box Gaming, Box Esports, VCS Academy, LJL Academy. We have PCS Academy right there with such a dominating performance. They always look in control. They're always aware of their matchups. That Sivir Nautilus. We've seen previously these Sivir Yumis, right? These Sivir Lulus. And they try and go into these aggressive comps, these Dravens, these Lucian Namis. And they don't give them enough space early game. They slowly fall behind and they're unable to come back until 30 minutes later. And then usually they still lose. However, utilizing this Nautilus pick, this chunkier support, allowing for them to actually punish the Lucian Nami's weak level 1. As in this kind of lane, if you're able to force those long trades, it's not going to be good for that Lucian who prefers those burst trades, who likes having access to all 3 of his key abilities. Nami, unable to both heal, and give damage, has to be only one of them. Lee Sin Lissandra failed to pick up that Ahri in those early kills. We'll see the highlights shortly. We'll probably see what I'm talking about. But I liked that the Huya streamers tried. They didn't fall over. You know, they actually were looking for these proactive, aggressive kills. Here we have it. Pretty close damage charts. Both mid lane, both AD carries doing so much damage. The real gap here is in the junglers. This Wukong able to find so much more damage. Always going in. This champion is such a heavy priority. You saw that getting B1 first picked here by BYGA. Looks like it was only 6 kills for Huya. It felt a lot closer than that for me. I feel like the Lucian, and if you look at the damage charts, right, they did do so much damage. However, they were never able to claim those kills. The replay here. Instant cleanse. Too tanky. Despite all of the cooldowns being blown on that Ahri, she just has too much HP. Nautilus face checking. Sunny Day opting to not riposte it. Instead, we'll take him down. Hold the riposte for this fight here. Was well used. Has to wrist run. Rooming. Ultimate getting cancelled there by vision loss. Beifeng being unable to really gap close. And such confidence out of 116 on this Ahri. Clearly a star player of this roster. And this was Renyi's moment to shine as he goes in. Looks up 2 of them. Moves in such a way that forces Xiao Fei Xia to be zoning himself from the fight, unable to free hit. Datox will fall, however Feng on the backside of the fight, not able to be touched, no matter how hard Beifeng tries. And in that final fight in the base, Fiora even trying to flash on the AD carry will not be able to look for anything further, as that stopwatch was so well used. Beifeng flashing in to buy a little bit of time, that barrier not doing all too much. Sunny Day trying to flash here to proc that final vital, gets stopped by the stopwatch, thwarted his attempt to assassinate that Sivir, will fall down to the Aatrox. Very exciting game. We only have more good games for you guys coming up next. Take a look at my schedule. We will have BYGA playing their 3rd game of today. Will be up against the VCS Academy team, Box Esports. Following that, we have the Huya streamers once again playing off against that LJL team, DFM. Will DFM be able to find a win? Only time will tell. And then we'll have that first game that got delayed. We'll have Box Esports versus that Huya team. So stick around, because it's only getting better. Anyway, that's been me. I hope you guys all have a wonderful day. Give Hysterics the respect and hype he deserves. Thank you very much for having me in the group stages of the Asia Star Invitationals. Been real. Peace out.
But that's just the way it is.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。 2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂，同时队内也拥有经验丰富老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座，此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队， J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
Vietnam. You know what? I'm gonna assume I'm here. What a banger start, dude. And I just heard myself on stream, and I realized the timing could not have been better. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, or at least welcome myself back. I've been fish shopping. You know, went out, got some fish. They're swimming around in the tank. Life's okay. I hope you're all well. It's a pleasure to be back, especially when I just watched Beyond Gaming kick the living hooly-dooly out of, well, I was going to say, you know, Hooya, but let's be real. You know, they've been doing it with everyone, right? So welcome back. BT Dubs, if you're just tuning in. The ASCI, also known as the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. It's all challenger teams from 5 different regions in the East. A nice little insight that we wouldn't have otherwise. So we're on Beyond Gaming versus MBE. MBE coming out from the VCS. And someone came in and said that this is actually a stream team. So makes it a little bit more fun seeing them in the same team with Hooya as well. So far, BYG are undefeated. And giving Feng and TNS down in the bottom lane a good strong 2v2. That's a great way to kick it off. Especially when, from what we've seen of this team, I feel like they're more suited and matched towards like an LPL-style team. We'll talk more about that as we get in the game, because Maowan's also someone who we've been talking a lot about. Played one hell of an Ari game last time, and who you play again today? Yes, they do. It is a chat day. We read chat every day here. And now that we're on our last group stage, you better bloody believe that we're going to be talking to you guys again. So we have Ash super early on. It's a good response into Renata. Let's be real. It's been coming through. Yes, ARAM is... Yeah, that's what it stands for. Absolutely. We put ARAM into the tournament name. And it's good. I agree. Inviting PCS and VCS Academy is real good. Like, you know, Japan is not going too well, but I feel like this is a nice little interim, right? Regions that get 2 seeds at Worlds for a reason. Oh, is it... he just bat chest me? Oh, my God. I've talked about this so many times. It'll be a Halo Blades Ash, but you don't have an AD carry, right? Unless we do get Sky in the bottom lane. It is Sky, right? Or is it Bala? No, Bala's jungle. I don't like the way we cave in. It's hard to read. But then again, maybe that could just be me. Who knows, guys? Who knows? They're giving us more tense games, especially since we go to the BO5s tomorrow as well, right? So far, I have to say, Things like Renekton have been here and there. We've pretty much seen like a rehash of 12-15. 80 carries have been a mixture between Lucian, Kalista. Zeri's been here and there, which is so refreshing, right? ATNS, yeah, because of AT, yeah. Because it ain't BYG, you know. It's BYG Academy, so TNS. I wonder what it stands for. Look, I'll take you through the rest properly. Yeah, oh, actually, I just realized, why is OCE not here? Because they would have to play on 100 ping. Probably true. Dude, fly him over. OCE never gets to play, don't worry. We'll sit there forever. Solo queue will continue to frustrate me. Oh, what did you turn off? The heater's off. Okay, the fiance's turned the heater off. I think I can breathe again. It's literally like 12 degrees here in Sydney. It's raining. But inside here, it's like 50 degrees. 50 Celsius. Yeah, they are punching bags. Well, as I said the other day, kind of console gamers. Dude, the Viego here a little bit weird. Let's be real. Wukong not available. Vi not available. Talia as a flex has been seen. Trundle, like it is a triple jungle ban. At least 3 if you count the Vi in the second phase. We get a Zeri late, so we do get a range that can poke out. But more importantly, in some of those quick duels, that'll be kind of exciting. I'm not talking about early lane, because early lane is still going to be quite annoying, but I'm kind of looking forward to Zeri and Ashe and how it plays out, considering it is a unique combination that we haven't really seen before. While we are looking at the potential of a Renekton mid, but you're showing your cards here, as you have to, but you have double melee solo lane for the Sejuani, and you have Ashe pick potential. There's a lot of all-in, and even with the Lysandra change at the end, I feel like skirmishing early is so much fun to watch from MBE. So looking forward to see what they can do in some of these solo lanes, especially since for bot lane, there's going to be constant push. Like, for your threat, you're trying to kill out the Renata. I feel like, I'm not talking about level 1, not talking about level 2. I don't know. Get some of the big guns in here. So at least we get some ability power for MBE. On the other side, that's a Varus. That is a Varus mid. Hang on, dude. Hang on, dude. Oh, they B1'd Viego? What energy? Dude, I hate Viego right now. But to be fair, now that people stop playing him, feels a little bit different as I just noticed there's another. Yep, okay, that graphic's broken. I was like, why do they have 6 people on their team? Oh, fix it. Yeah, there we go. They weren't expecting the Varus mid. And Varus AP. All right. So and chat, you're gonna coach me on this. You are going to inform me. Because normally in a League of Legends game, I'll tell you how casters do it. I would be scurrying to Google and look at AP Varus, see what he builds, and I'd be asking my color caster, and I'd get a gauge on whether they're comfortable on this. They'll say, like, we'll learn together, and then I even go quicker, right? So Nash is right. Is it because of W passive? Is it because of W damage? I know that Hail of Arrows and Q are both AD, right? There's some AP. There's AP ratio on the ulti. W and R. Copy. So I'm in the right direction. So you guys are saying Rift Maker. So are we like kiting around? Are we staying in combat? What's my preferred stats site? I will use probuilds.net. Shout out probuilds.net. Easiest layout. Type in the champion. I'll do it right now, right? Like if I type in Varus. Pro builds are so easy. R gives W stacks and you WQ to pop it. Oh, hell yeah. Well, this is exciting for me. Seeing Varus mid against Lissandra, I don't think the matchup's going to be that bad as well, right? If you ever glacial path into him at 6, I think, like, ulti happens, but you're very predictable. Is it being often picked into Lissandra? Because, hell, I think the matchup would be pretty good. Do you not use GOL? I use Game of Legends as well. But Pro Builds is also good if it ever loaded. I'm talking you up on an LPL stream. Rabadons, okay. Night Harvester, right. Azir Swain. Oh, Azir was always the response, right? Even when it was 80 Varus, we got him. What time is it where I'm at? Good question. It's 5:10 p.m. It's getting towards dinner time. And, you know, I haven't decided what I'm going to be cooking for dinner. So I haven't decided what's happening for dinner tonight. So, I don't know. I'll try and get my fiance here. We can talk about it on stream. It'd be nice, you know, have a bit of a chat about what's going to happen at dinner. So, AP Varus is happening, and it's coming from Maoan as well. As Whis is going to spot this invade, means BYG is starting on the bottom side of the map. There's a ward entering top side towards red buff here for BYG as well for the response. Pixel Brush ward here from MBE2, but it is actually just red buff start flat out, while Bala... This is him crossing to blue, so it's going to be super late, but he wasn't spotted out. I mean, that timing was perfect, if anything. People in chat saying Saker's flash handshake for the flash out of the Ashe support. Always love watching Renatas who force that out. In solo queue, you do it, and people might abuse you. As Halo Blades used on the Varus mid, that's great early damage. Arrows come out as well. So, Hail of Arrows, Hail of Blades, it's hailing a lot here for the mid laner of Beyond Gaming Academy. Good old Aussie pie. Dude, we made homemade pies. They're just the best thing ever. This is a level 2 dive. A level 2 dive, actually not too bad when it's not Nautilus, it's not Leona. It's simply all guaranteed as long as they land, and yes, they do. Bailout comes through, but the Renata, a worthy sacrifice. If a turret's ramped up, however, the aggro shifting around is late, and a kill over to Kalista, a kill to the Renata, and a beautiful dive. At level 2, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. And I have to say, man, Renier yet again. Renier. What a guy. Like, this is the, I think, 3rd game I've casted Beyond Gaming Academy. And every time I feel like I'm calling this guy like he's, you know, born again Jesus. They're just so aggressive, agreed. And they're actually, they hand stiff a lot of the time as well, as tries to cut this one out. But speaking of hand stiff, hang on, need a bit of support for Renata's here. ATNS saving the day, man. That roam and that handshake does everything as Renier comes in for the flash. Getting the kill, he's close, but he's already burned his summoner. He smites down, but the hill will be nothing like it as Bala flashes away from the arrow. The bailout! He gets it in the reset as well. Beyond Gaming Academy. Man, join the gym. You got to start pumping those muscles you're flexing. Because even more so right now, this team is hot. I mean, that was just sick. The smite didn't do anything, but the hail of arrows flash. And then straight into the bailout. I think TNS, guys. We're going to start coming up with a name for him. It's requiring a lot of brain power. Oh, Renata Viego. Well, apparently. Not even close. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Words that start with T. Okay. Temple. Temples never sleep. Nah, we can do better, guys. We can do better. That was sick. Watch it again. Because, look, the handshake there, I think Whis flashes in. I'm not sure if he gets the quick stun from handshake. But this is when Renier all commits. Yuki comes back in. The top lane roam means a lot. But you know what's even bigger? The hail of arrows flashes away. And from there, Bala can't get out. And he walks back into Renier. Meaning the bailout actually gets the reset. And Renier is able to Arctic Assault away from the volley. So, pretty pog. Tyrants never sleep. Okay. Tadpoles never sleep. Hey, bot died. Fung is dead. But now you died as well. But that's a 3-kill Callista with Berserkers and a Serrated Dirk. So, oopsie. That's a pickle. Bit of a pickle. Someone's messaging me on Twitch saying they got timed out for saying kebab. Oh my god. Airy. You know, guys, as we untime this person out, maybe that was the wrong time to go into a replay. We're looking at bot. Handshake again is beautiful. And the passive. Bailout works its magic and ends up being a trade. But the wave pushing in means the 80 carry doesn't get it. Plate's going to go down here as well. I think Fung sacrifices his life for the response kill. Hang on. Unban Ares 815. Dude, can we, everyone, just give him a stare. Just give him a stare. I can't believe the bot timed him out for saying kebab. You know what? We're on a diet, but thank you for the suggestion. Just stare at, like what? Stare at the bot. Stare at Ares. You know, we're apologizing in our own unique way. Dude, that was aggression and a half. I mean, why not just came in and said, yeah, aggression. Definitely there. Callista is ridiculous, and, you know, we've seen it banned away a lot for this tournament. A lot of LPL, or LDL rather, bottom lanes, still favoring it. And strong in the 2v2 has meant quite a lot, and especially in this game, you can see a 10-15 CS lead, a Serrated Dirk over as well. I mean, Serrated Dirk for Callista, you know, we're not going for something like the Immortal first. Is Fung just going to go, what would you do? Not Eclipse. I was going to say Sanguine Blade, but guys, I have stared at the Shy for too long, and that item no longer exists, so maybe, is it just early Collector getting the early AD, and then maybe building up to your Mythic in the meantime? As, oh my god! Now you're almost dead. Ultra Shock Laser, it helps beckon them away, but look, you know, that heal going through nice and early. Now the dive as well. Bala's coming in, but there's a level advantage, and now you, even though he flashes away, Renier still gets the first one. Now that he's turned into a lightning bolt, he wants the next. They're going forward, try to kill him, as now you slowed down. The dive won't happen any further. And at least he gets traded off, but guys, Beyond Gaming Academy, just no fear. Oh, man. Early laning power, so it's going to be a collector rate later, right? Q damage, as we've seen, why not, is already pretty insane. And yeah, okay. So as I weirdly suspected, after second-guessing myself 10 times, it is going to be... It's so funny because Sanguine Blade used to build out of, you know, lifesteal like Vamp Scepter and Serrated Dirk, right? Dude, that item was great. That item was just so much fun. And I know, wasn't the remake, isn't the remake now that tank item? Hullbreaker? Trees don't sleep. Yeah, but trees never sleep. You know, you gotta use the N. Could be equal with middle tier LCS. I mean, the quality of Beyond Gaming Academy is actually sublime. Eclipse builds out of this. I know it does too. But as Why Not said, early laning power, right? Like, the way I see it is I see a similarity between that and Kai'Sa, but of course with Kai'Sa you're not building Vamp Scepter because you're going for Gale Force. The Serrated Dirk in the past, no, actually still does. Level 9, Serrated Dirk, and I think fully completed Mythic, you'll get yourself... You'll get Q upgrade then, right? Or maybe it's just with Noon Quivers. This is a flash full committal. They still get him. That weird handshake. Even in the Glacial Prison, he still gets pulled back as Renier. Hold your horses. The ulti not connecting, but instant cleanse away from Malan. The Varus in the middle flashes anyway. wants the kill before he dies as Renekton makes his entrance. Now Yuki is onto 2, but Payu joins in the flash in as well. The committal with the pull back, the dunk down the wrong way as MBE is still committing the AoE damage huge. Fong needing a reset, but Ren won't get it. Now for a shutdown as Sky hits the angle. Beyond Gaming caught with their pants down a little bit. I don't know what they were doing, but hey, you know what? I respect it. Never say die. Always continue to make the same play no matter the cost. He'll sell the Dirk later. It's only for lane pressure. Well, would he really sell the Dirk? Would you not? Do you not go Collector on Callista, or is that just silly? Selling the Dirk, though, is it the same as, like, selling, like, a tier? Isn't it? Don't you get, like, 700 something gold back? Also, respect is 11-16. Ender. See, this is a vibe. Ender, this is literally your type of cast. You're a... Wait, do we still have Weird Champ? Does Weird Champ still exist in Twitch chat? Oh my god, it doesn't. So if anyone's tuning in, maybe this is time, because if Ender spreads any rumors, maybe, you know, even, you know, Riot Games won't like me. This is a vibe. This is a co-stream. It's on the LPL channel. Feels weird, man. Also, Aries, I knew there was a reason we unbanned you. This is a co-stream. What it means is we're watching Challenger of the Eastern region. So 5 different regions: PCS, LPL, LJL, VCS, and who did I miss? PCS, did I say PCS? LCK, of course. All the Challenger regions, all the Challenger teams of those regions have come in. We've got 4 groups. The format, yeah, okay. Well, look, how's that for a rumor? That was on camera. That wasn't even a rumor, dude, as Fung's about to be solo killed. Meanwhile, Yuki, all he has to do is press Q. And with an ultimate, it makes it easy. He's 3-0-1, by the way. I feel like this is a little bit of trouble for Beyond Gaming Academy, who are undefeated, right? It's not a rumor, though, Ender. He was on camera, and he did it. And honestly, I thought about doing it, but it's a stolen move at this point. His hostile takeover only hits the minions. You know what? Turning the minions against the champions, that's a deep blow. That's a mental blow at this point. I was talking about a different time. Oh. ADC in 2022. Dude, this is the strongest year yet. This is literally still the strongest year yet. Zeri exists. 80 carries a very good role. Dragons are worth more value. Getting diffed in lane means so much in the game state. Eclipse for the armor pen passive like Draven does. Could be, but he's got Noon Quiver. So, I don't know. Look, I will say, Sanguine Blade would still be a banger. Put him in a side lane. It's a meme. Oh. Well, I'm literally 27 now. Do you honestly think I keep? Do you think I keep up? In 10 years, I'll have kids, right? And I'll be sitting there and they'll be calling me a boomer because I literally don't know how to use this new virtual reality thing that throws a pizza at your best friend. They'll say, "Oh, it's a meme, Dad. You spend $5 at Domino's and they send a pizza. They hit someone in the face with a virtual pizza. And this virtual pizza, you get cheese on your face and, like, it throws water in the virtual reality world when you come out. They have dinner in virtual reality now. That's the future we're in. And we're going to look old. We're going to be like, we're playing League of Legends and be like, Dad, they play it at, like, ANZ Stadium now. And we literally have to go and watch it. Actually, to be fair, that is what I've always wanted to see. All right. Hold the line. I know we're even gold. We don't have Dragon for 4 minutes. Sit down and listen to this great idea. We have the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Shanghai. Any arena could take this. And if any big sponsorship takes this, I want 25%. Make it so League of Legends, right? The players sit. They can sit at their computers. Or maybe they can put on VR headsets. That would be the next level. Champions run down the lane in like a soccer stadium. Full-size League of Legends. Champions are like 10 foot tall or maybe 20 foot so everyone can see. Minions are bigger as well. And we sit in the stands and we watch. And we watch real-life League of Legends. Faker's Shockwave finding them all would make the arena vibrate. It'd be a real-life earthquake. This is a good NFT idea. You're right. We're one caster because it's being run from China right now. How good would it be? The next level is like you get Caps versus Faker, or you get like Rookie versus Doinby. Real life, they have the gear on, And when they put the gear on, they turn into a Zero or Oriana. And they actually have to make the real movements. How good would that be? Now we have this on broadcast. Now we have this on record. How sick would it be? And yes, it is an AP virus. As a shout out to you guys in the chat telling me Nash's into Riftmaker, a lot of you said. There was also a Night Harvester drop, so I'd be curious. Against this team that has a lot of gap close. You know, Night Harvester, I see the value, but also, you know, you are the primary AP damage source in this team. You are the only AP damage source, let's be real. So, it does feel like Riftmaker is going to have the most value as Glacial Tomb is there. Puyo has to ulti because he's in a 1v2, but, I mean, this Aatrox is pretty far behind. The arrow, oh my god! That was from base as well. Born on the Nayu. Nayu beats Puyo. And that is pretty poo-poo for the top lane. Now, Beyond Gaming Academy are down in gold, but having said that, they put pressure on mid to try and move up to the top side and get their second turret. There should be a response in turret for MBE. The VCS reps bot mid, now a little bit more open. So BYG should be a bit of a train. This is nice, though. That was a really nice setup. That arrow from downtown was sick. Smell-o-vision for characters like Singe. You guys are getting into it. Die in real life. No. Beyond. Beyond that. Not beyond gaming, just beyond what we should do. That's when technology's gone too far, let's be real. Well, I will dominate cast any more LPL games in future. Well, he did this year, right? Oh, you mean like actually cast? I mean, LPL's over. Unfortunately, we couldn't get him on the broadcast. I mean, Ender's in here. Is Ender still lurking, or has he gone back to Valorant? Is Valorant... Oh, I don't know, dude. I don't follow Valorant that much. But I would like to get involved, so, you know, shout out to Ender. Let's be nice to him, just in case I need, you know, to change games. Yellow-green at the top. My idea, 10 out of 10. Dude, just wait. I want you to quote me in 10 years when it happens. A chaotic American TV show where people became their champions and fight. Yes. You know, Dom was co-streaming this whole year. Shout out to him. He didn't sleep. He's probably going to die 5 years earlier because he co-streamed LPL this year. But that is just the message as ulti comes through. You tell me about the AP damage. Holy moly. That's just with Nash's. But 1116, who previously known as Malan, for you Worlds enjoyers, has to flash away. That was a flash and cleanse as well. And note that Dragon's coming up in less than a minute. So that those summoner pairing and the ulti won't be available for the next fight. But as MBE trying to force around mid, they've got an Ashe who is desperately low on the health bar. And Renier is behind. Looking for the flank here, unwatered for the time being. They've got control wards as well, so they know that MBE don't see this coming. But as Yuki walks in, Beyond Gaming move towards this Dragon coming up in now less than 20 seconds. It's going to be a fight towards River. It's going to be about that poke damage we've seen already from the virus. If Nayu dies, it'll be straight into a 4 versus 5 as Yuki flashes away, but look who's waiting for him. Straight into the open arms of Renier as the ulti hits Maoan, but it doesn't matter. 1116 will now just be able to queue as the hostile takeover. The 4-man Fate's call as well. Puyo sees the MVP performance in his eyes. He wanted the knock-up, but he won't get any more. But hey, it's beautiful enough for Beyond Gaming Academy, guys. It's all you want for Third Dragon. The virus damage, as people in chat are saying, is absolutely bonkers. And now is a nice little Pierce. Is it Pierce? It is Pierce, right? Pierce Brosnan, 007 for Callista's Q. As you know, guys, shout out to Ender came in here. He didn't even reply. What the heck? Oh, somebody get him. Somebody politely get him. Is virus mid-meta? It has been talked about for the last couple of patches, actually. We were actually talking about it in LPL. I think Orcs was telling me a bit about it. Renato ulti sick. Replay time. Handshake starts it off, by the way. But the hostile takeover is a 5-man. Fate's call is 4. 3, 2, 1, and they're out. Beyond Gaming now on Dragon Point. So, I don't know. I mean, I feel like for MBE, the fight wasn't really that bad. But the fact that Renier was so patient that, you know, they didn't know he was there. Good vision by Beyond Gaming Academy as well. Even the early mistakes with the mid lane play, it feels like that's been rectified. Are we staring at Ender again? Yeah. We don't have heart in here, do we? Oh, Ender. Honestly, all LPL casters made. They are. Thank you very much for the supporters. Feng has to cleanse away. A couple of ultis actually out for that as well. My eyes are peeled to 11-16. You know, despite all that happened on screen, 11-16 is close to the Riftmaker, and this Varus damage is a lot of fun to watch. He's holding onto his arrows because no one's stepping near. They're keeping range here for MBE as they continue A-ramming with only the Herald up and available. I mean, ulti comes through a little bit early. The flash onto Fung, but Bala's already used the ulti. The Glacial Tomb is also down now as he almost dies to go in. I mean, Wish is getting whiffed here with Renier saving his own ulti. Puyu's over the wall for Yuki. It's a slice and dice that gets him out of the Infernal Chains. And MBE, once again, a channel down to the health bars. There's enough time for Beyond Gaming to get the Herald off the back of that as well. So, not really the worst move. And now Gold shifting hands. Dragon favors shifting hands. And I feel like this game state is shifting hands as well. I didn't talk about scaling, but even though BYG have got another element as Arrow comes through, I need to pause. The hostile takeover again. It hits 2 members. Does quite enough as Herald still goes down before the Baron spawns. And I feel like even though I would favor the scaling of MBE, AP Varus, I think, changes the dynamic. You have a tank frontline, but you also, going into a Zeri, I mean, Varus is, I think Poke changes game states a lot. Now, hear me out. Hear my monkey brain out. Poke changes game states because I think when we're in a meta that is so heavily reliant on dragons, and especially with BYG controlling dragons, like that they know that number 4 is going to have to be fought over by MBE, otherwise you give over a Hextech Soul, which, again, on something like a Callista, screw scaling, your spacing's going to be so much better. He isn't really pokey one-shots tanks. Well, that's also an important point. I feel like as we're getting a 20-minute Baron over the wall that's not spotted out, I feel like it can change game state a lot because they have to walk into you for these neutrals, and there is still poke, right? Q poke is still relevant if it relies on W coming after the ulti. Maybe it's my read is a little bit different as well. Thank you for the elaboration on our pokers. Baron's just gone. Brilliant move. Ulti still comes through from TNS, but Fate's Call brings him back on in. MBE burn a couple of ultis to try and get over to BYG. Even though they get the Baron, there is no responses, no counter kill. And just like that, the gold is in their favor. The Baron called genius. And I think BYG Academy, I don't know, can they rival LDL and LCK Challenger teams? I'm starting to think they're the best team outside of the major region here at this tournament. Because PCS, I mean, PCS are intermediate regions, but guys, if you didn't watch PCS, I have to tell you, like, bottom 4 PCS teams this split are just nowhere near the top 6. However, the fact I'm saying top 6 shows you the competitive nature of PCS through playoffs. Top 6, I mean, our 6-seeded team, PCS's 6-seeded team was Beyond. And Beyond Gaming made it into finals, and even though they got beaten by CFO, they're still the 2nd seed, so... You know, PCS is getting a lot better. They are an intermediate region. I think while mid-turret goes down and Baron's starting to be utilized, maybe I don't have time to talk about how good PCS are. His ult flash. Oh, means he gets it. What was that? That was insane. That damage was silly. Oh my god. He one-shot him. He literally one-shot him. That was sick. Absolutely atrocious, but boy, oh boy. I know it was a support Ashe, but that was huge. 2 items as well. That's fun to see. I haven't seen AP Varus yet as instant cleanse. A bit of a Captain Jack moment, but the flank from Wiz is beautiful now. He's going to be bailed out, but with the Rend, manages to get it, kites away. Fong is out, and now Renier has the resets. It suddenly gets a bit tricky here as Sky tries to play Zeri things, but still only 2 items, it seems. As Sky kites back, the ulti's still available. I'm watching for 11-16. His ulti's back up and available, gets it, and now he's going to get popped yet again with a shutdown. Going to the Varus, who gets a double. Maoan, now known as 11-16, he's repping his birth date. He's repping his Varus mid. I mean, Beyond Gaming Academy have got a lot of flexing in this game and throughout this. Looking to still go defeatless. Defeatless, lossless would be better. How great is watching this team? It might be an academy team, but honestly, they'd beat the bottom 4 of PCS. Without a doubt. Dude, the bottom 4 of PCS can't even play past earlier. The bottom 4 of PCS, some of them can't play. the game as well. Yeah, that is a little bit offensive, but honestly, it is deserved. Watch the PCS. Let's be real. Oh, is it too dank? You need me to bring you back? You want me to turn myself down a little bit? Oh, I can do that. I have the power to do that. But, look. Sky tried. Ulti hit. And away he goes. Double kill with a shutdown. He now has himself a needlessly large rod. And so, 11-16. Does his Q do a lot of damage as well? Like, just Q. I need to look and see. By the way, probuilds.net not working. Oh, ulti. Again. There we go. It just happens over and over, doesn't it? Ulti at max range. 11-16 is 7-1 and 7-1-1. Excuse me. I was going to say 7-1-6. Not even that many kills going across the board. Oh, man. Let's be real. This Varus mid is looking real good, right? I need to see Varus LOL fandom. I need to see it on the LOL wiki. And I want to see, does Q have any AP? Does Q have... So, it's physical damage, but it does have... So, it's based on... It is based on W, of course. Which empowers with bonus magic damage and missing health. Q doesn't scale with AP, yep. This game's already decided. The damage is funny, right? It's surprising. Good little Glacial Prison. Now Yuki with the flank, but the hostile takeover, that's on 4 as well. Thung tries to kite it out. 11-16 wasn't here. The ulti hits at max range. Renekton dead. How? Just how? Even the auto attacks are doing work as with Blight, the Q is obnoxious. Oh my god, 11-16 comes in, and just like that, it's over. A quadra kill, a pentakill, by the way, for Renier. You know, he has not been a quiet achiever. He deserves that penta, guys. The Viego cleaning up the scraps, and the Varus doing the pog of damage throughout. There's another penta for the tournament. I think number 2 by now. And BYG Academy, it looked close through the mid-game, but then suddenly mid-game became late game at 26 minutes, and it suddenly became over. This team is now 6-0. And look at the other groups. I know the group was different here, but look at the other groups as Nexus is exposed. Will still drop down. Beyond Gaming are the only team to go flawless here in their group. Because their games are done. They've played all of them. They beat the Who You Stream team. They've now beat... My schedule is completely wrong because it says that they were up against Huya. A quick refresh says now MBE. And well done to Beyond Gaming Academy. First seed out of this group. And they pull out the Varus to do it. I said way too early MVP Viego like 20 minutes ago. He does deserve MVP. Renier deserves MVP from that one for sure. Man. What a game. What an absolute turnaround as well. Hello to Pengaro. So, someone came before and said, you know, ADC in 2022, obviously a meme. But, you know, 80 carries not being the focus there. Because simply, after the laning phase, I mean, Renier changed it with a level 2 dive. Malan had a sick performance on the Varus mid. And we now got to see the AP Varus in action. We didn't get to see it in LPL whatsoever. Oh, that's APC. Well, he was mid. I'm talking about Kalista Zeri. I'm talking about the old Kalista Zeri, brother. Whole lot of damage. So their group is I mean, they're done, right? I don't know if I linked this to you guys in the chat. I literally just did. I have the memory of a goldfish. So Beyond Gaming finished their group. They finish it undefeated. And with that as well, are MBE out? I think they might be. It's not updated on... Wait, why? Did Beyond have a loss? No. It's bugged. If you look at Leaguepedia, it is bugged. It says they 1-0'd Huya. They are still undefeated. So they're the only team to do it. And honestly, like you look at 10 minutes to 20 minutes, there was a really good attempt from MBE to come back into the game, but I mean, it was BYG playing hyper aggressive through mid, diving the turret, and then they kind of lured MBE into their own jungle, and the flank from Renier was sick. He might not have the damage numbers, but he gets MVP. Otherwise, yeah, we're riding for sure. So I leave you on that, guys. I mute myself, and I return for the next game. And the next game, by the way, as we look through highlights, I can tell you, is Huya versus DFM. Maybe I don't mute just yet, because we do have highlights. I thought we are going to wait a little bit longer, but, you know, hyper-aggression from Feng and TNS in the bottom lane. This Ashe Zeri never really got to play the game. There were a couple of good Ashe arrows, but outside of that, all you saw was this hyper-aggressive Beyond Gaming Academy that always tried to find picks. So nice to watch this team again. And this was kind of one of the plays, like 11-16, all right, all-ins, MBE getting a trade, and then even though Puyu comes in, I feel like from this point it was still MBE getting what they deserve, which was a leg back into this game. But then what we're going to show you are some of the replays here. Feng with the instant cleanse away, the flash, the flank is good, but the problem is that this 80 carry at this point isn't even the pure focus, and with the bailout it means that Feng stays alive. But then Renier reset after reset, 11-16 comes in off the wing, and I know we talked about him not really being poked, but if he autos a couple of times and then Qs, yeah, absolutely, he's poke. You know, he's poke. Ulti, stacks poke. Ulti gives stacks poke. And so we just saw these moments from Mao, and now 11-16 is just superb ultis coming out each and every time. Even here when MBE found a numbers advantage in the fight and the flank from Yuki, you look at how long they buy, and the Renata hostile takeover does exactly that. 11-16 ulti at max range. That's a Renekton. I'm pretty sure he had some kind of MR. But, you know, Varus in some of these fights was just insane. So, props over to the mid laner. I think MVP goes to Renier, who picked up a pentakill at the end as well for BYG Academy. 6-0 finish. A great way to end this game and end their group. As there you go. It was 11-16. What? Dude, I don't care that Varus got damage. Renier was robbed. Imagine getting a pentakill in your game and not getting MVP. How hard does Renier have to carry, dude? He was a Varus. Yes, he had great ultis, he had great poke, but Renier carried the hell out of that one. Oh. Okay, AP Varus, whatever. Jungle was kill stealing. Dude, Jungle dived at level 2. It was both deserved. I don't know. Jungle dived at level 2. He had clean dives, and Renier had a pretty good setup. So either way, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to go on a break. I'm going to mute, and when we return, we do have the Huya stream team, which is Beifeng versus Dead FM. Let's hope that we finally see Kiana. My God. We need to see it by now. But I'll BRB until the next game draft kicks us off.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
I'm sorry. You know, I've been talking to myself. Have I been talking to myself? I've been talking to myself. I've been talking throughout the whole break. And what I said was, you know, I'm having a sherbet lollipop. I am. I'm an adult and I can do that. And then I asked you all, and I wondered, why is no one responding? What was the first thing you did when you became an adult? Some of you might not be an adult. I am a bit of a papago, that's true. Little bit. Max is on it, you know. I am what I am, Max. Sherbet lollipop, dude, makes me papago. What was the first thing you did? I think I bought grog. I think that was the first thing. I showed my ID. Yeah. Slowly going insane. No. This is me on a regular basis. This is just what you don't hear on LPL because I am, you know, more, quote unquote, more professional. Mr. Nappy's second answer is not going to be read out, of course. I'm not sure if I'm an adult, but I'm 31. If I was an adult, I'd give Bay Fun Kiana too, true. Got a car? Well, I mean, I started driving at 16. I had to get 120 hours to get my... In Sydney or Australia, I guess it's green P plates that we can wear... No. Red P plates where you can drive by yourself. You get your L plates, and I needed 85 hours in 1.5 months or 2 months. And I drove every day for like 2 hours. My parents hated me by the end. My lord. Yeah, the Yumi had to have an answer, eh? No, I'm not. And a Splinter. I'm not giving you any. Okay, I laughed a little bit. Sorting out bank account. That's real adult stuff. Get your first driving lesson today. Come on, why not? Get with the game. I'm 27 now. That means I have to be responsible. You know? Responsibility, like, we have 4 PlayStations. That's responsibility. You know, we have to maintain them. PlayStation 5, 4, 3, 2. I have a Nintendo 64. You know, I once told someone... I can't remember where I was. I once told someone... I'm going to leave the country and the person nameless. That I played video games and I worked in video games for a living. And they said I need to grow up. And someone said that to me and I'm like, you know what? Screw you. I have a career. And that person worked in, like... I can't remember what it was, but I laughed. They worked bottom tier. Buy your coffin. No. I can't read your name at all. It was... I can't remember where it was. People that say that... I mean, they're insecure. Like, you know... That meant... That... I was going to say mentology. Great. Oh my god. I need to get vocabulary before I start talking as a higher up. Yeah. Research notes on... Oh, yeah. Why Not's researching very well. But dude, I'm surrounded by intelligent people as casters, you know, for this tournament. And I just come in and I'm like, you know, I'm just vibing. I like Bei Feng. He plays a lot of champions. We hope we get Kiana. That's my research. Your first paycheck was your cell phone bill. Play-by-play privilege, true. Enjoy your notes in Discord. Street smart. But I hate when... You know, I hate people that say, like, oh, video games are for children, all this kind of stuff. I mean, that's delusional, right? Man, it's... Dude, without video games, I don't know where I'd be. I started... My first ever video game, like, my first ever time playing video games, my sister got a Nintendo 64. Super Mario 64. One of the best games of all time. Still hasn't been beaten. Super Mario Odyssey is still incredible. However, it's still not better than 64. She got it. She didn't play it. And I just started playing it. And man, I played so much. And ever since then, like 8 years old, getting an original Game Boy. Not Game Boy Color. The Game Boy where you could see the parts underneath. And I just went from there, right? Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Blue, Red. And, you know, get Windows 95 playing the McDonald's game. I wasn't old enough for, like, Quake on Windows 98. But I was definitely... What was, like, the first real game I played on a PC? Was it RuneScape? Or was it MapleStory? I think I found MapleStory a little bit later. Game Boy Pocket. Yeah, so RuneScape was definitely, like, OG RuneScape was definitely one of the first. MapleStory came later. MapleStory is still by far the game I've grinded the most. I still think I've played it more than League of Legends. I think it'd be coming close with League. And it's so sad that I feel like I'm, you know, a horrible League player. Bei Feng is playing. Yeah, he's next. He's on Huga's stream team on the left. Well, sorry, there's English only because it's an English chat for some reason. That's how it works. You're a 94. Oh man, I'm a 95. When are they playing? Any moment. As soon as I change the topic. Dude, Neopets? What a banger. I am in OCE server. You know what? Add me. Add me. Yeah. There it is. There it is. You know what? I'm still gold 4, man. Life's hard. Alright, life's pretty hard. I just don't want to be trash. 91. Oh, we're getting older. We're getting a little bit older. And I feel like, you know, coming back to the topic of gaming, man, it's developed so much. Like, kids these days who grow up with games are insane. Yeah, gold 4 and OCE. Play with you, surely. I love how 4 plays was actually not permitted. It's hilarious. Okay, pick and ban. Oh, stop banning Kiana, dude. Man. Okay. What's my main? Renekton. I play Renekton mid. I have an Orianna tattoo. I also play a decent amount of Orianna. I play Ashe support a lot. If we're talking like serious, Ashe support. I'm playing a lot of Rumble support. I think it's pretty good at the moment. And Renekton mid, man. Guys wearing suits. Dude, they're the huge stream team. They got to. Have I seen Ducky's tattoo? I have not. Renekton abuser and still gold. I feel like my lane state is just not good enough. Why is Amumu not loading? Why is Amumu half a picture? It is bad enough that he has no friends. Thank you. God. We get in Italy. That's pretty base as well. Even with a Renekton ban on your own team. I feel like Nidalee and Renekton go together so well. Hell, even like Talia if you wanted to look at mid jungle. Karma, Rakan, Zaya, Aurelia, Ari. You seen... Oh my god, he has all of them? Wow. Wait, does he have a team comp? He doesn't have a team comp. Doesn't matter. Where's his jungler? I want to get Renekton on my back somewhere. Yeah, Rumble support's pretty good at the moment. You're a Nid main? Oh, well, unfortunately, it doesn't get locked in. Xiao can't afford the suit. I've looked at this picture every time and I've wondered, why was he the only one not in a suit? Everyone else wearing, like, the Louis Vuitton, you know, whatever. The real Gucci good suits, Hugo Boss suits in the background. And then, like, Beifeng obviously just didn't care, just put on whatever suit. And then Xiao just didn't care even further. Oh, please do it. Samira, Rel, oh, they've locked it in. Okay, I can't tell because all the loading bar looks the same. Project Renekton, top tier tattoo. True. Okay, thank you, Church. We'll message you. We'll keep you in the loop. Don't worry. Ramira. Rel Mira. Samira. So Samira versus Kalista. That's going to be a fun 2v2. I am talking. Yeah, I'm talking with all of you. It's a vibe. It's a co-stream. Rumble supporters top tier is the first thing you heard. Well, Lee Sin's looking better. Is he not? Didn't some jungles get... I mean, with, like, Viego changing. Has Poppy been changed in 12-17? Samirel. Oh, I'm gonna... Lollipop time. You ready to co-cast? Chat is co-casting. Problem is with the delay. Otherwise, you know, I'd let you guys, you know... Last time, or yesterday... I think it was yesterday, which is last time. I was reading chat as you know... I was letting you guys cast, but the problem is it's delayed. Blue buff being taken was like 20 seconds. You know, after I read it. Oh. Can Japan get their first win? Well, they've locked in Kane. So. That's going to be a big ass, right? The pictures are just not like... You know, it's really hard to get these pictures to load. Well, it's SOFM cosplay, is it? You know what? I'd give you analysis. I'd try. But these comps are just all in. These are close range, close quarters. Every single champion so far plays very, like, plays melee or plays very short range. This is all in. This is like Amumu sets up, Galio dunks. This is like Rel sets up, Samira Silas dunk. Nah dunks, right? Tristana, alright. A bit of range, but wait. Tristana mid? Wait, Tristana top? Tristana top versus Nah. Yeah, okay, DFM, I see you. That's one way to try and get your first win. So they're going to try and win through top, right? That's what I would assume. Kalista top? Well, let's see what changes. Because Kalista top, you're not the Shy. You know, I haven't cast a Kalista top since the Shy. Did he actually bring it out, or was his Lucian top? The reason I said Kalista bot is because Kalista Mumu is the combo. Like, Kalista Mumu is the combo. So, Kane support, Galio jungle. I don't know. Let's find out. We'll get into the full screen and we'll find out together, guys, because this is gonna be a journey. Dude, LJL just need a win. Is this their last game? It is. Oh god. I mean, look, there is still Crest Gaming Act, which is still the last LJL team. But even though Dead FM are out, I think do they control who your streamer's fate? They do. Because MGN can still actually tie. So if LJL win this, then they force a tie, and then the Huya and MGN will have to fight for the final seed in the group. So this is like the time to pick up a win. You know? The time. Alright, volume out. Pump it. And let's roll into this. Lucian solo lane's still good. Well, that's why I said it's not Kalista top, because it's an Amumu support. Okay, let's change it. Amumu support. Amumu jungle. Why is Kane's picture so low? Everyone is standing up. And Kane is literally just like... Kane is like 2 feet tall. And he's next to a Yordle. I'm not too PogChamp. Yeah, too kind. Playing start on the 27th. I thought it was the 28th. Was it not? Yeah. Kane does look small. Even Amumu. He's smaller than Amumu. You triggered. I'm so sorry. Oh, we're in game. Wait, what? Okay, guys, we're in game. I'm sorry. Wait, was that Amumu didn't have Relic, or is it just because they're bunched up? We're about to find out. Welcome to the World Finals, where Dead FM made it all the way through play-ins, and Huya Stream Team have replaced RNG. Both of them have come from play-ins, and no one expected them to be in World's Grand Finals. But here we are, as Tristana is top lane, and Beifeng in game number 1. Ignite goes down. Okay, you guys are going to think that's troll. I know this because I've watched SOFM. Don't question mark, don't lol, don't XD, whatever. You smite because you get stacks as Kayn, but you normally run first strike. Wait, normally you do it with first strike, but you still get more form. However, he's just walked into the whole of Huya Stream Team, and maybe now it just doesn't matter as much. Gets form. Thank you so much for chat, for elaborating and helping me there. Normally you run first strike because you get free gold. You get like 30 gold or something if you do it right. But you still get more form with Ignite. However, he's now dead. So, yeah. SOFM strat. Shout out, if you want to go and watch a YouTube video, there's a really good video on it. If you want a new jungler to kind of like operate, Kayn is a lot of fun in solo queue. I think if you're a good Kayn in solo queue, you win games easy. Well, jungle's now dead, and he's in his bottom side camps, but he's going to be at a massive disadvantage. Mid got the kill. Beifeng literally set up. And yeah, not a great start. But hey, you still got top. Guys, we still got top. Okay. Very good lollipop, but I realized being able to enjoy the lollipop on stream while talking is just not viable. It's just every pause, every piece of dead air just means I enjoy it. Ignite minute 1 is the old mastery where you get 5 AD where your subs are on CD. Oh, he's going in. Lollipop mechanics, okay. Oh, pillar. Means you get to trade a bit more. Further to the evolve. Nicely done. So do you just go red cane no matter what? Like, I'm sure in pro play you'd probably do red cane no matter what, no? You have so much more utility. And especially against this team. Oh, I guess against this team I could justify going blue cane just because you got energy. But you need ranged, right? And no one's ranged apart from Minina and Samira. Blue cane is unplayable. Oh. Blue cane used to be so much fun just running through walls, pressing W like a ninja. Oh, we're invading topside again. And Kane's up. Not going to be able to do anything. Beifang is with a 10 CS lead and the kill. As they walk up here, I think Ruomeng has smite. Yeah, he does. So they know he's on the. They know he's there. Level 3 versus level 4. I mean, the Kane does clear pretty fast. Why is LPL hosted by one guy? Because it's just a vibe. Just a bit of a vibe. Nasudi can get a little bit more to the form here as well if he just Qs W, but unfortunately, he just doesn't want to go for it at this point. Probably was going to run out of range anyway. Sounds like a nightmare, true. I guess, nah, Bruiser. Rel's going to build tank as well, true. A bit of a co-stream. Yeah, the whistle lollipops, right? Splinter knows what's up. The ones you got as a kid and you had a whistle and you were the most annoying boy or girl out there. Yeah, this is LP. This is World's Finals. This is World's Finals. I don't know why you guys are asking if I'm casting Worlds. This is the World Finals. Right? It's hosted from it. I'm in my living room, chilling out, swinging on my chair. This is World Finals. And chat is my co-caster. Exactly right. You're already on it. Tristana's doing pretty well on the top side. And I have to say, this is kind of like the live or die, it feels. As you know, bottom lane for Huya is doing really well. The Rel Samira is 10 CS up. I don't know how this 2v2 goes, but I know it's very dependent on Rel in the matchup, whatever matchup it is. If Rel misses or Rel doesn't do much, then it's kind of poopy. There's a good little trade there as well. Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? Dead FM moved to LPL. Like, yeah. There's World Finals. Big Mac Meganar. We're back into the sponsorship. You know, Gragas would get all the booze sponsors as Flash. Oh my god, he ulted for it. Dude, that was just the best moment of LJL this tournament. Brilliant stuff. No respect here from Sunny Day. Flash ulti, that's perfect. And now Tristana's ahead. The wave pushes in. It's a brittle wave, but as TP gets burned, I mean, you still deny a couple of minions too. So this Tristana is huge. And now, I mean, Dead FM have a lane to play through, but the problem is in this mid 2v2, I wouldn't be confident. Pillar's not that great though, so Pink is not the one who's going to be targeted. As it looks like Nasudi just gets over the wall. You can see Beifang is now with level 6, has the Grand entrance available. Sorry, Hero's entrance. He's a hero. Grand is Rakan. That was a sick play. Yeah, champions like Varus, Tristana, like in lanes where they aren't meant to be, is always so much fun. I think seeing 80 carries top is a lot of fun. You know, just seeing more volatile lane states where they're playing to win lane. You know, we're in a top lane meta where it can be volatile, where we've seen things like Jax, Fiora, and who else? Jax, Fiora, Camille. You know, we've seen more like, you know, scary lanes that can snowball out of control. But I also think, I don't know. I also think we're at a point where top lane is changing enough, right? Top lane's changing enough to the point where some of these picks are falling through, and it can actually decide the game because Herald value is still quite large. Ezreal mid is cracked. But yeah. That's kind of the way, is Toll's sticking around for the plating. Got quite a lot with the explosion of minions as well. He's trying to W over the wall. Nasudi's here to help him out. Now, the Kane has level 6. He can possess, but Sunny Daisy gets Meganar. He ultis, one against the wall, and straight away, the flash from Ruomeng is there to match. Nasudi's now left alone. Abscond brings him over the wall. And with that ulti, Ruomeng makes sure he has nowhere else to go. Another kill over for Beifang, and Huya with a snapback. That's a perfect way to stop the Tristana from snowballing even further out of control. Jungle is up in CS, but now is going to be even further behind from his second death. That's pretty rough. Double Big Mac Meganar. See, Alberta's got the casting gig underway. How is range top a snooze? No, Joshua. The complete opposite, brother, is a flash from Rary. He gets a bandage toss. Now, JG should be dying here with a flash forward. The Ignite ticking over. Pots are enough, and Rary is going to get the kill. It was a little bit janky, but hey, you know, Dead FM is still getting gold on the board here, and hopefully they'll be able to get bot Dragon as well. As we look back at this replay, greeting away for the plate, sticks around for a bit too long, relies on Nasudi who's coming here, but mid actually backed. The Galio wasn't there. So without TP, without ult being in range, it's a 2v3. And a little bit greedy there from Dead FM. That's going to cost them everything when that was their lane. That was their lane. Now, bot does get ahead. You know, there's a good response. Bot gets ahead, and some of the gold's kind of returned. But they're 1,000 gold behind. Dragon's still sitting up and available. And on a team that has a Silas that's 2-0 with an Everfrost already, that can steal the ult and mirror those moves with a Gnar instead of a Tristana, I feel like team fighting is just going to be so much better. You know, you say what you want. I do believe that, you know, for Dead FM, it's reliant on some of those resets. But more importantly, I think it's going to be a lot harder to bring it together when, for who you stream team, they're all in. Just looks a lot better. Almost 10 CS behind ahead. No, but, I mean, did they not get plating? Oh, they didn't, actually. I thought she was able to get plating in the end as well. As yeah, look, Kalista might not be ahead, but if she gets this kill, which is pretty close to doing, she might be. Fate's Call flashed away from, and Xiao is just going to walk out of there with the summoner down. But in the meantime, we have a Herald still in the back pocket of Hu. And we have a Dragon still sitting there and waiting. So, for Dead FM, they're relying a lot now on the bottom lane. Psychology is a needed skill. It's challenger teams like International. Yeah, call it a Worlds for challenger teams. That was no damage, but remember Nasudi's mainly aiming for the Evolve. We're looking bot. Don't know what happened there, but Rary is caught out. He used everything in the last 2v2, so it's no surprise that his roomman comes down. It is a dead Amumu. It's probably going to be first item on the return here for Xiao as well. Still sitting on that Dragon. Nothing's happening. But gold keeps going over to who your stream team. This win as well, by the way, you know, puts them in such a good position to get out of groups. You know, MBE are in the same group too, but for them to get out of groups, they also have to beat Huya. Does that even come down to it? Let's look at the schedule. No, MBE have to beat Huya. Oh yeah, it is just Huya. Okay. Well, Huya win this, and then MBE can tie it up. No matter what. But they have to win. Whereas if Dead FM, you know, win this, I think MBE, like, the decider of their own group fate. It is, yeah, it's all Academy. We're getting Dragon started with Kalista Rain. They're feeling confident, but look who jumps in first. The Silas is huge. Steals away the ulti, and it's a 4-man. He steals Dragon, steals the kill, and Beifeng. It doesn't matter, guys, if he's not on Kiana. That ulti was wicked. A 4-man that seals the deal, gets him another 2 kills, and gets up the Dragons. Ladies and gentlemen, Beifeng, once again, is running his 8-pack. He's literally graded 4 bodies on it. It's the Akali that we saw on day 1, or day 2, sorry. It's the Silas we saw before. Like, this guy is just good at League of Legends, man. Does not give a flying yeah. So, with that, Herald now opens up mid. You guys see the gold at the top of the leaderboard? It's changed to 6k just about as that 4-man ulti has AP scaling. Curse of the Sad Mummy got everything as, you know, even the Samira gets to benefit off this as well. Xiao getting a bit of a cleanup for the final kill. Bot's now ahead. Look at the 2v2. It's just taken over. And we come back and the game feels over. From one play, it's almost 7,000 in the lead. They're trying to hit Sunny Day in the top side, but look at the response here from Rumung, making sure that that 2v1 doesn't occur. Game's done. Game feels real done. Look, even now, ulti against the wall. The Big Mac 1-upper. Sunny Day brings in the sauce. The Big Mac sauce can be bought $2.99 from your local McDonald's. As Pink is going to die. It's a double kill here for the Red Bull Baron Power Punch. Brought to you by KFC. Yeah, that's right. We're cross-branding now as well. We'll watch the 2v2 again. Bates call. Ulti. Cleansed away immediately. Gets exhausted, but straight away into the S rank. And ulti does a lot when he's already got Serrated Dirk and Noon Quiver, plus Vamp. Now Shield Bow as well. I don't know. I don't know what source it was. Oh, that was him. I thought it was Galio ult coming through. So, Nasudi gets Red Cane at just before 14 minutes. Not the latest evolve, but, you know, not one of the best we've seen in pro players. JG with the Magnet Storm. Okay, they have to respect it to flash away immediately. Popeye's chicken. Dude, we don't have Popeye. I don't think Australia has Popeyes. Or at least Sydney doesn't. I think Melbourne might. Ooh, Beifeng 1v1s. He definitely 1v1s. Has himself 1.5 items. They're in Jersey. Yeah. Uh-oh. Spadudios. Yeah. Feels bad, man. Feels real bad. 6-0. Well, this game is done diddly done. Dude, Beifeng is just shredding on him. And meanwhile, the 2v2 has gone horribly wrong, and it looks like LJL will continue to be winless. Dude, the Who You Stream team is rough, and he just used his rocket jump, and he's dead. So, everything's burning, and LJL just sitting in the room saying, this is fine. Knockout stage starts tomorrow. Got beat by guys wearing suits. Well, it is suit diff. It is definitely a suit diff. And Sudi is maybe dead. Maybe. A move ulti. Oh, he's dead. Beifeng is going to die. W, though. Oh! Oh! Beifeng! He's got a Moo ulti. Oh, gets the next one! Beifeng! This guy is wild. Beifeng LPL win. Holy shit. He's just so good. He's just so good. Man, it's not even the first time as well. Oh yeah, I realized it is. Okay, well. I said to Why Not, I was like, hey, you know, it's your first cast, man. You know, this tournament. Like, just obviously don't swear or anything. And then I come in, this 5-year LPL caster. And just, yeah, nicely done. I mean, this was nice, right? We get Rumung helping out, buying space. But then Beifeng kites back, Kingslayer, RW into E. Gets a triple. That was nice. An ambulance, but not for him. Well, Xiaofei Xia is ready for his own highlight reel, but look, here's Beifeng back yet again. The exhaust won't save you. Marimo's going to be the first, but he won't be the last. Abscond Duck is flashed away from naturally, as Beifeng doesn't have flash, but if he did, I think Tolt would be dead. Nar over and ulti for good measure. 9-1-4. I cannot wait to see who your stream team in the knockout stage. Man, this team's going to be fun to watch. Death time is not long enough to end the game, but at 17 minutes, it sure feels like it should be over. It sure feels like it should be over. Amuma gave up. Of course he did. Oh my god, wait. They're just going to try and end. Well, why not? They're that weak at this point in the game as Herald gets a charge. 17-minute Nexus explosion. Don't mind if I do. I better start my risotto. Good 3-man ulti, but Beifeng's still alive and has a hero's entrance. Sunny Day's jumping in so that they can have a knock-up party. It gets Pink as Abscond Duck hits the back line. He goes golden, waiting for the Kingslayer. Under turrets, the minions will save him. Beifeng just won't die without taking on the rest of the army of Dead FM. The ambulance is still getting these prank phone calls because every time Dead FM try and call it for this guy, he just won't get in the back. Beifeng is sitting here. He's not willing to go back with an Everfrost to poke out to get the root and get the Kingslayer so he can live to die another day. They're going in. 18 minutes in. I mean, this should be the earliest Nexus destruction of the tournament, and really earlier than any LPL destruction of this entire year. In fact, pretty much ever. As now for Huya's stream team, destroying the LJL is an obligation at this point. 17 out of 28 kill participation. Beifeng is so good at the game, it's not even funny. Huya's stream team getting to 3. They should be fine as long as they beat MBE next, but that was just incredible to watch him on his Silas. How much fun it is to watch someone who's so good at the game, and how jealous we all get. Hot damn. When are we going to see the Kiana? Cat, you're not the only one to ask. Don't worry, brother. Also, how many cats do you have? You are a cat dad. Is it 2? Is that why 2's in the name? Are you still a cat dad? Is Beifeng playing any more games today? Well, Gel, it's your lucky day because, yes, they're going back-to-back. They're playing next. Their last game of the I was going to say regular season, of the group stage is coming up next versus MBE. 3 cats is too many. Cat Dad has 7? Wow. Max versus CGA in 17. Oh, really? Okay. I stand corrected. Yeah, look, they're perma-banning the Kiana. I don't think you'll get it. What is my name? I'm gonna say hi again. And there I am. I've been on LPL since 2019. I obviously don't do this any other time. Hello. Any other time I'm broadcasting LPL, I don't get to see chat. You know, I look at chat replays, but it's not the same. Obviously, I'm focused on the game, and, like, I have 2 screens, right? 2 monitors. One monitor is champion abilities / patch notes / you know, like, rundown for A blocks. Because in LPL, I don't know if you know this, you know, LPL casters, we run 7 days a week, but we also do all our own A blocks. So A block is, like, at the start of broadcast. So if you ever watch LPL start at, like, 10 minutes to the hour, we do those 10 minutes plus 5, like, usually 15 minutes of, like, you know, content. Like, there's a full screen, stats, B-roll, which is, like, you know, video clips, all that kind of stuff. It is nice interacting. It's nice for me as well. I'm glad you watch LPL. Like, you know, take away from best region, it is the most entertaining region. I think LPL, just like the games, the fact that 17 teams are chaotic, and we've got the rumor out there, we know what it could be next year. I'm not sure what's happening next year, but either way, like, it's always good banter. When are more LPL guys joining? Well, if there are more teams, get ready. Oh, you mean for this tournament? Well, I'm not sure. Why are the Huya stream team potentially joining the stage now? That's an interesting one. You like interaction with the casters? It's never going to happen on a professional broadcast, right? Because, you know, you get lost from the game, and, like, it's never, you know, it breaks the wall, which I love, but also it's a huge distraction, and I don't think it's seen as very professional either. There's so many goats in League of Legends casting. I appreciate the compliment, but look how stacked it is, man. You know, I think Flowers is back at Worlds this year. I'm not sure. I think Medic said he wasn't doing it. Yeah, but hopefully, like, Caedrel's there. Dude, there's so many more. Like, you could name the EU/NA team, the rest of the LPL casters I work with, the LCK guys. We got Chronicler on here, by the way. Where's my schedule? Is he casting today? Do we have old Chronics on here? Is he on today? He's not, because we got Kelsey Moser in later. So we got Mazel after me, and then Kelsey. I'm doing one more. I'm doing the last game of this group. Machine Lyric Dagda. Yeah. I mean, they're OG, man. They're OP. Changing the game. Not quite, man. Not quite, Ecobe. Not quite. Monkey, meanwhile, just dealing with not being able to. It's okay, you know. It is ill. Flowers on home turf. Yeah, man. What a legend. Yeah, good to see. Yeah, Kelsey's coming back. Remember, I actually casted with Kelsey this split in LPL. It was good. Man, good perspectives are amazing. I don't have cats, actually. I have where, you know, we've got a dog. We've got Bailey, who's 12. I don't have a cam, so I apologize for that. As we look at the replay, look, we're going through the highlights of the game. If you missed out, it was a little bit more explosive in the early game. It was closer, right? The solo kill from Toll was pretty exciting, but I feel like Rumang, you know, made a bit of a diffy in the jungle iffy. I should have just said jiffy. Being a caster, I should be better with words, right? Co-streams are fun, yeah. You know, Demacy Cup this year, later on, like it'll be in December. He's hoping, you know, there's a broadcast for that as well. I mean, I love getting involved. It's so much better when it's co-streams and like Demacia Cup, we vibe as well. It's usually on one of the LPL casters' channels. But now that I have like LDL co-streaming rights, I wonder, you know, if there's, you know, there's any other tournaments that come through, because something like this was last minute. I love that there's other tournaments for challenger regions of the East, and there's an English broadcast, right? Yeah, and we got lots of fish. We went to the aquarium today. We got a hell of a lot of fish. Mid-jungle duo stomped. Yeah, look, Beifeng, I think deserving an MVP if we have to give one. Yeah, I've been co-streaming LDL this split. It's been a treat. I put up some of the videos to YouTube, like some of the Fearless. I was really upset when they didn't do best of 5 Fearless, because I feel like it would have been a natural transition. But yeah, MVP's Beifeng. Look at him. I think with this MVP, we get him a better suit as well. The guy needs to be repping the Hugo boss, because he bossed this game for sure. Forget the damage to gold. Just watch some of the plays. That's all that matters. Beifeng, well deserved. Yes, the LDL did play Fearless, which is the single pick champs. So game 3, no matter if you won or lost, you cannot play the comp you played, or the, you know, any of the champions you played from game 1 or game 2. It was real good. There were some really good games where like there were adaptations, and I want to see more of it. So he's hoping, you know, LDL adapts that for, you know, next split, and we just see it a full split, because it was only half and half. Bit janky where round robin, best of 1 for the first half of the split, and then BO3 Fearless for the last half. It was just a weird transition. Great format. I love additions like that in League of Legends. Folks, I'm going to throw to a break. When I return, we have Huya jumping back on stage. They're going to be versing MBE to decide this group, and then I'll be hopping off. So I'm going to get started on my risotto so my lovely fiance can eat tonight, and then let it burn as we get into game 3. Let's hope. stove. So, you know, I'm going to aim the mic over there, and I'm kind of just going to shout. And we're just going to, I'm just going to turn myself up a little bit. And we're just going to shout. Okay? And while I'm talking to you, I'll tell you about this next game. So, the next one, is it loud enough? Because I'm not burning things, and I've got to make dinner. So, this last one is a doozy. It's not a bad game. But look, MBE don't really, you know, it's going to be a rough one. Now, I can't really see chat. Barely. What about now? Oh, dude, now it must be horrible. Now that must be dog poo. You know? Are you going to cook while you're going to take over? Are you sure you don't want to do the casting bit? If you do the casting bit, I can do the cooking bit.
What do you need me to do?
I need you... Okay, so now risotto goes in, right? Risotto in, bear risotto, right? They can hear us, by the way. So say something incriminating. No? No. Okay, so risotto goes in the pan.
No water.
No water. No, you just gotta... we normally have butter, but we only have nutlets. So I don't know what we're gonna do. So put a bit of nutlets in there. And then with the heat, so the heat's off. So we've got to turn the gas on. Bit of olive oil, bit of white wine. Oh, God, it must be loud for you guys. Hang on. Why is there... It's alright? Okay. Well, we're not in the pick ban yet. So, I'll tell you guys. Because I'm sitting here and I'll talk you through. Alright, love. You need... listen to me. So nutlets in. So turn the stove on. And then... This is World Finals, by the way. This is important. Volume was fine. Oh, that's good. Yep. Now. Yeah. Put a little bit of olive oil in. That's fine. So heat up the pan first. So put it on high. And then we put the arborio rice in. So no rice in yet, yeah? Because we've got to let the pan get hot before we put the rice in. Anyway, go. Yeah, no, you can use Shaoxing. Chat, what do you reckon? Do you think we can use Shaoxing, like Chinese rice wine, instead of white wine? You think we can do that? What do you think? It's in the fridge. We're doing risotto. So I'm doing a mushroom onion risotto. Maybe we'll put a bit of saffron. Yeah, that's the Shaoxing. Yeah, you are hearing risotto. Why are we still not in the pick ban? What's going on? Oh, no, but not yet, though. Sorry. Oh, okay, that's fine. You didn't put the rice in yet, did you? No. So let it come to, like, you know, let it heat up. Oh, we're in pick ban. Oh, well, then now put the rice in. If the butter's burnt, is it brown? Yeah, that's fine. Isn't that a bois noisette? Shaoxing tastes nice with risotto. Okay. Are you controlling the scene? Not at all. I'm just waiting. I'm just chill and vibing, and now here we are. Do a decent, like, cover like a thickish layer. Yeah, that's nice. That's enough. I don't know how much is in there. Hey, tell me. Yeah, oh, that's a hot pan, and you're bringing it near the mic. Yeah, that's a good amount. Oh, dear Lord, you're wild. Oh, my God. Oh, I wish we had a camera. Jeez. Well, this is my last game. You know what? It could be in permanently as well. Draven first pick is kind of baller. You know, Callista's open, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, type of wine doesn't matter. That's true. And so once it gets hot, so you want it to be see-through, translucent, right? So keep the heat up, like hottest. Yeah, keep it on high. Keep turning it, yeah, until it's translucent. Then put a bit of Shaoxing in when it's really hot, and it should kind of like bubble. Risotto's hard. You got to keep going. Yeah. Okay. Guys, bot's important. Here you go. Here's your analysis. Bot is important. Who you stream team are ballers, and they got Silas. I mean, Silas first pick, I completely understand. It cooks through the heat like the butter. The butter mixes through it. That's fine. Get the olive oil bottle and put a decent amount of olive oil through it as well. Now that the pan's hot. It's not about League. I'm mixing in League of Legends with cooking. Cooking with gamers is definitely my next content piece at some point. Cooking for gamers, sorry. Gamers don't cook. HY is not out of groups. They need to win this. If they don't win this, they go to a tie. They actually tie up, and then we have tiebreakers at the end of the day. It's not just about risotto, it's about life. If they win this, yep, they are. This is the decider. Have you ever seen a gamer in the kitchen? I don't know. Didn't LEC, didn't one of their teams have something about it? Not this. You're a gamer, you're in the kitchen. Did you put heaps of olive oil through it? Hey, do you want to sit here and just talk for a minute? And just cast. This will be your first pick ban. You played Lux. It's not going to be picked. It's fine. Just say Lux won't be picked, and people will say you're a genius. Okay. Well, we'll work on that, guys. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. In the meanwhile, I can tell you one thing. With the double jungle ban, yeah, Lee Sin's kind of like a limited test, isn't he? Java not available. Poppy's not available. Wukong. Vi. Speak for yourself. Oh, is that Nidalee locked in? It is. Okay, Nidalee with a melee mid laner. Makes sense. Top. I'd probably just... If you have Camille... Oh my god, don't pick Camille. Aatrox is open. Oh, is Camille okay into Aatrox? No, shouldn't be, right? Doesn't Camille get slammed by Aatrox? Yeah, we're putting garlic in a second. Don't use all the butter, though, because I want bread tomorrow morning. Oh, no. Oh, the butter's gone. Leave the corner bits, and I'll scrap it for some Vegemite on toast. Oh, okay. Yeah, use it. Whatever. Aatrox is open. I do not think... Camille is okay into Aatrox like a gamer is okay into a kitchen. Oh, so it's horrible. So, Ruomung had a really good last game. I think it was a Trundle game. It was pretty clean. But Nidalee, you know, dude, you have double melee solo laners. Always good. She's got set up in both these solo lanes as well. I think we're going to be talking a lot more about sides than we thought. Bot-centric here for MBE. Using Galio, Camille. I mean, you have flexibility, right? Free up the mid 2v2 and then just move. But Silas lane plus having Nidalee set up is kind of rough. Dude. Yeah, you heard Vegemite. Oh, didn't you hear the accent? Vegemite's good. You just need to put little bits on it and then adjust. Okay, so now put a bit more Xiao Xing. Okay, this point. Oh, that's good. That's good. Sizzle. Good sizzle. Bit more. You didn't really put that much. Put a bit more. And then we have to start putting in the stock. We haven't made stock yet. I realize this is a discrepancy. We need to make a bucket load of chicken stock, and we have not done that. Do you hear it? Hear that sizzle. All right, guys, good luck. All I can tell you is that this draft, I think blue side draft, MBE, like, it's not the Draven Naught pick bot is fine. First pick Draven, whatever. But the fact that you opted for Camille into the Aatrox matchup when you have Nidalee, which is like, your bot is going to get focused. Top. I don't know. Hear the sizzle. So there are stock cubes up there on the left-hand side. Yep. Now, you can pick, if you want veggie stock or chicken stock, you pick. I would go for 3 stock cubes. Each one makes about 4 cups. So I would I'd fill the kettle massively and put 3 stock cubes into a big stainless steel bowl. And then, yeah, and then it will make like 2 liters of stock. Yeah. All right, guys, welcome back. Last game. Please eat. If you need to eat, just eat. You can eat. Look, if you have rice and you have either a meat or vegetables, boom, you got a meal. Do it. Yeah, screw League of Legends. So you can also, I would say, turn the stove off in the meantime.
Oh no, it's all stuck together.
If it's stuck and it's burnt, like, we don't want it to burn because there's no liquid in it. So just, that's fine. That's okay. Put a tiny bit more Shaoxing just while the heat's dying down. That's all right. We'll have to work it out. Hang on. Oh, it's okay. I have a quick chat. Oh, that's fine. No, that's fine. I would Alright. Guys, update me. We've got an invade. We've got a 3v3. Okay, it's actually happened pretty quick, and JG's just down. That's the first Draven kill. But the response is better considering we have a Callista, and Rend is now off for cooldown. Sky's going to be next. It's a double, and you know what? For MBE, it might have started well, but I've come back from cooking in the kitchen, from looking at the risotto, and I tell you what, MBE do not look anywhere near as good as this risotto right now. That's 1-0-2. Three kill participation start here from Rumung. Oh, man, that's a rough level 1 versus Italy. Bot was like the lane that you'd probably hope doesn't go as badly as the rest of the map. And now, oh, the spear almost connecting. Would have been from bad to worse. I feel like you have many options. A spear. Oh, the abscond. That was a janky one, wasn't it? But it still worked out. The big stainless steel bowl has been pulled out. Now, at this point, we're waiting for the water to boil. But when the water boils, expect there to be a bit of a 2v2, or sorry, 3v1 in the bowl. Now, there are 3 vegetable cubes, 1 pot of boiling water, but it might not matter. It's down in the bottom lane in the meanwhile. I think this 2v2 looks a little bit more spicy. Good setup from JG. The cleanse not going to do too much. And look, I think he's just dead again. Wait for the Rand. Wait for the Draven. Damage? Question mark. Oh, he gets it. A cash in. Actually a shutdown. Very meaningful as meanwhile, Rumung is just getting beaten by a stick. Goes back in. That was close. Dude, I respect every part of that. The fact that almost worked means it was close. MBE are back in the game. Somehow, MBE are back in the game. Hey, love, what a MBE? What a MBE? Men, right? Yep. What's the B? Yeah, MBE. Men. Yeah, B. Men are boring. What? Men becoming enemies. I don't know. We stretch for that one. We stretch. Men are boring. Sorry, guys. That's okay. Sometimes we know as this 1v1 is happening again. Look, a jewel from a trundle. What more can you kind of expect? Is this is going about as well as I thought it would in the top side. Men becoming enemies. Well, at this point, I think Baal has got his work cut out for him, but does he even really care? He's doing pretty good. Hookshot was just silly. Why? Why would you ever do that? That last turret shot also, that's going to hurt. All Rumung has to do is pounce, auto, just Yuki. Oh, the misery. Men being erotic. I did read that out. Oh no, that hook shot. This is a clown fest. Last game. You want to come and cast yet? No, you sure? Okay. This is the chance. You have 1,900 people watching you. You know, they all know we're making risotto. They can hear you cast League of Legends. But I know you don't want to cast League of Legends, but it would be funny. You know turrets, you know minions. You know the Nexus.
只会眷顾等待的人。
And that's it. That's it. Hey, that's all you need. You can say words like whack. You know Jackie Love. She knows Jackie Love. That's all we need. You know Jackie Love. Oh my god. That's why we're getting married. Oh god. My mum knows Jackie. Everyone knows Jackie Love. He's a threat to men everywhere. Oh god. I think Bala's just dead again. This is a fest, but it still goes back to HY. I love how everyone knows Jackie Love. Dude. You know, Donald Trump probably knew Jackie Love. Let's be real. Any world leader. I was gonna say, you know, Queen knew Jackie Love. Yeah, rest in peace, but, you know, you'd have to think. You okay over there? Okay. Well, gank top going. I mean, this is what happened. You picked Camille into Aatrox. Aatrox was available. You decided to blind Camille. I honestly think you don't have everyone to blame but yourself. I am drinking beer with my cat. Well done. Oh, God. Everyone knows Jackie Love. Yeah, the Yumi person is borderline. Mo he's right. He or she's riding the fence. We've been riding the fence with a lot of the comments, you know. Nice. Can't make that click. Nice. So now with the chicken stock, hang on. Pause League of Legends. Chat, you cast for a bit. I'll take over while I do this. So now with the stock. So yeah, do get a ladle. Get a ladle. So yeah, it's much better because we're gonna ladle it in. Yeah, this is solo queue. I mean, look, they picked Camille, and the early invade went horribly. Now they did bring it back somewhat with bot lane, but I just don't think you're ever gonna be able to play this Camille. And I think Beifeng probably gonna be the quietest, right? So yeah, put the risotto in, and then we're gonna, once it's covered, just because of it was on there a long time with the heat, we're gonna mix it through, and then we're gonna put the heat back on, but we're gonna put it on low this time, and we're just gonna let it simmer until it heats back up again. Nice. Dusty's getting into it. Look at chat casting. Look at you guys go. Keep going. Doing better than me. What's happening now? You do want to cast, don't you? She just said something's happening from the top lane. Well, actually, it's bot. You know, get it right. If you were here casting, you'd know. That heroic entrance, good. Junglers, yeah. Jungle just died. How did you know? Very good. I mean, chat's casting it just fine. I wish we could have, you know, Brian. You know, text to sound Brian would be awesome. I just realized Xiaofei Xia decided not to participate in that little ruse in the jungle. There's good timing here. But Sunny Day has himself pretty close to an eclipse. It's double Dorans and a longsword. This guy has, you know, he's literally getting like $500 a week, and his rent's $480. He's got $20 to spend. 1v2, I don't think he can do it yet. I think if he had Eclipse, maybe it's different, but good shutdown, goes to the jungle, unfortunately. So you put it on light, on low settings, the stove. Yep, okay. Hey, you know there's an Auto Assault mid from Beifeng, who's actually on top of Wiz, and the depth charge was used. Abscond Abductor, I think was already started off this combo. So it's not going to be anything further, but this is a dive in the making. I'd dive this. Look, the way this game's gone, the solo queue-ness, I think so. There's a flash immediately. It doesn't really work out, but with the Fate's Call, I think you turn it quite easily. While we're now in a 3 versus 4, but 3 versus 3 after the shielded round comes in. Xiaofei Xia going to be the target, and the AD is now down. JG helps out getting the trade kill, but look, you're in a 1v2, and you have to just run. Bala is trying to do everything this game. Props to the Trundle, man. He's trying. Is he okay? Bailey, come here. Come here. We need this is the perfect cast for a camera. It's such a shame we don't have a camera. You know, I could look, MBE don't have suits. Maybe I could go over them. You know, this whole stream team all wearing suits except for one person. And I have to, you know, they had an interview with him before, and I have to ask, like, why did they not give him a suit? Everyone else in, like, their Hugo Boss $1,000 suit. Yeah. Camera in the middle of the screen. The egotistic cast. Don't forget about the bot CS lead. Oh, true. That's a... You reckon it's enough? You reckon 40's enough? What do you reckon? 10 more? Make it 50? Well, we are going to have a 3v3 down here. And look, Galio. But Silas also can steal the Galio ulti. Remember, Galio doesn't actually have his ulti. So if Beifong gets in here, he will be one of the first coming in. But they're just going to peel away. The fact that the game is 3k, only 3k after the horrendous start is pretty impressive. Look, it's a pretty impressive comeback, right? This game shouldn't be playable. Flame Horizon o'clock. Yeah, it will be for multiple lanes. I mean, look, jungle's almost double. Remember that a Flame Horizon is 100 over, not double. But yeah. Please let Bailey cast. Oh, I would. I tried to get him. He sniffed the microphone yesterday, but didn't do anything else. There's an engage. Uh-oh, Spadudios. They are not living this. Sky's like, I just want the gold. He wants something. 2 more kills. At least Herald gets a charge, but suddenly we're at 4. But remember, every time they are not top, MBE will lose more. Because it's an Eclipse versus Sheen, and Eclipse is just going to destroy this Camille. Again, they picked this, so. LJL is going to stay... Sorry, not LJL. This is a VCS. VCS have wins. It's like, no, wait a minute. Knockout's going to be solo cast? I don't know. We're trying to work out on getting duos. If they are solo cast in the end, then, yeah, it will be a little bit more serious. Naturally, we're going to have better teams. So, I'm not going to be cooking risotto for the best of 5s. Put it that way. How is it going there? Can you make sure the heat is on low, please? It is? Cool beans. Is it just simmering? Is it bubbling? Is it still stuck together? Oh, nice. What a win. Okay, now I think he wins the 1v2, though. Ulti early. Needs to ulti early. I think he's actually used a Q combo, so as he flashes away, gets a dunk. Needs it on Yuki. Needs it on Yuki. He doesn't hit the sweet spot, but gets the passive. But that wasn't enough. Okay, never mind. Meanwhile, hello, Beifong. Dredge line, auto. Whisk. Oh, punch. Punch, Kingslayer. Beifong. Almost out. Oh my god, this guy. I think he could be the best thing since Mars Bar decided to come out with the Mars Bar. Everything else they've brought out hasn't been great, but Mars Bar, whew, what a new high. What else does Mars Bar do? Let's Google it quickly. Do we have time? Yeah, we do. What else does Mars Bar do? I mean, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Well, he didn't win the 1v2, but he sure as hell put on an effort. Beifong obviously didn't respect. He could have walked out, but he had to go back in, dude. He had to. Why not? I mean, to be fair, the 1v2, it came close towards the end, right? Good step down. Kingslayer in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived with the Justice Punch Q. And then he wanted the Chain Lash, but Wisp walked towards him, so the second activation didn't kick off, guys. MBE, Mars Bar Enjoyers. Oh my god, it writes itself, doesn't it? The best thing since the first Transformers movie. The best thing since the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie. The best thing since... Dude, the best thing since Dogs. You understand the assignment. Well done. Fate's Call, going to be used. Oh, double knock up. There's the Magnet Storm, and that AoE is just beautiful. The Attract and Repel sets him up, but look, there's no one with it. JG's over the wall. He's flashed on, but that means the Gallo's not going to be here if HY close the distance. At the very least, it is 1-0 in MBE's favor, but Wish shielded Duran. That's a 3-man. That's good. But, dude, look at Sky in the backline and look at the Aatrox, who hasn't been challenged all game outside of a 2v1 gank at the top side. Wrigley belongs to Mars. Wrigley? Who's Wrigley? Oh. Oh, well, what else did they do? Put it in the chat while they walked back in. I think Herald was already gone. Nayu should be dead here as well. Look, there's low health bars. I'm kind of wondering why MBE decided to go in. Sky flashes in. That's Jackie Love for you. It's not Jackie Love, but look, there's a lot of Jackie Love moments. He won't lose a grand final, but he will lose his chance of going to a best of 5. So props to MBE for feeling the energy, but this one is a done doozy. Jungle seems to be griefing. It's so funny because I think Jungle was the one person who wasn't this game. Let's be real though, the draft kind of sealed the deal. You know how people back in the old days used to spit in their hands and say, let's make it a deal? That's literally like HY did that, and then MBE decided not to spit in their hands, and the disrespect caused an all-out, you know, shootout. And like in the Western, I don't know if you guys have seen The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. What a classic. Have you seen The Good, the Bad, the Ugly? She's looking at the fish tank. She's not even answering me. This is why you need a mic. Do you want to get mic'd up? Well, I can't do that anyway. This is our living room. This is not a studio. My analogy that time wasn't really out of 10 out of 10, but you know what I'm talking about. 5 gum, airwaves, hubba bubba. Ah, even Skittles? Cool. Well, okay. What's a chocolate tier list? I think for me, S tier is Kit Kat. Dude, I love the Kit Kat. Crunchies are the best. Do you guys have, I mean, we've got a global audience, so I'm not sure if they have Crunchies. Are Crunchies Australian? Yeah. We're seeing some good, bad, ugly plays this game. Apparently, you can't say ugly in chat, so I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. It's a coach stream. Tim Tam, yeah, also a banger. Peanut Butter Cups are the Reese's Pieces in America. Yeah, I've only had those like twice in my life. They are very good. Crunchy in UK, it's a banger. Oh, hell yeah. Snickers. Dude, I love Aero. I know a lot of people don't like mint and chocolate, but it's very refreshing. Fistful of Dollars was better. Yeah, the music score in both of them, well, wasn't it, hang on, pause a second. We're going to go out the old-fashioned way, huh? That Magnet Storm, beautiful, by the way. But as Beifeng goes golden, the Hextech Ultimatum is just not going to do it. Beifeng's alive, and he decides to go back in. He was about to die. To be fair, the Kingslayer probably would have brought him back to life as MBE have no chance. It is a sunny day for them, isn't it? The Huya Stream team are going out to knockouts. We knew that before, but look, props to the VCS Challenger League for putting in the hard miles in a game that was seemingly lost from the start. They doubled down. They tripled down. They quadrupled down. They pentupled down. They sextuple down. Is it sextuple? And maybe it's not sex. No one say sex. Septuple. Octuple. 9-tuple. I don't know what 9 is. Oct. Nocturne. Noct. I don't know. Octuple. What comes after that? What's 9? I think it's 6-tuple. 9. I don't know. Not too sure. Have I tried Whittaker's? Have you got Whittaker? Have you? Fiance used to live in Canada for a year, so there was that. Did you have all that chocolate there? Do they share a lot of chocolate? Some. Decatuple, hextuple, quintuple. It's hard being smart, isn't it? I wouldn't know. Okay, he's dead. Now, look, Huya are going to end this game at some point. It's a 10k gold lead. Guys, this is deciding group number C, I believe. Is this C? Yep, group C. And then all we have to do is group B. But I have to say, if you stick around for the rest of the broadcast, group B is literally EDG Youth, Max, who have BBD, who have an insane roster. We also have EDG vs Max as our very last game. It's 2 a.m. for me. I will not be awake. I'm not crazy. But for all those other gamers out there, how good is the next 6 games in a row? Like, there will be some bangers, and Mazel and Kelsey will be able to take you through it. As Huya are just dumpstering on people. Look again, the Aatrox has had a free lane, a free game, and it's not going to be as quick as the last one, but it is definitely going to be more bloodthirsty. They didn't get... I'm probably not going to say that right. He's a Katarina OTP, is he? Oh, it would have been nice. Number C. Yeah. Not non-tuple? Oh, wow. Best car. It's just a vibe. So, I pretty much explain it every time, but, you know, Asia Star Challengers, like this invitational, not only group stage, but this tournament, you know, is challenger for, is like the challenger leagues of 5 regions. PCS, VCS, LJL, LPL, LCK. And essentially, they're getting like some English broadcast time, which normally wouldn't happen. But also, they're getting a bit of showtime when Worlds is coming up soon. They picked the perfect time. Props to whoever organized this tournament at the very least. Like, the timing's good, as maybe JG's timing's not too great. Actually, this all-in is better from MBE. I think they win this fight. I actually think they win this fight, depending on Beifeng. Wait a minute. Wait a hot minute. Shielder Duran, but everyone's gone. They've abandoned him. He's dead. That was so good. But maybe a little bit too deep after the couple of picks. So now it all goes to the Wolves again. And that actually just might be game. Props for the setup, but maybe just not good enough. Maybe just not good enough. Why is Whittaker's so expensive now in Australia? I can't even say it properly. I don't know. A lot of foreign stuff is. I'm trying to think what chocolate could be better than Kit Kat, Tim Tams. Not too sure, but I will say Beifeng, he's got the energy, doesn't he? Well, who you're going to move on. We're all pretty happy because who your stream team, you want to see them in a best of 5. You want to see if Beifeng can actually get his hands on Kiana sometime this year in this tournament. Who your stream team, get through. I mean, just like the Korean stream team, right? These guys have been surprising. I actually cannot believe the stream teams have come in and been so successful together. I guess, you know, challenger tier players versus, well, Challenger League, where a lot of Challenger Leagues, I remember the bare minimum being D2. So, I don't know individual ranks. I'm not going to speak on their behalf, but you never know. Hey, is the risotto, is it the stock gone? Is it been absorbed? Oh, yeah, and then you keep adding. Oh, she's got it. She's got it. The risotto's okay. She's been looking after it. It was so good until it was not. Yeah. You know, you give some respect to, you know, MGN Box Esports. Like this VCS Challenger team. They had some pretty fun games. And even this game, even though it felt pretty thrown away, not only draft, but the level 1 invade, you know, doubling down and so on and so forth was nice to see. Do the stream teams have coaches? I don't think so. Maybe a risotto stream. Yeah, get the cams out. That'd be nice, eh? That'd be real nice. It is 12-16. It is indeed 12-16. So, again, this tournament running before Worlds, I think a bit of a godsend, right? We have nothing in the way of competitive play, at least if I'm not forgetting something. All 24 teams have been confirmed for Worlds. People are going over now, boot camping, so on, and, you know, Worlds starting a couple of days after this tournament is great. Any good series I've watched recently? If you're a fan of the original Karate Kid movies, Cobra Kai is just so good. I've been loving it so much. Like, it's a big flashback for me. I think I always wanted to learn karate or other martial art because of Karate Kid. I also just loved all 3 movies, even though the first one was, of course, a classic. But Cobra Kai is a nice little flashback. It's weird seeing them as adults, but definitely I'd go and check it out. No spoilers in chat. Don't be rude. But, yeah. Who your stream team? The level 1 invade. That was kind of it, eh? Fun Australian life tip. Do not swim with wild kangaroos. Yeah. Well, in the wild, they kick pretty hard. I guess if you're swimming, would they try and drag you down? I don't know. I don't know if you're an Australian or you're passing that on. I'm just not sure. In what situation would you be swimming with wild kangaroos? Can kangaroos not swim? They can swim. I mean, but surely they can. All right, Google search. Hang on. Can't even spell it. Oh, we asked our Google. They do. They're good swimmers. Oh, I stand kangared. Oh, no Googles. Okay, Google, stop it. We should have got Alexa. Oh, we should get more Alexas. No way they can. Drop bears. Sounds like the most Australian thing ever. It actually does. They some reason swim. Yeah, Cobra Kai is a good watch. I think before, if anyone wants to watch Cobra Kai, go watch the original Karate Kid. It's much better than the Jackie Chan and Will Smith's son's version. Like, that's good as a standalone movie, but you cannot beat the first Karate Kid. So yeah, that's the wisdom I leave you with. Thank you very much for people for standing me for the past 2 hours. It's been a pleasure as always. I will be back on the knockout. I think I'm actually doing tomorrow. We're going to see if we can get a duo going tomorrow. But if not, it'll just be me running through the best of 5. And I think because I'm doing the first one, it'll be Group A. So I'll be doing FPX Blaze versus Team Flash. Whoa, that could be a little bit juicy. So it is a pleasure, and a pleasure hanging out with you guys and, you know, doing a different kind of stream. I love that this group stage was so casual and talking to Twitch chat. Yeah, it's something we'll never do on the LPL, but it's nice that we can do it with this tournament. So thank you again, and thank you for all the support. And Mazel will be coming up right after this to join you. So it's bye for now, but not forever, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy Mazel.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
让我们欢迎 MAX 上单 Garvey 打野 Kenny Chen 中单 Mad ZZ ADC 霞光以及辅助星魔。再次感谢他们的精彩亮相，有请他们走入比赛的对战席。接下来，让我们一起来看一下我们的 CGA 战队。上单 Momo 打野 Fanahui 中单 Kakun ADC 米兰以及辅助 Primo。好的，双方战队都已经准备就绪了，接下来时间我们赶紧把画面交给我们的二位解说。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. I'm Mazel. I'll be bringing you the next 3 games in a row. It's going to be a fun night as we have already gotten to hear from Why Not and Hysterics, so big shout-outs to them. But here we are. It is Max from the LDL versus CGA from the LJL. And we already see Max on the blue side banning away the Poppy, the Vex, and the Ornn. First picking the Lucian. Then we'll have the Draven, Callista, and Renekton banned away by CGA as the response picks were the Ahri and the Vi. And we get the obvious choice of the Nami coming through here for Max, as well as the Taliyah. So very strong combinations already coming out from the LDL squad. Hope everybody's having a great night so far. It's been a long stream already, but we got a long night to go. Potentially some tiebreakers at the end, hopefully. So we'll have some good gaming League of Legends going on. We did get the Aphelios last pick for first phase of CGA. Not too shabby in that opinion, especially with the late game carry potential there. Still, honestly, prefer the Lucian Nami. Love the up potential, but Really, really appreciate the late game insurance policy the Aphelios brings. Now we do have the Wukong banned away by CGA, as well as the Lulu banned by Max. So we'll see a little bit more of that combination for the Aphelios taken off the board. If anybody's just now tuning in, wondering what the Asia Star Challengers Invitational is, it is now the premier invitational developmental tournament for the Eastern regions, where we have the LDL from China, LCK Challengers from Korea, we'll have the LJL, as well as the PCS, VCS, and 2 invited streamer teams, one from Korea, one from China. And all in it for a pretty hefty prize at the end of the way, but as well as some bragging rights here. And we are in to the Group B deciders here, and now we're in the second phase after seeing that Trundle band and the Renata band. We get the Nautilus pickup for CGA, and the double pickup for Max will be the Aatrox and the Sejuani. So no double melee solo laners themselves, but at least they will be able to have a little bit of strength. That Talia roam power. We do see the Aurelia hovered here. Do wonder if it's actually going to get locked in. Would be interesting, especially with Garvey's history on the Aurelia. But love to see it. We get the strength coming out, the gauntlet thrown down from CGA. And it should be a tough task here. Now I do want to go through the Group B standings right now, as we are getting into the deciding matches for it. It's double round robin. So at the end of the first round robin, now going into the second round robin, EDG Youth 3-0 in the group already. Max are sitting at 2-1. Red Force sitting at 1-2, and Crest Academy, which is CGA, is going to be 0-3 so far. So definitely a tough hill to climb for CGA, but something definitely possible. And if they're able to kind of take a win off of Max, definitely evens up a little bit of the groupings here. It should be a fun game. Loving the compositions that we have. Also love to see the players on screen. Obviously, the LDL teams getting to be at the stadium. And love to see their faces on screen. Get a little bit of player interaction. But I hope everybody's having a great night. If I'm not cooking risotto, I can't cook risotto for right now. I'm in my bedroom. I know Hysterics just he's one-upped everybody. I don't know. Nobody can cook risotto at the computer. But as we get into it here, the breakdown for the compositions, love to see some of the meta picks. Love to see the gauntlet thrown down in the top side for CGA. But again, CGA backed against the wall here. Really need to start making some ground up in the second round robin for themselves. And can do so with a lot of the pick potential they have in their composition. Especially looking at that mid-jungle synergy. Trying to find if they can get an early advantage in any way, shape, or form, because Kenny Chan definitely going to be looking for as much influence as possible into these lanes, and really looking at how Max pilot this bottom lane. Yeah, I don't know how I can cook in my room. I can go get my rice cooker and bring it up here. I can't. Can you make risotto in a rice cooker? I don't think that's possible. I feel like my ancestors would slap me. We need to cook. Well, we're cooking up some good gameplay here, all right? We're cooking up some good gameplay here in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. And again, I think it's going to be heavily present when we see both junglers' starts, where those paths are going to kind of lead them. We'll see the early level 1 stun by Primo. Is that a GG mentality diff right there? I don't know. You tell me. Ooh, we'll get spotted out on the ward, though. Nicely placed there, and we'll start seeing the aggression on bottom lane from the Lucian Nami. Obviously, really want that level 3 spike before things really turn on for them. He still can get some pokes in. We will see pathing down towards the bottom side for CGA. At least trying to get something going there. I was surprised that Kenny Chan didn't want to like try to potentially go around and circle back down towards bottom side, but can be looking at this mid lane as well as getting a little bit of pressure there onto meds. That level 2 mark there, a little bit scary as Primo can decide to go and get the trades down. Ooh, seismic toss. Shove. Seismic toss is Malphite's. Seismic shove. Actually, interesting pathing here, going around the tri-bush with that Vault Breaker. Won't be spotted out just yet. No pings coming out either, and the stun comes down, initiating that engage. Now, they're going to have to be careful. Primo getting very low himself, but now they don't really have any burst damage. That dredge line flashed out of, and the gank goes a little bit wide on the bottom side for CGA. At least you get a little bit of presence there. You do get the flash, you get the ignite, but now you get the re-engage. Nice flash there, but the Gravitum locks him down in his place. Primo will go down first, though. And now we'll see Vault Breaker used, but Flash does go wide, and unfortunately, that means the damage back, the bubble, everything goes back, and a huge outplay for Max on the bottom side, across the map, too! They got a dive on the top lane tower, and Momo went down. This is catastrophe for CGA. Oh my goodness. Well, hopefully we'll get a replay of that top lane play, but just like that, yep, perfect timing. It is absolute bonkers. And Max are able to get ahead like that. They just use everything at their advantage. I mean, knowing that CGA are hovering so heavily bottom lane, knowing that Momo has nothing up here. And if you can get the Aurelia down earlier, it feels rough in the lane. And Garvey, you know, having a lot of experience himself, will be able to pilot that beautifully. I mean, yeah, there was no chance. There was no chance. Well, now they got to find a way back. It's very difficult, I feel like. We were talking about a lot of like pick potential with their composition. I still think that there is that potential, but now with the strength of the bottom lane, strength and top side, Kenny Chan can kind of just pick and choose, especially around this mid lane, maybe even get meds ahead a little bit more, but focusing around the objectives too. Really, really, really rough stuff. I'll see. We'll see if we can get a little bit of reprieve down bottom lane at some point. It's going to be a little bit difficult. We'll see mid lane, Kenny Chan trying to make it happen. Not level 6 yet, though, so still missing that crucial engage tool. We'll see now, CGA probably punishing bottom lane. I don't even know if they do. The damage is there. He's got the dash out now as well. No Vault Breaker available for CGA. There it goes, but it's not the AoE damage you need. Now maybe back on Primo. Primo's dead! This is just a gap in bottom lane. One more auto attack will finally get the shutdown from Milan. But that now has to change our attention to top side of the map as Momo flashing out beautifully. World Ender will be popped by Garvey. He'll be tanking up the tower. Maybe one more tower shot too much, but it's not enough to take him down. And yes, CGA get on the board with 1 kill in bottom lane, but they are losing out. See Garvey get the back off there in the end. Dragon is being taken by CGA, so at least they have some objective focus here at the end of all the chaos. But 3,000 gold deficit is not something you want to write home about, especially less than 7 minutes into the game. We've had some quick games today. That's what I find really interesting. Some very quick games. find out next time on... I like it. I like it. Kenny Chan going for an invade here. Pretty good stuff in terms of keeping up that pace and that top side of the map. I mean, he's got such a strength up here in Garvey now. Momo trying to make that not so. The sweet spot's still available there, and now Momo is kind of overextended. Is level 6. Kenny Chan not having that Glacial Prison just yet, but Momo trying to stack up, trying to keep stacked. Might get baited into a fight. See if walks right into it. Yep, and level 6 came through as well. So goodbye to Momo, and hello to Garvey, who is now 2-0. Very close to that eclipse now, I'm sure. See Primo setting up. There's a pretty heavy level discrepancy here, though. And Red's just about to fall off for Milan. Now we see Max taking max advantage of their surroundings by taking out the jungle camps. And you know, if you're winning, you gotta win harder. Max is LDL. They're the 3rd seed of the LDL. So we'll see Max taking a couple jungle camps here as well as the red. 8.5 minutes in, feels good. Jungle nice guy. Kenny Chan. And Kenny Chan, as we speak, is going for the Rift Herald. Max just gave this entire side of the jungle beautifully to their bottom lane and denied the entire invade from CGA. That's also the Rift Herald now finished, so they might just even go for tower topside. They're bringing meds up as well. The question is, do CGA win this dive 3v2? For me, the answer is probably not. Oh, re-engage from Primo, not going to hit. They might have overextended here, though. Vault Breaker into the cease and desist. Moonlight Vigil does go wide. So rough engage, that's a throw up of the thumbs up by Max. You now have 4 members of CGA down here trying to catch them on transition. They're feeling pretty confident in standard tower, though, and that's actually huge. So 4,000 gold lead for Max already. You see in the player cams, they're having fun. A little bit of smiles, a little bit of laughing. That's what you love to see. Next question is, where's the Rift Herald going to come from? And especially where we can find our next action for CGA, who really need to find a way somehow back into this game. We'll have another dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. Seismic shove does not connect. Gets a hit with a big old rock to the back of the head, though. CCGA actually trying to move out and get some vision down, too. So not too shabby. Don't know how long it's going to last, though, unfortunately. Getting kind of close to needing to use this Rift Herald. And Kenny Chan definitely hovering around mid and bot, so kind of leaving Garvey up there with the advantage that he's gotten. I mean, he has the Mythic, he has the Eclipse. Maybe looking to go bot. Milan is just dead! Glacial Prison didn't even matter. He didn't even need it. Kenny Chan was like, oh my god, you do so much damage. That's a double kill. That's a tower. Rift Herald's going to go down. This bottom lane lead is ginormous. And they can just snowball this into a tower, into a dragon, maybe even to tier 2 if they keep up the pressure. But got to expect the response from Milan and Primo going to be very, very swift. See if they actually catch them on the back end. Okay, so they'll get Shelly down. Shelly will die. Seismic shove, actually. Thought it might do enough damage, but Meds hasn't gotten a lot of help. Guess who has gotten a lot of help though? Ooh, nice charm into the culling. That's huge. The shutdown. It was so close. The thumbs up. Oh, nice onto. Oh no, that's enough damage. The Moonlight Vigil to turn around. Milan with the Moonlight Vigil. That was actually a really nice little shutdown there going over. And capitalization of mistake onto Max. So we see CGA actually starting up the dragon now. See them try to take their second dragon in a row. Kenny Chan might try to go over the wall and steal this one. He gets in a little early. He does not smite it in time. CGA get it, but what about the fight after? Because Garvey is here and has decided to just take down Primo. On the exit, though, I think Milan has the right idea. Just try to push through because they are completely surrounded. I don't think there's a way out of this one, y'all. We'll see CGA fight their way out. The pack was started. You get a couple shots in from Milan, a little bit of AoE, a little bit of damage, but Max are able to pilot the fight. Nicely done. Kenny Chan even gets his own kill in the end, and Garvey will eventually chase him down, hopefully with the World Ender. Makes him fast enough. We'll see Zimo on the other side as well. The speed from the... Oh, no, the bubble was too good. The bubble was too good. Garvey gets the kill. Garvey is 5-0 now, and it is 12-2 with a almost 9,000 gold lead for Max. Pretty sizable advantage. All mythics completed. No mythics for CGA. Wait, what? All right, Garvey, I like it. The tower was almost dead, so why not? Cease and desist goes through. Garvey, you might have bitten off a little bit more than you could chew, or did he? Or did he? Oh my God. I don't even know what to say anymore. We're watching a masterclass from Max right now, and specifically from Garvey. Like, what a Chad. The dude just TP'd into a minion under tower to take a 1v3 where he had like 200 health left. And somehow Giga Chad survives. Holy cow. Okay, well, a little bit of an overstay by Max. I'm still reeling about that play, and maybe they get punished for it. At least a big shutdown going over to CGA. Doesn't do much to that 10,000 gold lead, though, and Kenny Chan taking Shelly, number 2, and gonna unlock even more, right? Meds is getting to the top lane tower himself. That'll be all the outer towers now taken by Max. So we'll see how that all unfolded. Sweet spots everywhere. He gets down to like 300 health, then gets the healing back. The flash out from the Momo ulti. My God. What a guy. What a guy. Well, 16.5 minutes in. We'll see them pushing down this tier 2. Sizable gold lead here. Max might be turned around on, though. A lot of damage down with that bubble landing at perfect timing now. Momo trying to get in on the backline. Garvey going onto their backline, though. CGA, they just get picked apart one by one. That's a double kill for Meds. And Garvey is under tower now, and he's hitting those sweet spots. And that could be, and that is, just an ace for Max And that's just mid-lane pressure aplenty. That's Rift Herald down and 2 towers, an inhib, maybe even more. This is a domination from Max in Group B of ASCI. They're going to get the inhib. Kelly will go down. No dancing for you today again. But they have all they could ever ask for. It's Christmas all the time if you're a part of Max. And with Dragon up in 45 seconds, they don't have a single Dragon, but I expect them to fight over it. There's no point not to. So we see CGA tried to come in with the flank. But this is what happens, kids, when you go up against somebody with, or a team with 10,000 gold over you. This is what happens. Oh, Max. They've already found more kills. Garvey, now in some trouble himself. Doesn't have the World Ender. Has the healing, though. Might not survive this time, though. Milan goes down. The seismic shove is there to help out a little bit more for Max. And Kenny Chan goes right back in on Milan. And Milan will go down to another double kill for Meds. With this Dragon spawning right now, Kenny Chan has to back, but Weaver's Wall is coming out from Meds to catch out the rest of CGA. Oh no, he misses the rocks, but doesn't matter in the end because he's just so big. He's just playing around with his food. It is just a smorgasbord for Max, and they're pushing tier 2 in the bottom lane now. We'll see this game quickly get even further out in front of CGA. The TP is now coming in. Yeah, Momo's just caught out again. Tidal Wave is there. Garvey didn't even get a chance to get an assist, but he really wants to push up the pressure, as they just have a little bit more to put onto the topping of this game. Again, just domination here. 19 minutes, 20 seconds in. They're under the Nexus towers, just taking them down. CGA, they just wanted to find a win. They wanted to find something. An early catastrophe across top and bottom lane did not lend them any favors. And went up against the LDL third seed. They will take another loss to them, as Max improve their standings here. They'll go up to 3-1 and take a win over LJL.A. The victory screen feels oh so good. And we even get the bows because we got them in person. It's going to be a banger. So, using the strengths of their composition, drafting the Lucian Nami. Just grabbed the Lucian first, knowing that they could just grab the Nami in second. And piloted it beautifully. Got the 2 kills early on. Bottom lane. At the same time, Garvey and Kenny Chan got the topside gank under tower. And it was pretty much the same story, all she wrote from there on. And you can see the attempt from CGA, right? I thought their composition was actually not bad. I did like the Vi Ahri combo. The Aurelia, a little bit bold to take into Garvey. But I thought their bot lane was pretty set up until that that early death. And that's where it all went downhill. All went downhill. We should have some highlights coming up here very shortly. Maybe even a gold graph. Shouldn't be too long. That was the first game of the second round robin of Group B. And what a game it was. Look at that damage. This was an early game, 20 minutes. 20 minutes and 6 seconds. And yet we had Meds doing almost 19,000 damage. That's actually a pretty steady gold graph. I would climb that hill. I would climb that hill. So Max will again improve their standings in Group B, trying to make a vie for the first seeding going into quarterfinals. We actually get those replays now, and yep, this was the one moment that CGA thought they had Garvey, but guess what? He's an Aatrox, and Max were very, very far ahead at this point. And again, you could see the ideation of CGA every time. But you got to do those fights and those decisions when you're at a, even gold state, not 10,000 gold in deficit, not more than 10,000 gold in the deficit. This time they did get Garvey, so just saying, they did actually get the shutdown on that. So. But in the end, it didn't matter. Meds was so big on Talia. Called it out when it first got drafted. I think the Talia is just so strong, especially from LPL, LDL. Love to see it. And put the finishing touches, cross the T's, dot the I's, that sort of thing, onto CGA. Almost made it to a 20,000 gold lead in the end, which is actually insane. Did they make it to a 20,000 gold lead? No, they didn't. They did not. I do believe we should have MVP coming up very shortly. But after that, should be all she wrote. Should be all she wrote. Well, Crest Gaming Academy, they will drop down to 0-4. No possibility of getting out of groups now, I believe. Ooh, and we did get the MVP of Meds. So he got 8-0-10 on the Talia. Not too bad. Almost 31% damage percentage. Will be his first MVP. Great job, Meds. Great job. I personally just really like the big brain gameplay. That's going to be it for my first game casted of the night. We will be back shortly, where we have Nongshim Red Force versus EDG Youth. You're not going to want to miss it. It'll be a battle of the Titans here. So we shall be back.
Delta、ADC、Jiwo 以及辅助 Peter。好的，那接下来呢，我们赶紧有请今天的 EDG.Y 登场，有请。让我们再次欢迎 EDG.Y， 有请上单 Solo Kill 打野 Monkey， 中单 Seku、ADC、Leaf 以及辅助夏木。再次欢迎 EDG.Y， 有请他们走入比赛的对战席。好的，那么双方战队都已经集结完毕，接下来我们赶紧把画面交给今天的二位解说。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with the Asia Star Challengers Invitational Group Stage Day 3. Got Nongshim Red Force versus EDG Youth. LCK Challenger Series versus the LDL. Should be a very, very fun one here. As standings on the line here. Group B's round robin, second round robin has kicked off now. And both these teams definitely wanting to make some waves. I mean, EDG Youth already 3-0. Not feeling too shabby here. So let's get into it now. As Red Force will be banning away the Draven, Callista, and the Trundle on the blue side. We'll get the Sivir, Yumi, and the Lucian ban by EDG on the red side. Get the Silas first pick into the Zeri LeBlanc. And then responded to with the Aphelios Nautilus. So we're getting some very strong meta decisions here from both sides. Seeing some booms and busts of the LeBlancs. But we all know Zeri does Zeri things. Also been really liking the Zeri Braum combo just because of the quickness of stacking the concussive blows. It's been really, really good. And now we're getting into the second phase here. And as we do, want to go back over what we're doing here, what this is. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. First time we're getting this version of the tournament. And it's the premier invited developmental teams from the eastern regions, the LCK Challenger Series, the LDL, the LJL Academy, PCS Academy, and then VCS.B, as well as 2 invited streamer teams, one from Korea and one from China. It's been really fun so far. We are at the final day of groups, so this is the final group to be decided over the next 5 games, and it's going to be really, really fun. Right now, just sitting at the standings, we got EDG Youth at 3-0. Max just won a game, so they're at 3-1 now. Nongshim Red Force, they are at 1-2. And Crest Gaming Academy, 0-4. Now we're in the second phase. We saw that Jax ban. We saw the Sejuani ban by EDG. We'll see the Wukong ban and the Graves ban as well from Nongshim. And then they actually go ahead and grab the Aatrox for EDG, and the response right now from NS is Renekton and potentially the Vi. I actually would like the Vi here. You always love to have a lockdown tool against the Zeri, but they're going to go for the Poppy, another very mainstay jungler that has a lot of presence, but as well as just a lot of strength. We'll see what the last choice, at least for EDG, will be. Agreed. So far, good drafts. Loving to see what we got going here. It is the Vi pickup for EDG Youth. So Monkey going to be piloting that one. Should be very interesting into the Poppy itself, I think, and into that composition. Just wondering how you exactly pilot those catchouts, but it's definitely coming down to the mid-jungle duo, it feels like, for EDG Youth. Putting a lot of eggs into that basket, which can, obviously lead to a lot of strength. I think the bouncing between the top and mid solo lanes will be super important for EDG. And on the other side, you just have a beef ball comp with a late game insurance policy in the Aphelios. 200 years, if anybody knew that. Should be a close-knit battle, though, between these two teams. It's been really interesting to watch. EDG kind of just come out and smash people. I mean, some difficulties here or there, but especially with this composition, it definitely feels like they are opting into mechanical play and outplaying rather than anything. Yeah, apologies for the technical difficulties on Twitch. Appreciate you all still chatting with us. If you want to talk, maybe I'll respond every now and then. Because we got games to watch, we got games to have fun with. We still got 5 games on the night, and here we go into the game between Nongshim Red Force and EDG Youth. A battle for EDG Youth to stay undefeated. Could go 4-0. Starting off the second round robin. But Red Force definitely looking to make a challenge because, they are challengers. Ha ha. But here we are into the game. We got a 20-minute game last time around. I believe before that it was like an 18-minute game at some point during the day. So let's see what happens. I'm Mazel. We previously had Hysterics. And before that we had Why Not. Shout outs to both Hysterics and Why Not rounding out the day, but it's been fun already. We got through one game, and I have 2 more, and we'll be handing it over to Kelsey Moser. Should be a fun time. Ooh, first strike on the Silas. Interesting. Interesting. And also the lethal tempo on Aphelios. Maybe I'm just not. I'm not hip. I'm not in the know. But I like it. We'll see. At least going into top side. Solo killed. Definitely, you know, giving some aggression early. I feel like as the Aatrox should. We'll see trades back and forth for both sides at least. We'll see how this mid lane matchup goes. Again, I expect there to be a lot of influence from jungle in that mid lane. Dredgeline gonna miss for Peter down bottom lane. And definitely looking at the two mid-jungle duos, as you already see Sylvie heading down into the mid lane. Try to give Fiesta some help. This jungle duo, nice little flash. Does have the steadfast presence there as well. And looks like Siku will be able to get away. Trying to get as much as possible there. Does get the flash out. Be flash for flash. See if Fiesta can punish that a little bit later on. Now we're looking where a Monkey wants to go next, especially as we see a ping going down towards the bottom side. Scuttle Crab trying to keep as much of an effort down there as possible. Will Solo Kill finally live up to his name? I guess we'll find out. Peter using Peter Parker Spider-Man angle to get out of there. How perfect is that, by the way? Peter is playing the Nautilus, using the spider hooks, and getting the Dredgeline on to leave. It's a lot of damage. The Ignite already burned down as well. The Calibrum shot doing a little bit more work on the back end of it. That is both Cleanse and the Flash out of leave. Now we'll see Monkey going back towards the top side. We'll be getting the double Scuttle Crab. The invade coming out from Sylvie. Trying to find the Gromp at least, as it does spawn in just a few moments. I want to see if Monkey goes back towards top side. Or goes towards top side at least. There's a lot of pressure down bottom lane though for EDG to deal with. As Sylvie will get spotted out in the end. From that ward. And they're just keeping up the pressure down here. That Infernum, a little bit of AoE, clearing that wave really easily. And this is all under vision, but this is tower plates going down to Nongshim Red Force. That's 2 plates already. And you love giving that gold over the Aphelios as well, especially when you see the likes of the Zarya across the way. You're also, you know, decent amount of CS up. Say after this wave, about 10. Or less. But still a lead that you'll take all day. Fiesta gets a little bit of chains put onto him. Not going to find too much afterwards, though. Still has the flash available. The flash advantage in mid lane there. Uh-oh. Solo kill's in danger. Don't get solo killed. Solo kill. Yeah, bot lane ain't going too well for EDG so far. And it's definitely looking like they need to have some proactivity somewhere, somehow. They do have a little bit of a CS advantage for Monkey in the jungle. But we'll see how that ends up actually affecting them now, as we do see Monkey trying to go back towards mid lane. Flash is still there for Fiesta, though, so you have to be really careful. They go back in, though, as a trade comes down. Both junglers show up. We know The Stefad presence is right there. The charge into the wall as well. Monkey is in a lot of trouble here. Needs to try to get out as quickly as possible. The heal is not enough there, and that's enough to get Nongshim their first kill and first blood. See if Siku can actually get a little bit of trade back and forth, but Monkey overextending there, and the 2v2 working out for NS. Oh my god, Sylvie's gonna stay here as well. Oh, it's enough! Sylvie gets the kill! Oh, NS are up 2-0 with some heavy punishment around mid lane right now against EDG. Well, that's a pretty strong early game from NS. There's not much that EDG can do. I mean, they have a lot of strength in the scaling. Still really, really would like to see the mid-jungle duo thriving if they want to get any advantages. Not going to happen now. It's going to be very difficult. And solo kills starting to have a little bit of trouble on top side as well. You can get the question mark Blitzcrank coming out from Fiesta. He's mental gaming right now. And now Monkey will be just hovering back around this mid lane. We do have Dragon up. We have Rift Herald #1 coming up as well. See if they actually turn and go for one of these objectives early on. Bottom lane push is just so detrimental to EDG. See a lot of pings coming around the Rift Herald now, though, as both teams kind of positioning around that way. Won't potentially have influence from EDG's bottom lane. It actually looks like we might actually have everybody joining the fight. I was wondering if maybe Jiwoo comes this way, and does look like he's coming up. So could just get, you know, a 5v5 fight around this Rift Herald, which I'm here for it. And we actually see Sylvie starting up the Rift Herald first. A little bit of vision will spot them out, though, in the transition for EDG. They have a little bit of vision themselves, but they don't have any, at least, eyes on a couple members from NS. This is really good positioning from NS here. See solo kill in the back end. They want to go for this one here. The Rift Herald will turn. Keeper's Verdict comes out beautifully done. The Glacial Fisher is a nice separator, though, for EDG. And Monkey is coming back in. The Glacial Fisher was stolen by Fiesta, doing a little bit of the same for themselves. Rift Herald secured by Nongshim. Now, this is where EDG might be able to punish, but Nongshim just going straight for the dragon. Leave having to use that cleanse immediately, and that puts EDG on the back foot for this dragon take if they Nongshim want to take it. Looks like they actually don't. They're going to go towards bottom lane. Keep a little bit of a hover here from Sylvie. Could also just use the Rift Herald here. It's very close to being able to just take first tower at level 6 available for Monkey. He's thinking about going, but now Sylvie will show back, use that Rift Herald. Couple auto attacks on the tower will ensure that the tower goes down. This will be first tower for Nongshim Red Forest Challengers, and even bigger gold lead given over. That's 3,000 gold in the lead at 10.5 minutes. No dragon needed, is what these teams say. We just go for the fights, go for the big objectives in the turrets. Try to get as many of these plates down as possible. Hope everybody else is having a good night, as Siku might not be. As His clone gets popped. Timo thumbs up from Fiesta, and Fiesta is absolutely domineering this mid lane. Obviously getting some notes from Chronicler, who's also been doing ASCI with us. Shout outs to Chronicler. Sylvie and Fiesta, definitely the highlights here. Looking at that combo, especially trying to find advantages themselves. And we've seen them hover that mid lane so heavily and outplay Monkey and Siku. Couple times now. So looking back through it, we do still have a pretty heavy CS lead for Monkey in the jungle. But across the board, Nongshim Red Force Challengers still do feel like they have a lot of the power in terms of decision making. Fiesta gets collapsed on, though. Sylvie took the long way around. Might still make it in time, though, as a lot of healing coming out from Fiesta. The keeper's verdict is not enough to save his teammate. And now Siku goes right back to where he was with the distortion. And we'll actually see the dragon now taken by EDG Youth. So capitalization on a big mistake from Nongshim Red Force. They will have Dun Dun up in the top side getting some plates for himself. They'll get the TP out from solo kill. But we get the 2v2 in the mid lane now. The bottom lane has been broken open. So Leave trying to farm up as much as possible. And trying to complete these first mythic items. You have the Everfrost for Fiesta that's been completed for a little while. The Chem Pump Chain Sword for Monkey, but besides that, still waiting on a lot of those completions. Now Siku, he's going to find Sylvie on the wrong side of town. Ooh, flashing out of the Steadfast Presence just in time. What a Chad. So we're starting to see some of the outplays coming through for EDG Youth. Some of the punishments onto the mistakes of Nongshim Red Force Challengers. We'll see how that continues. Let's go back through a recollection of what we've seen here. Group B in the ASCI. It's our last group to be decided here in the second round robin. EDG Youth, they lead the way 3-0 before this match, having just beat Nongshim in their last series. Max having already won one today. They are at 3-1, but if EDG win here, they will maintain first. And can be very, very difficult for Nongshim to try to make it out of the group if they lose here. That being said, there's still a lot of game left to be played. That gold lead's still going to be about 2.5K in the favor of Nongshim. Was about 3,000, hovering around there. So it hasn't gone down too much. Fiesta getting invaded on by Monkey. There's the cease and desist as well. He's taking a lot of damage, and Vault Breaker in the end doesn't connect. You have the cease and desist now taken from Fiesta. Peter coming up here as well. That was very close from EDG Youth to try to capitalize on that one, but don't find it. And that CS differential starting to hurt Sylvie. You need to be proactive. You need to be getting a lot of influence. You do have the Frostfire Gauntlet now, so a lot of strength in terms of tankiness. Got to see the pickup in continued possibilities. See turret plates, 5 on the bottom side, 2 on the top side for Nongshim Red Force Challengers. 1,120 gold. Whereas EDG Youth, 0 plates across the board. That's where a lot of that gold lead's coming from for NS. So we see a little bit of adaptation here. Trying to move EDG Youth with Monkey towards the mid lane. Keep those solo lanes strong. That's going to be EDG's approach for the rest of the game, it feels like. Sylvie and Fiesta, though, still the primary duo that we need to keep an eye out for Nongshim. They will be taking the Rift Herald number 2 here. So very, very strong Rift Herald objective focus for Nongshim. We'll see if they want to just go straight top and use that. Try to bake out that tier 2 tower up there. But as you say in chat, a little bit of cooling off for Fiesta. Haven't started very, very strong, especially with that help from Sylvie. has petered out a little bit. Not Peter from bot lane, but petered out. We'll see if they can maybe rekindle some of those flames as they're 3-manning Siku in the top side of the map here. Steadfast presence come out. You're not getting out this time. You didn't have flash, huh? You didn't have flash, did ya? Fiesta picks the kill. Gets 2 now on the Silas. 0-2 for Siku. Solo kill and dun. Trying to go at it now themselves. I don't know. This is a little bit dicey. Does use the slice and dice to get out of there. One more sweet spot connects, but that's it. The chain, not enough to bring him back. And as we see here, next dragon spawning in about 30 seconds. Wonder if we get a little bit more priority on that for EDG.U, trying to go 2-0 up in dragons, get some objective control under their belt here. We're starting to see those mythic completed across the board. Get the Ludens in mid lane for Siku. Got Leave completing the shield bow as well. Have the Gore Drinker there for solo kill. Across the board as well. Everfrost already had been done. Gore Drinker. Gale Force. And here we go. We got a little bit of a fight brewing as the Rift Herald gets used in mid lane. Getting engaged from Peter. A little bit zealous there. Got the Unbreakable out, though, from EDG Youth. We'll see the Rift Herald actually collapse here as Monkey was just trying to separate the side. The focus is onto the Rift Herald. The charge goes off. Not going to get the tower, but back onto the Dragon focus now. If Nongshim want to fight this, feels like they are decently comfortable. Have the Glacial Fissure from Fiesta that was stolen away. But EDG Youth, they're willing to just kind of give this pressure up. They want to keep the side lane pressure with Siku. Defend this mid tower and give over the dragon to Nongshim. So Fiesta will make sure they don't get the free tower in the side lane. It'll be TP'd 2 while Monkey goes for a bit of an invade. Glad to see the counter map play from Nongshim, though. Oh, but he might be in some trouble now. Cease and desist. The chains are there. He goes golden. He has teammates coming. He has the TP now coming out from Dun as well. You see the blast cone. He's waiting. There you go. He's out, but the nice flash from Peter will connect the dredge line. And now it's Monkey who's in trouble. He saved Siku, but he cannot save himself. And that's all 4 members there from Nongshim to take him down. Peter kind of nutty with it. I'll say those dredge lines kind of nutty. And just like that, as you say, chat, Fiesta back in form. 3-1, has gold bounty on him now. Will take this tier 2 tower in the side lane. Solo kill, trying to get his own for EDG Youth, but they're going to look to work on the tier 2 tower. Or tier 2, rip, in the EDG top side. Maybe some of those minions going to be pushing up there, but get a replay of that one. They tried so darn hard to get Fiesta. Glacial Fissure connecting in the end, buying a lot of time after the Everfrost connects as well, but Peter with the dredge line there, predicting the movements, and then everything after that is just a grouping of 4 people against 1. And that feels bad. We have seen Zeri carry before. Zeri is a scary carry. Again, the words that to live by. Zeri does Zeri things. But I still think a 3,000 gold lead, 20 minutes, 30 seconds in. Nongshim will be pretty happy with that. Again, if they lose here, the group is very difficult for them. They might not make it out. So you've got to expect a lot of pressure to try to make it to the knockout stage here, especially try to give EDG Youth their first loss of the tournament. And it's looking good right now. They just got to drive it home. Here comes the keeper's verdict just to buy a little bit of time, buy a little bit of spacing so they can take the tower. And easily said and done for Nongshim Red Force Challengers. As they are getting pressure in the side lane. Again, that's EDG's play here. That's what they want to go for. Just playing towards the side lanes as much as possible, staying away from the 5v5 for now. At some point, you're going to have to expect that they change that mentality, though, because they're going to need to start fighting over these objectives. You can see some picks trying to be there. Monkey is trying to use the cease and desist. Won't do it. They're playing pretty aggressively here as well. I think that's super important for them. Again, just trying to find picks. Caught in transition, not caught in translation, is what they're trying to play through. Again, we are in the second round robin of Group B. Siku trying to get the outplay here onto Fiesta as well. Throws up the Yumi. Whoops. Don't know if that's necessarily what I wanted to do. We do have second item completions coming across the board pretty much as well. Got the Frostfire Gauntlet completed for Monkey now. Got Lord Doms and Phantom Dancer respectively for the ADCs. It looks like we're just going to have a pretty hard farm-heavy game going into the late game. Hi, I am Mazel. Unfortunately, I don't have any control over the game sound, but I hope you enjoy the tithings of my voice. And we are going to see, potentially, EDG taking their first loss here. I mean, it's still a long way to go. 4,000 gold lead for Nongshim, though. A lot of objective control, a lot of map control for them. A lot of team fight potential for them going into the late game. Obviously feels really, really good. Fiesta and Solo Kill on the same team would be actually hilarious. Alright, so EDG moving in. Try to contest this dragon here. It's our first dragon of the Infernal Soul. We'll see them try to burn it down a little bit fast here. Nongshim right around the corner, though. They got to be a little careful. They have Siku on the backside. The cease and desist comes out from Fiesta. The dragon is the focus, though. Keeper's Verdict hits out Xiaomu. But it's the dragon coming down now in the end afterwards. It's the re-engage from Monkey. He's going to go down. The dragon taken by Sylvie. The World Enders popped by Solo Kill. The sweet spots are not connecting, but EDG, they might have just found it. They're being able to find it, but Jiwoo, he has red and white. You got to be a little bit careful. Leaving Siku going over the wall, though. The team fight. Zeri doing Zeri things again. It doesn't matter if you have a lead. It's Zeri, and she takes the fight every single time. Nongshim Red Force will get aced in the end by EDG. They had a 4,000 gold lead. They were on the precipice of burning down EDG's first loss. And now they see it completely swung the other way. It's Baron to EDG Youth. How does this happen? How does this happen? Oh my goodness. It's Baron. It's a fight win. As you said, chat, it's a clean ace. Somehow, some way, EDG Youth find a way. And we got to look at that fight one more time. Starts out Keeper's Verdict. Not able to get Monkey out. Monkey survives, goes golden. Look at Leave stacking up this entire time here. Keeping the stacks up, keeping the damage down. The AoE, they start grouping up. The Solo Kill sweet spots doing work as well. Jiwoo's not able to do much in the end. And it's just the mobility from EDGU's composition. The draft diff coming to bear here. What a way for things to turn around. Honestly, impressive stuff. Just barely grabbing that gold lead here for EDG. It's now going back and forth, but from a 4,000 deficit, you'll take that all day. And now with the Baron buff for another minute and 50 seconds, they have a lot of playthrough. And more than likely looking to break down this mid lane tower. They are going to be working on it. The cannon minion at least doing some work there. Now EDG Youth going back to their 1-3-1 style composition they've been playing for a majority of this game. They did, however, lose the dragon in that fight. I mean, they took the fight, which is huge. But now NS are on 2 dragons. And something to definitely watch out for as another tower goes down for EDG. Fiesta really wanted to get the stop at the back there on the end. You just always have to watch out for the scrappiness of EDG Youth. So back into the mid lane, we got the 1-3-1, a Bruin. I guess it's a 1-4 now. And they are just taking down the tower so quickly. And Siku's able to get a little bit of damage down on the poke end of things as Leave. The rest of EDG Youth going towards top side. They're trying to punish Dun Dun. But it is another tier 2 going down. Siku. Oh, Peter. Spider-Man didn't hit the web today. He didn't get it. Don't know if Siku would have died there anyways, but in the end, would have been a nice little bit. We do see at least Nongshim getting a little bit of reprieve in the end. They're going to get some resets out at least for Jiwoo. Hopefully get third item completed here and get ready for yet another fight. Try to go up to Soul Point with Dragon 40 seconds away. IE has been completed, so the Aphelios will be rocking third item. But you're about 3.5 items in now for Leave, and Siku might have just found Fiesta. Does so much damage with the chains. The chain from solo kill not connecting there. It would have been 3 chains. And I'm now looking at EDG trying to collapse a little bit on Nongshim's decision here to pilot towards bottom side. They do spot out Monkey in the end on the side, so knowing something's amiss. But the play is to push out bottom lane, try to get back to this dragon. See, dragon started up by EDG. They did lose the last dragon when they took a fight, but they took the ace over Nongshim, and Monkey definitely wants to make good on that one. Does take the dragon this time around. Fiesta has TP to the fight now as well. Doesn't have any ulti stolen just yet, but the engage from Peter is there. Moonlight Vigil comes out with the Infernum. You get a little bit of damage on the backline, but Leave, you got to watch out. Nice Keeper's Verdict there. Blows EDG out of the fight, and that's a double kill. Nongshim find a way to fight back. They're going to take this mid lane as well. They can find a tier 2, maybe even try to work on the inhib tower, but Leave is still alive. You still do have Siku coming up the wave as well. So it's just going to be the tier 2 tower, reset a little bit, get some of the gold on the way out, but these are the kinds of fights you need to take for Nongshim. Just find a little bit of team fights that EDG are not so necessarily equipped to handle. See the fight kick off again. The 5v5 really just working out. A little bit of split focus. That Keeper's Verdict, so huge. Just separates the fight, and the double kill comes down. Again, if you're just now joining us to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022 premier developmental tournament here now for the first time in the East, where we have the LCK Challengers, we've got the LDL, we have LJL Academy, we've got PCS Academy, we've got VCS.B, and even 2 streamer teams, one Korean and one Chinese. They're all fighting for some nice prizing, but as well as some pride as the best Academy/Challenger team. And, we're into the second round robin of Group B, where EDG Youth right now lead the group 3-0, undefeated. Max from the LDL sitting at 3-1 in second place right now. Nongshim Red Force 1-2, sitting in third place, trying to take a win off EDG. And Crest Gaming Academy 0-4 at the end. This is a battle for seeding. And Nongshim might be outpositioned here. They get a little bit of a flank off from EDG. As well as Siku over the wall. They're trying to find Jiwoo. Look at him. He's going to get blown up. He goes golden. Buys a lot of time. Leave goes with the lightning crash, though. Starting to do some serious work. Moonlight Vigil does not connect. Dun Dun has killed Monkey, but look at Leave. Leave is flashing forward and getting the lightning strikes here. Solo kills, trying to find the sweet spots in the end, but it's Nongshim that get taken out. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of EDG Youth. Zeri is too OP. I agree. That's inhib taken as well for EDG Youth. And they just punish Nongshim so hard. 2,000 gold lead now, just about, for EDG Youth as well. They actually want to continue. This is the ruthlessness that comes from LDL teams as well. They cannot find it. The chain will connect onto Peter. Peter, you might be in trouble. Call Spider-Man. Call somebody. You ever get your one? Because Peter goes down. He doesn't get saved by Spider-Man this time. Yeah, 200 years for Aphelios. More like 2,000 for Zeri. Hit the power of lightning. Just like that, EDG. Turn on the gas. They'll take yet another Baron. They'll have timing to go down to reset after. If they want to get really set up for this next dragon. We'll take a look at that fight. Just misposition from Nongshim. Jiwoo over the wall. Has to go golden early because Siku is just blowing him up, and Leave had popped the lightning crash early. Dodges out of the keeper's verdict and is just peppering the shots the entire time. The flash forward, that's confidence coming out from the EDG Youth ADC. This is 12-16, so we are still a little bit back in the past here. So yes, Zeri is still very strong even with all the changes. But still, it's all about the pilot. And right now, Leave is piloting it very well. We have 4th item, 4.5 items for EDG. At least in terms of Leaves and power spikes. And EDG trying to go 4-0. Again, trying to secure that first seed. Going into the knockout stages, into those best of 5s, super, super important. We'll see actually engage catch out onto Siku. He's dead already. Now the dredge line actually connect on a Monkey. Depth charge as well. The Glacial Fisher, pretty nice stuff now, and it's a front to back that Nongshim are not ready to win. This is Leave. This is solo kill, and they have separated Nongshim so heavily. The Ultra Shock Laser will not connect in the end, but it will still end up in a death for the Aphelios. And EDG Youth, they have sent Nongshim crying to the corner. We'll see EDG trying to collapse onto the towers now. They've overextended, though, a little bit. Cease and desist stolen by Fiesta. Fiesta's trying to make something happen, but Leave guns him down. And there should be just some left auto attacks to happen here for EDG to go 4-0 in the group. They might not be able to get it, though. Dun Dun in some trouble here, getting peppered. Leave is doing so much damage. Oh, my God. They're just going to end the game. Solo kill just goes straight for the Nexus. And that's it. EDG Youth will stay undefeated. And Nongshim Red Force Challengers will drop to 1-3 in the group. What a victory from EDG. They were down 4,000 gold in the beginning of the game. They found fights, but they found the Barons. Didn't matter about control. It mattered about mechanics. And EDG Youth, they show they are the premier mechanical team in this matchup. What a way for it to go down. We got a little back and forth there as well. Even Nongshim finding some fights when some overextensions were coming through for EDG, but the 1-3-1 for a majority of the game working out, just getting Leave into the mid lane, getting all that farmed, 4.5 items. It was clear the Zeri was heads and above. Very, very strong performances from EDG Youth here. And looking at their next games, right, EDG Youth will be right back onto the stage to face off against CGA in the next game. CGA still unable to find a single win in the group here. So EDG maybe looking to slam home a 5-0 record going into their last match against Max. We'll get some redemption, though. Look at that gold graph. My goodness. Nongshim Red Force Challengers definitely going to be feeling the hurt from that game, as they were clearly in the lead, going even into almost 25 minutes, and then there was that one big fight. The ace that came through into the dragon, into the Baron rather, not the dragon. And then you could see some of the fights going back and forth again. The redemption from Nongshim was attempted to be there. Still looking at Sylvie and Fiesta having had some really crucial big outplays. And we'll get some of the replays of that. This was the keeper's verdict. And the big fight turnaround, right? The dragon does go down to Sylvie, but the fight, it's a clean ace for EDG. They find a way to navigate it so well. And this is that big drop in gold that Nongshim experienced if you looked back at that gold lead. Still insane that they were able to find the full ace there. And then in this fight, again, just mispositioning. Nongshim kind of collapsed on Leave, able to free fire a lot of the time. Siku just blows out Jiwoo. And after that, confidence is key. You get a little bit of catch out here for Nongshim. They do end up punishing EDG a little bit more, but then the AoE starts coming through, right? You look at Leave, he pops Lightning Crash. They are all stacked up. You're getting Monkey in the backside as well, and it's all the sweet spots, all the damage for EDG Youth. Even throwing out the teapot there, the sad teapot. Sorry about you. They chased him down. And we got our MVP. It is Leave from EDG Youth, rightfully so, almost 70,000. 70% KP. Almost 39% damage percentage, 6-0-3. 3 MVPs for the guy. Gotta appreciate Leave popping off here, making a good representation of the LDL. Congratulations again to EDG Youth, going up 4-0 in their group. But that'll be it for this game. We'll be right back with our next matchup. It'll be CGA versus EDG Youth. We'll see if EDG can go 5-0 in their group. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back into it for the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. We're deciding Group B at the end of day 3. Day 4. Day 4. And it is EDG Youth going up against Crest Gaming Academy, Act Academy from the LJL. If we're looking at the groups, EDG Youth 4-0 now after their last win over Nongshim. And Crest Gaming knocked out already 0-4. They're trying to make an underdog run here against EDG. Now we'll see CGA on the blue side. They ban out the Neela, the Draven, the Callista. Definitely heavily focusing Leave. While EDG Youth banned away the Lucian, the Talia, and the Yumi. And we did get the first pick of the Silas for CGA. It was then the LeBlanc and Aphelios picked up by EDG Youth. And the Poppy Alistair, the decisions for CGA. Has a lot of strength in those two picks, but got to see how it kind of pairs out with the rest of the comp. As now it is up to looking like Monkey's pick. It is the Trundle locked in. So we don't get the tried and true. We do get the Trundle. Hope everybody's having a great time tonight. I'm Mazel. We previously had Hysterics on, and we had Why Not on before then. It's been a pleasure getting to solo cast these games. Get to watch some of the up-and-coming stars. If you don't know what it is, it's the premier now developmental tournament in the Eastern regions, where it's been really cool to watch come together for the first time. It is the LCK Challenger scene, the LDL, the LJL, PCS, VCS, and 2 invited streamer teams, one from Korea, one from China, have come together for some nice prizing and some nice pride. As we are getting into the knockout stages tomorrow, should be a very fun time indeed as we get to the best of 5s. But we've had 12 best of 1s for 4 days in a row. It's been a blast. So second phase, EDG Youth, they ban away more ADCs in the Samira and the Sivir. We get the Lulu and Renekton ban by CGA. So if I'm not mistaken, I mean, that's what, 6 ADC bans and 2 support bans? Kind of nutty. We get the Aatrox locked in, though. We saw Solo Kill pilot that one really well last game as well. It is the Misfortune locked in for CGA. Again, we're on 12-16. It's a little bit further in the past, but CGA willing to go for that pick with the Alistair. So a lot of setup there in terms of CC chain into the ultimate, but gotta make sure the laning phase goes okay. Is this the second time? Okay, we're just gonna see the Aurelia locked in then into the Aatrox for CGA. So a little bit of upside, a little bit of, again, gauntlet thrown in the top side of the map. We get the Renata locked in to go with Leave on the Aphelios. I think it's going to be a very, very strong combo. We've seen EDG Youth dominate teams before. And they're trying to do so yet again to Crest Gaming Act Academy from the LJL. The LJL's last hope to get a win. Their last hope. They still have another game after this one as well. So two last hopes. But for EDG Youth, a loss here would be very detrimental to them safely securing first place. They will have to face up against Max, also from the LDL, later on today. It'll be the last game of the day, I believe. Let's go ahead and get some spams in chat. Who do you think's going to win? Is it going to be EDG Youth? Or is it going to be CGA? Let's go ahead and see some of those chants. Maybe get some call outs there. If you say anything spicy, if you say anything fun. Thank you all for sitting around for so long. I know we were having some Twitch difficulties earlier, but got through all that. And hopefully we'll be getting in the game here pretty shortly. Shortly. I'm hoping we get a spicy level 1. You got EDG Youth at 99% of a win. I feel like that's a little bias, all right? A little bias. I love the CGA, the Prage. And as we get onto the Rift here, a little blurry. Maybe need to go get some glasses for myself. But here we go. It is EDG Youth on the Rift yet again for the second time in a row, trying to claim first place in Group B, going into the best of 5 quarterfinals against CGA. We'll see the Arcane Comet start for the MF. We got the press the attack this time for Leave on the Aphelios. Hadn't really liked the lethal tempo Aphelios, but I'm also not big brain. I'm a yelly boy. I'm not an analyst, so I don't know if that's right. We had been seeing the lethal tempo Aphelios. So mid-jungle duo, just like last game for EDG Youth, super, super important. Siku on the LeBlanc again was very strong against Nongshim. This time with the Trundle, very, very difficult. Got a couple CGAers in the chat. Love the love. I'm very interested at the choice in the Aurelia and topside, though. So I feel like it can be very difficult. Ooh, Conqueror's proc, but not utilized there. But maybe Momo just knows the tech. We haven't seen the solo kill yet today. So maybe we get that. Maybe he gets solo killed. Who knows? And think that we just continue to find some soft advantages. Get some stutter stepping there in the bottom lane. Pretty sick. Pretty sick stuff from ADG. Using those mechanics, man. Using those mechanics. Oh, it's the Arcane Comet, though, MF. I would love to see the AP MF. I know we're not going to get it. But I would love to see it. Now, this is the proactivity we want from CGA, especially when they draft the Poppy. Maybe see if they can try to get an invade, try to get some extra advantage. Not going to find it, though. Solo kill playing pretty heavily in the lane. And the path from top to bottom for Monkey. I knew exactly what was going on. Solo kill, getting a solo killing waiting room. I appreciate you. I'm here for it as well. So early vision from Monkey down into the tri-bush. Just keeping presence there, making sure that if CGA do decide to turn their ire down there, they have vision aplenty. We'll be spotting out some of the warding, and EDG go for the advantage into the jungle here. Love the aggression, even in the face of some apprehension from CGA. There'll be red buff taken into the Krugs. Knows that the chicken's probably just gone at this point. And I wonder if we see Monkey actually wrap back around topside, try to get that Scuttle Crab, but it looks like Ping's coming down to his blue side of the jungle. Handshake does connect onto Primo. Leave taking a little bit of damage from the Make It Rain. And now CGA again spotted out one from that really good ward of Monkeys early on in the pathing down towards bottom side. A little bit of double warding coming out though. Monkey will be spotted out, getting his blue buff. The chickens aren't there. There's only one. You can only take the one nuggie. I'm sorry. And now we see Momo actually taking a pretty heavy trade on solo kill on the top side of the map. Dragon now coming up. Wonder if EDG want to go for early dragons. They didn't put a lot of pressure on him last time around. Siku having just as much fun in this Silas matchup as he was having in last Silas matchup, feels like. Let's see, in the end, things actually come out to pan out for Monkey. He was trying to hover around this top side of the map a little bit more. Definitely not putting that advantage on the dragons that he maybe wanted. And now, we get a little bit of a lull. A little bit of a lull. You know, it's interestingly enough to see Siku going for this aggression, but now that he's had 3 members come into mid lane for him, you know, I think you're feeling just as bad as last game right now, Siku. That's the flash of the ignite burned. That is the flash across from CGA though, from Primo, from 2 members actually. And nice little first blood from CGA. Don't call it a detriment. I don't know. I was gonna say don't call it a comeback, but it's not a comeback because they're winning. Momo solo kill going at it again. Momo trying to stack up a little bit more. Trying to get all those minions down. Going to be a bit of a heavy push here now, though. Solo kill. He wants the namesake. Can't hit the sweet spots. Did pop the World Ender, though. So a little bit too much to handle there, feels like. And bottom lane going swimmingly, it feels like, for both sides as well. EDG Youth willing to kind of just farm it up, get leave to a later point in the game. Now Siku taking very heavy trade, kind of getting a revenge damage onto his opposing mid laner. Favorite Pringles flavor? Probably the pizza ones. What that like teal can? It's like the pizza version of the Pringles. I think that's my favorite Pringles. Oh, the second chain? He doesn't have anything left, though. I don't think you want to die again, Siku. I think you want to die again. So looking back in the matchups here, we see mid lane. Again, the focus, steadfast presence is utilized, but not going to be working out for anything. See the backs come out from the mid lane. Monkey has just been fine farming. He hasn't even been farming that much more than anybody else in the game. But you know, you go for the Rift Herald maybe here. EDG Youth can snowball an objective. There's been no objective focus. Kind of troubling here for both teams, honestly. But maybe that's just EDG Youth saying, "Hey, we'll let them make the mistakes." Still just going for the farming. This is probably the slowest early game we've gotten, or I've gotten at least. I've been seeing kills everywhere. We've had games ending at like 17 minutes. We'll finally see Monkey show up in the mid lane, though, trying to take down. Trying to help Siku at least. Push in this wave a little bit more. Maybe bounce into the Rift Herald Monkey. Hovering towards this top side of the map now. This will be Rift Herald 2 EDG Youth. And CGA back away and realize there is nothing to fight over there. We'll get the reset bottom side for EDG Youth as they crashed a big old wave into the tower. Looks like Milan down in a bit of CS there. Still having to keep up in the pressure in terms of like pushing back leave. But that CS is definitely gonna be getting a little bit worse. Okay, using the dragon to get across. The gank onto Leave. He has the exhaust used onto him as well. And there you go. The bullet time. It's enough to get Milan a kill. That's 2-0 now for CGA. Momo trying to survive, trying to take out the 2v1. Doesn't do so, and EDG Youth get on the board themselves. See, mid lane, though, EDG Youth again. They just dominate. The movement is huge. They come back. It's returns back and forth. It's actually been pretty big for EDG Youth to get back into it. See, a little bit of hesitance there on the re-engage. The control ward goes down, though. GG, easy. Oh, even the plate going over to Siku. Got a lot of plates going down. You still got 3 minutes left as well. You got EDG Youth. They're putting in the work. Haven't lost a single plate, but have gotten 5 across the board. We'll see CGA trying to utilize some of their beefy bodies to get around this dragon. I think realizing that nobody has taken these objectives here. But I still don't think they can confidently go for it. And that's something EDG are playing so well around. Because if CGA go for it, they know that EDG can just pounce on them. And here we go. They didn't even need to go for the dragon. Siku just gets the kill outright. That's another stack on the Dark Seal. Holy cow. They're just saying, come at me. Come at me, bros. And they're taking him out. Taking him out. All right, Milan in some trouble here. Does get the pillar used, but that's still easily escapable. Get the Rift Herald down to the bottom lane for EDG as well. Trying to get Leave even more gold down here with this CS differential. It should be if they can make the crash happen here. I thought maybe they put some more damage into the tower, but Rift Herald goes down. This will be Dragon going over to EDG Youth. Maybe a hostile takeover stolen in the mid lane can make something happen here. So they've got CGA coming in full force to try to take this dragon. This is only dragon number 1. Keeper's Verdict was utilized there on the Monkey. Moonlight Vigil will connect on a couple members, not many. And CGA realized that Monkey is coming right back. There's not that far. And, oh no. It resets. Primo goes in, he misses the headbutt. The hostile takeover stolen by CGA is enough to separate Siku from the rest of the team. Momo now coming in as well. They're turning back around. The dragon was taken by CGA. Solo kill can't get into the fight. He's flashing in all by himself, and he's about to just go down. The healing is enough, though. Leave with the red and white. It is not. Momo gets a double, and that's huge for CGA. They might even find Monkey in the end. Momo was really wanting to try to take that fight, but EDG Youth, no real reason to fight there, but they do anyways. Solo kill was super late to the play and just dove into the fight. It's not what you love to see from our top team in Group B, but there CGA will take it time and time again. See Primo trying to go in there for the engage there. The hostile takeover falling in after, but Siku just gets separated, and then it's just an unmanned fight, right? CGA are able to pick apart the team fight by going for the objective, knowing Solo Kill is TPing a little bit further away, and Leave just kind of left out by himself there. Momo, I mean, that's still an Aurelia. That's still a strong member against an ADC. It's not going to be fun. 0-2 now for Leave, who is meant to be the main carry. Now we do have Gale Force and some more mythics completed across the board here. The Frostfire Gauntlet, the Everfrost for CGA. Get the Gore Drinker, the Divine Sunder, the Gale Force there for EDGU. Solo Kill will take this topside tower as well. So a little bit more gold given back over. And they're still 2,000 gold in the lead. Now Momo trying to stack up with those minions. Can't get all of them there, though. Still doing some serious work. Solo Kill, you're in some trouble. Solo Kill about to get Solo Kill here. And that's it. Momo, he's found the damage. And Momo, is he going to get the solo? He didn't. No, you denied him. You denied him the solo kill onto solo kill. It's fine. He probably wasn't going to get it anyways. EDG Youth onto Milan and bottom side, though. Siku taking an extra tower shot. Barely makes it out. They actually do punish in the bottom side. 1,000 gold from the tower plates for EDG Youth, and they'll find another tier 2 tower as well. We'll see Momo actually putting some work on the top side. Leave dodges out of the Everfrost, flashes away, but there's the bump into the wall. Leave healing up, though. That was actually huge. From the heal itself, Momo has now found a full advantage on the solo kill, but those sweet spots starting to do some work. Solo kill, he's getting some help from Siku. He gets killed. That's a solo kill on a solo kill. And Momo makes good on the namesake, but in the other fashion. It does end up in the shutdown going over, though. So a little bit traded back there. CGA take that momentum and turn it into another Rift Herald, or a Rift Herald for them. So some objective focus. Whoever was sitting in the solo kill waiting room, I hope you were buying a Momo solo kill ticket, because that's what you got. If you didn't get what you paid for, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, we get to watch it again. Of course we do. Solo kill, getting solo killed right before Momo goes down. Too good to be true. Easy clap. Momo getting the kill. I don't know. I mean, getting a kill over, though, not too good in the end. A little bit of overextension there, but it's fine. It's fine. Again, CGA, they are out. They are knocked out. But can they be the spoilers? It's EDG Youth and their undefeated run here. And can they get a win for the LJL in the group stage? It'll be the first win for any of the LJL teams, and they're trying to make it happen here. Still find themselves at a deficit, still find themselves in some trouble. TP is now coming in. CGA with the double knock-up into the bullet time. The hostile takeover back in response. Solo kill is here, now in position. Siku getting soloed out by Momo. Momo is a strength to be reckoned with right now. And coming back into the fight now, Rift Herald as well is dropped by CGA, trying to push down this tier 2 tower in mid lane. They will find the hostile takeover that was stolen away. A little bit AoE's back, and Leave gets bailed out, but bailed out to death. And that's huge. CGA, they're making it happen. They do get the Keeper's verdict out. They get traded back. Momo does die. And it's those trades that happen every single time that keep giving EDG just that extra little bit of gold back. See that gold differential there. CGA now going for their second dragon of the game. Will be another big objective for them. And the EDG Youth, they don't want to keep letting this happen. Solo kill misses the chains. The sweet spot's not going to be enough there. Do they have the damage to chase him down? He's so fast. He didn't even have to pop the World Ender. Or no, he did. He did pop the World Ender. He just didn't grow the big wings. Now, I do want everybody to remember we are on 12-16 for this patch, for these games. 12-16, so a little bit different from what you're seeing in live. But can EDG Youth bring it back? I guess they've been in the lead for a lot of this game. It just doesn't feel like it because they keep losing these fights. And then you'll get the one trade back, the two trade back and forth. But so far, you know, objectives definitely leaning towards CGA. And EDG Youth need to find the side lane pressure. Find those picks that can work out for their team comp. Speaking of, Momo is about to take a 1v3. Doesn't get a single stun in there. Doesn't get any healing. And Siku gets the kill. It's more Dark Seal stacks. Leave is now caught out yet again. But he has the Infernum. Gets hit in the wall. The bullet time across. And there you go. Easy. Does it for Milan. And that's tier in the mid lane. Tier 2 tower going down. Might even find another one on the top side of the map as well. Solo kill trying to get his own, but he's not going to be able to get this one. And CGA will make good on theirs. So even more gold given over. And now they find themselves hopefully grabbing that gold lead. And there you go. About 400 gold in the lead is CGA over EDG Youth. The best team in Group B. Still a lot of potential for EDG Youth to find those picks, find those big moments. But it's starting to get a little scarier. The night is getting darker. And Momo, even if has been trading the life back and forth, still see a lot of the strength coming out from the Aurelia. The strength coming out from Milan on the MF. And we're about to hit 3 items as well. So we'll see Milan taking the red buff now. Resets coming out from EDG Youth. They'll be redeploying onto the map. Baron is available. 21.5 minutes in. Don't expect either team to really go for it. Objectives have not been the big focus. They've been a nice extra, but have not been the big focus so far. CGA, though, with a lot of the control over those objectives. Now they're going to be looking at this outer tower and bottom side. EDG Youth want to collapse on Milan. Get the slow from the pillar, but the distance wasn't enough for Monkey. Keeper's Verdict was actually channeled there. It does have a pretty short cooldown if you don't utilize it, though. So everything will be just fine. Momo pressing up the advantage. Keeping the side lane pressure going. It's 4-1 comp right now for CGA. I want to try to bring everybody back together, try to get a 5v5 going. But EDG Youth right now definitely don't want that. Leave is 0-4. Hasn't even completed a second item yet. The Cephalios will be a long while from being effective, and that's really detrimental to EDG Youth's game plan. They need Leave to be popping off. Got another dragon coming up in about 50 seconds here. It'll be the first dragon of the Ocean Soul. Would be Soul Point for CGA. Almost said GGA. That's not Golden Guardians. For CGA, which, first of all, a Mountain Soul, pretty big. I feel like in terms of the healing back from a lot of the catch out or poke that EDG Youth are doing. But it's more so about that control. And what CGA have been really able to pull off well so far. Still EDG Youth able to fight back in a lot of fashions. Do finally get the second item for Leave. It's Lord Dom, so that tankiness not going to help and not going to be as effective. But EDG Youth want to try to find a flank here maybe. Find a pincer maneuver before they have to fight over this dragon. You definitely don't want to give over Soul Point to CGA. Maybe they do anyways, though. A little bit of make it rain damage there in the end, but it's the push in mid lane. Siku trying to find Milan. Takes about half health and damage on both sides of it. And, oh, no, that was a bit of an overextension there. The charge maybe not wanted to come through. There's the Severum, or Infernum, rather. A solo kill going over the wall. He gets hit out by the Keeper's Verdict. Nicely timed there by CGA. They've still just got to make it out. The speed up is coming through here. Hostile takeover back across, but Primo will be shredded beef for Leave's first kill. This will be first dragon for EDG Youth, so they did put the stop to the dragon stacking for CGA. CGA got caught out a little bit in their positioning there. Siku finding that nice little dive, forcing a lot of tools from Milan. A little bit of a missed engage from CGA. As they overextended into the comp of EDG Youth. Maybe we'll get a replay of that one. Maybe we won't. And we do. So you see Siku pulling a lot of the members of CGA over to the side, but then that overextended engage. It's just not what you want to do. You wanted to try to get the stun into the tower, into the base of the tower there, but it just was not aligned. It was a really nicely timed keeper's verdict to get that flash from solo kill, or after he flashed. But in the end, the exit was just not there. Exit strategy was not aligned for CGA. And it looks like we got a pause. Maybe some technical difficulties or some internet issues. Hopefully it won't take too long. But we'll be getting right back to it, I'm sure. These are nothing new to this tournament, as we've had pauses in almost every game, it felt like. I think today has actually not been too bad. But thanks everybody for tuning in. My name is Mazel. This will be my last game of the day. We'll be bringing in Kelsey Moser to follow up afterwards. We've had Hysterics before me, and Why Not to kick off the day today. Shoutouts to everybody. And we're here in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. First of its kind. Premier developmental leagues from the East. The LCK Challenger Series. The LDL. The LJL Academy. PCS Academy. VCS.B. And even a couple streamer teams from Korea and from China. All coming for some nice prizing. As well as some pride for each one. The up-and-coming stars of the East, and it's been really fun. Just give a little bit of a breakdown. We're into the second round robin. We've been getting our first and second seeds for each group. There's 4 groups total. Now, Group A, first seed will be Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. Second seed, T1 Challengers. Again, we're still deciding Group B right now. I'll give us a breakdown since we are in that one. It is EDG Youth team who lead 4-0 in the group. Max from the LDL will also be 3-1. So second place as of now. Nongshim Red Force Challengers 1-3 in third place. And Crest Gaming Academy CGA 0-4 from the LJL. Still looking for the only wins from the LJL Academy teams. Have 2 chances here with an EDG game going semi their way. Then we had Group C, where Beyond Gaming Academy won their group 6-0. First place. Huya Streamer team from China came out second place there. We'll be moving on. As well as in Group D, the Korean Streamer team came out 5-1 in first place. Team Flash came out second with 4-2 record. So right now, as we look at the quarterfinals, first matchups will be Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze versus Team Flash. Then we've got the Group B first seed going against the Huya Streamers. And our third best of 5, we have our Korean Streamers versus T1 Challengers. And the fourth, still to be determined, Beyond Gaming versus the second seed of Group B. It's been really, really fun to be alongside you all for this. Hope everybody's been having a blast. If you have any favorite memories so far from the ASCI, throw them in chat. Let's hear what you got. Have you had any fun times? I know one of mine was definitely the 1v3 Swain from day 2. That was very, very fun. But besides that, we've also had some crazy gameplay tonight. Some very fast games as well, but in the end, it's been some very, very high mechanics, I feel like, as well for a lot of these developing players. Again, the up-and-comers. If you're just now joining us, well, we do have a pause. Hopefully be getting through that very soon, as I have been hitting my red button to try to make it go. I feel like at this point I am the cursed one. I get like the long pauses. But I think we all get the pauses. And here we are. As we had gotten so far in the game. Feels bad that we get a pause at this time. Feels like a lot of the momentum can change in moments like this. I'm really I'm rooting for the underdog here. I know I'm an LPL LDL fanboy, but I would love to see the LJL get their first win. I think it was like 25 minutes into the game. Something like that. 20? I don't know. 20 to 25? I know Baron spawned. Feels like so long ago. It is a pause. Hopefully, again, we'll have updates for you very, very shortly. Very, very shortly. I just want to say, solo kill getting solo killed. I think I saw somebody say in the chat that he also got a solo kill. I don't know if that was true. Is that true? The world may never know. But I'm just saying, solo kill got solo killed by Momo on the Aurelia. Was it 19 minutes? Maybe I'm wrong on the timing then. Maybe I'm wrong. So, looks like all right. Looks like Monkey is not feeling too great. So, hopefully he will start feeling better. And that's really not good news for EDG Youth. Because Monkey, core pillar for the team, has been really, really good today. And they still have one more really important match to play. I mean, this one's important as well. And I think it would guarantee them first. But they got to face Max later. They definitely... Oh, he's feeling better. He's feeling better. We're back. We're back. Monkey is feeling better. So, game state is... I was right. I was kind of right. It's 26 minutes into the game. I was on the wrong side of it, though. So, tied up pretty even. 26 minutes in. Gold is pretty even. Objectives have been back and forth. We have Baron on the table now. Not another dragon for 3.5 minutes. EDG Youth had stopped the dragon stacking from CGA. But it's CGA's team comp that's really coming out on top for them, I feel like. The team fight is working out really well, but it looks like EDG Youth want to start just grouping now. We'll see Siku trying to catch out Momo. Siku is going to be doing some serious work here. He has the Shadow Flame now. He's got a little bit more damage on it. The tankier members on the top trio, top 4 members, I guess, of CGA. The EDG Youth, they've got to find a break-in point. They've got to find a big team fight and keep trying to get Leave some of this gold. And Leave is now just 2.5 items in. Really needs that third item on the Aphelios. And more. Yes, the pause was because Monkey was not feeling great. Apparently able to push through. Props to you, Monkey. Hope you feel better. But at the moment, he's gaming. We're gaming. We all gaming. Is CGA pinging onto the Baron? I feel like that would be very, very aggressive. BE aggressive. But EDG Youth we've seen they've been willing to kind of let CGA make a lot of the decisions and try to punish for it. It's actually been working them pretty well. TP now coming in. CGA say, you've got to punish this decision. The hostile takeover is actually pretty big on the backside of it, as we do see flashes coming out from multiple members of EDG Youth. Maybe the pillar is enough to get Monkey back into the fight. Momo goes golden. Solo kill is going to try to take the front line here. Monkey gets hit, but it is solo kill. He gets knocked away. See Siku on the back again. We do have Infernum with the Gravitum for leave. Siku gets spotted out. They don't want to go too much further in. CGA losing a little bit of confidence there, but they actually win out on the fight. Getting a lot of the flashes, a lot of the summoner spells from EDG Youth. Literally, flashes almost up across the board for CGA. Cannot be said for EDG Youth, as now Siku getting into 1v1. He might get solo killed himself. Does not. Back out goes CGA. That matchup is not looking good for EDG Youth, but solo kill trying to get the side lane going for them yet again. See, resets coming out now. Oh, gets the stop. Back comes out with the Teemo thumbs up there, at least from Monkey. Gets out alive. Still sitting at 2-0-6. Not too shabby. Siku's the one I'm definitely looking at right now for EDG Youth. Trying to bridge the gap for Leave, who's just farming up as many minions. It should be third item for him now, so that's a big power spike coming through. And it's definitely going to need it, as next dragon is up on the table. You did get the IE completed for Leave, so getting back down to this fight, super important. And getting that mid lane priority, also in the eye of EDG Youth, but it looks like CGA want to go in afterwards. The Everfrost has to be flashed out of by solo kill. So again, the only person with the flash on side of EDG Youth is Leave. Might try to catch out Cocoon. But everybody, literally everybody, has flash on CGA. The dragon already down to CGA as well. EDG Youth, they're just getting blown apart. That's the bullet time as well. Oh my god, the damage potential. That hostile takeover saved EDG Youth's life there. See if Siku can go over the wall and do anything, but CGA, the team fights, they're working out so well. They're going straight to the Baron now. And the LJL has not won a single game in the group stage yet here at ASCI, and they are on the brink of taking down one of the undefeated teams in Group B. See if CGA can handle this win and drive it home. EDG still find themselves very much in the gold lead, find themselves always contesting, but their team fights are not going the way that they want them to go. Now the outer tower is being taken down, easily done by EDG Youth. They're pinging onto the Baron now with all the backs coming through from CGA. They could just burn it down. They have red-white for Leave, and they're going to do that. The Chakram's coming out. They're starting to burn this Baron. See Calibrum used there. EDG just get the Baron. Their TP. CGA don't know what to do at this point. It is taken by Leave. Momo does not connect the ulti on the side. Monkey is going to throw up the Teemo thumbs up. They get the Baron. They don't get... Oh my... Siku! Siku just dies! He just went it. Why did he go in? So they get the Baron. They lose two crucial members, and CGA will have all five barreling down the mid lane of EDG Youth. You can even take this inhib tower here. That's going to be lasting damage. Taking the inhib here as well. Super minions, maybe helping Leave farm up a little bit more is the goal in that aspect. But it's a huge, huge momentum swing. Even if CJ don't find themselves in the lead. That's the craziest part is EDG, they continuously find little advantages back from these trades. And they still have Baron on a few members here for 2 minutes. So it is about getting a lot of that gold back in the favor of EDG Youth. Now we'll be right back to the mid lane for EDG as the resets had to come through for CGA. You see 4th item now completed for Milan. You're working on your 4th as well, pretty much for a couple of the other crucial members. Still waiting on 3rd items for a lot of members of EDG, but they're playing with more confidence, it feels like. See EDG focusing on this top side of the map. Priority in mid lane with those super minions is the goal right now for CGA. If they can get super minions for EDG on the bottom or on the top side of the map, it would be huge. Solo Kill has TP. They're going to utilize the quick backs from the Baron, but Monkey doesn't have it. This Monkey died in the pit. Has to walk away from his back, get the reset, but now 50 seconds on the Baron left for EDG Youth. There's not going to be too much to do, but just farm up this mid lane here. You see gold in pockets, not that heavy at least. You do have 3.5 items now for leave. But again, 4 items for Milan. 1 big bullet time. We've seen it make the entire fight go upended against EDG. Baron will be falling off in about 15 seconds now as we see Siku going up top side of the map. Try to clear that out before a big fight around the Dragon Pit happens. Now they've caught out Leave, but he goes with the Gale Force. And you can actually get a little bit of damage out. Keeper's Verdict already used. Moonlight Vigil comes out, and Primo's just dead. Again, he's making hamburgers. And now the follow-up from EDG is not there. The slow from the Make It Rain. It's going to be actually pretty big. CGA baiting it out. Look at Momo. Momo is so strong, and they're getting baited into a corner. Monkey is just over top of Momo. Momo is just looking for the stacks here as well, but Momo might have overextended the bailout. The bailout on the Monkey. What a wonderful play from EDG. Monkey might still go down, but here comes Siku over the wall. They don't get anybody. It's CGA. They've been routed. They do not find anything. They find no reprieve, and the final member will be going down. That's an ace for EDG Youth, and the LJL might just be denied yet again. Monkey says, I'm not feeling good. Get me out of this game. I want to win. And Primo is just giving his life away. I guess he thinks they're hungry. They need a 2nd round of hamburgers. Or how about making a 4th round as the barbecue is alive and CGA are roasted. Monkey is just saying, get me out, EDG. They will stay undefeated in Group B. They'll find the upset win here in the end after a topsy-turvy game against CGA. And CGA will still remain defeated. They will be 0-5 in the group with 1 chance to make it a win for the LJL. EDG Youth looking like one of the best teams in the tournament, even through thick and thin. They find a way to make it work. Shoutouts to Monkey. Had to pause the game, wasn't feeling well. Still made it happen, made it work. And incredible stuff. Feels bad, man, for CGA. Feels bad. But the draft, I honestly really liked CGA's draft. Came down to mechanics, came down to execution. Was the biggest issue. As we see time and time again. And really just like the insurance that even with the devastating early start for Leave, the fact that Leave is on the FL, losing Siku didn't matter, right? 3 buffs still available. This one as well. CGA just trying to go a little ham. Momo, the bailout, so big, so big. Nobody dies here. This is a full ace. This is the turning point. This is that big gold drop that you saw in the gold graph. No one from EDG.Y dies. After all of that, the start of that fight, and they get the clean ace. They win the game. Monkey gets to go feel better, hopefully. As he'll be having a nice little rest here for a little while. And hopefully we'll have our MVP very shortly. See who claims it. I think it's got to be Monkey or Leave. One of the two. We'll see, hopefully very shortly, if we do get that one. But until then, you know, this is my last game of the day. We started off with Why Not bringing us the first 3 games. We had Hysterics bringing us the next 3 games. I brought us 3 games as well, Mazel. And we're going to be handing it off to Kelsey Moser to finish off the day. Don't believe there should be any tiebreakers to finish out. Let's see. Oh, it was the hostile takeovers that made the difference. Love it. Love it. See how hard it is to find support stats? Oh, great stuff. All right, EDG Youth. You've won my heart. You had some fun. I do believe now they secure first with that, I believe. Oh no, I guess they don't. There's still potential for Max to tie them. So we'll have to find out. But again, that's it for me, Mazel. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And then we will be having Kelsey Moser on the other side of this break to finish out the remaining games. So thank you so much. See you on the other side.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Asia Star. This is the first time we're doing a tournament like this. It is a tournament that includes teams from the Korean Challenger Series, the LDL, the Vietnamese VCS.B, the LJL Academy, and the PCS. I like to say that it is similar to what we know as EU Masters. At PRLs, we get all of the fun regions. I get to be up in the middle of the night watching this. So, as it is, we have Max, which is the third seed coming in from the LDL, and we have Nongshim, which is from the Korean Challenger Series. I think for me, I'm excited to cast this particular game, or look at this particular game. This was my absolute favorite game from the first time dropping in this group. In particular, because I really enjoyed the flip-flop strategy and the way that Max actually set up knives. It didn't quite go perfectly, but I really like seeing this kind of sides. It's something that you see a little bit if vision patching. We do see that Draven banned, so I'm remembering that a little bit. Still smarting slightly, as well as the Nidalee ban and Galio ban. I really like the Renekton first pick. It's funny because a lot of people expect more Renekton now after it is War Drinker Renekton that is most popular. The LDL and OPM. But I've really enjoyed seeing, Dun Dun in the top lane. I think this was a really fun opening for last match, but there was just not a lot of CC on the side. So it's very easy for basically Max to go ahead with a lead, given the lack of CC or setup. Renekton to Leah combo, also a great class. As well as setup for so I'm gonna see if I can check. I'm gonna just talk very loud because it seems like my noise gate is really high. So I'm gonna check really loud and make sure that we're constantly able to hear my voice. That sound reasonable? Okay, so basically, effectively what happened was the Silas is now picked into the Renekton Talia. We're seeing the Silas be very popular in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, in particular because Silas is basically just a champion that you engage with the E, effectively has a lot of mobility, really strong in skirmishes, and scales extremely well going to late game just because of your ability to take so many useful ultimates. So far, not a whole lot of extremely useful ultimates that I see coming out here. Basically not able to 1v9 in this situation, but that's what we're seeing as well. Aphelios also been relatively popular in this tournament, with Zeri, Sivir being taken off, but since they're not taken off the table, I actually kind of like Aphelios here, because if you see a Renekton, if you see a Sivir, you're expecting the enemy team composition to want to go in extremely effectively or extremely harsh, wanting to hard commit into the Aphelios, who does very well if you're running into him, able to utilize that short distance and create a ton of space, utilizing the ultimate to lock people down or do a ridiculous amount of damage. I think in general, when I'm thinking about EDG.Y and Max, I actually think that EDG.Y is a little bit better than Max, just because I think that the experience level on Max is extremely high, so that allows them to play or index into more strategies. But EDG.Y, you're seeing a lot of mechanical aptitude on their players, and And I really like the young talent that they've brought forth with very few players having a ton of experience. They've been really fun to watch because they're just willing to take these super aggressive Sejuani high melee compositions, just taking advantage of low mobility fights, etc. I think we're also seeing the Poppy. So Poppy's clear was actually lowered in this particular game, but in this particular patch, 12.16. We are on 12.16 for those of you who don't know. But despite that, steadfast presence and particularly the ultimate, right, having the low cooldown and the reset after not utilized, has been extremely effective. We saw it in the last game, allowing for Present Gaming Act Academy, the LJL team, to almost take a game off of Edward getting youth. That was very exciting. The Gnar matchup into the Renekton, also quite popular. I actually like this matchup a little bit better than I used to on previous patches or earlier this year, just because Gnar actually does have quite a bit of HP that he's willing to trade or utilize the move speed and the spacing. That allows him to stay healthy, even if Renekton flashes onto him and does a ridiculous amount of post durability patch. He can still save enough HP to back his Mega Gnar and clear out the wave states. So, from that perspective, it's been a lot of fun. Going to Renekton matchup a lot more. Sorry for experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty here. I will continue to talk really loudly as we get into the game. My microphone is actually very expensive. It's just the noise gate that's set on the transmission that seems to be set a little bit too high, so it keeps cutting out. Also, the fact that I don't have a lot of good acoustics set up in my apartments. People keep telling me to buy new mics, and I actually have a very nice high-quality mic recommended to me. But it is actually a combination of other factors that makes it seem like my mic is terrible. Anyway, getting into the game, which is considerably more important. We have Dun in the top lane and Garvey. Even though you see Sai, you see Renekton Gnar, you know, LS hates these champions. I actually find this matchup pretty exciting or interesting to watch, considering the changes to Gnar and the Renekton that have been made over time. The Sejuani also flexing back into the jungle in recent years. I really quite liked watching Sylvie play skirmishes throughout this tournament. I think Sylvie has been one of the bright spots on Noxian in general. The Viego game from the last time these two matched up was, I mean, potentially traumatic for Max to watch. So I think that that's the main factor in that situation. I am loud and clear, but I have to talk loud. So I'm going to keep reminding myself to take my register to at least a 6. So keep that in mind throughout the series. I will drink plenty of water. The Sylvie is starting on the bot side, taking blue jungle. Makes a lot of sense, considering the matchup or the lane state's bot. Neither of these teams are particularly wanting to play around bot side. In fact, I would say that this is going to be a game, and this has been very popular throughout the tournament, of playing specifically for mid jungle. Okay, get a little bit of action already on the level 1. I am told by production to be quiet for a second. Hello, hello. Looking at Fiesta, Kenny Chen basically securing the topside scuttle. It looks like Sylvie is looking to basically either check or cover the action by Dun Dun to make sure that covering the action. Okay, I'm hoping that the microphone problem is fixed and that I can continue to speak loud and clear, and there will be no more audio problems throughout the series. Or throughout the rest of the day. So Dun Dun basically getting cover from Sylvie on the top side because Renekton able to trade HP in order to try to get this wave crash in, but since Kenny Chen was around the top side securing the scuttle, and we have a boss. Alright, so perfect. This is a great start to the casting so far. What I'd like to see coming out of these team setups, when you have the Renekton Talia, you're basically looking for a way to snowball on the Renekton side. Getting the Talia out of lane by having Poppy hover, going towards the top side and snowballing the Renekton effectively, and then you utilize the Sivir Leona later on in the game to use on the hunts to have the engaged tools come in, have Renekton set up a flank. If Renekton gets side pressure, he'll be able to effectively create pressure throughout the video game, making sure that he can get deep vision, deep flank angles, and take over the game like that. Sorry, we are still adjusting the audio. I hope everyone is having fun watching these games, despite everything that's occurred so far. Been a few pauses throughout the tournament, but I think in general, this tournament is very exciting in concept, while generally speaking, we work through the logistical issues of having so many teams from so many different parts of the world, as it were, or from the Asian area, basically participate and compete in this event. I think it's a really exciting step forward to create more exposure, to create more opportunities for some of the regions like LJL, some of the regions like perhaps the PCS or the VCS to compete against LDL and Korean Challenger teams. So far, it hasn't really translated to wins for a lot of the LJL Academy teams. However, basically what we've seen so far is that we've seen the LDL team is doing extremely well, and we saw that exciting match just now that Mazel casted between Edward Gaming Youth and not quite sure. Okay, yeah. It looks like it's frozen just because the ref is very still. If you guys check, the ref is standing incredibly still, but I just saw him move. He was just, perfect epitome of an imposing figure standing behind the players, making sure they don't do anything crazy. Yeah, the stream cut out. Yeah, only the Chinese teams are playing on stage. I think maybe, aspirationally, as COVID situations improve, travel situations improve, and potentially more resources get placed behind this tournament, since this is the first ever situation. Oh, looks like we have an update. Fiesta reported a network problem. We are investigating now. So, effectively, this is, again, one of the unfortunate elements of what happens when your tournament is, going through trial and error phases. I think, though, despite everything, I think it's the hiccups and the growing pains. This event has been pretty exciting to watch so far. I'm looking forward to seeing the bracket stage. Should be a lot of fun. But I think that obviously, we're gonna experience a few hiccups here and there as we improve the situation. He's walking around. He's got to intimidate the opposite end of the row here. He's already intimidating. I think that's bot lane. I'm not quite sure because that's where the AD and the support icons are. So now he's got to walk over and intimidate Garvey a little bit here. Make sure that Garvey feels the threat of don't talk during the pause. No undue strategy allowed. But I think the exciting thing for Max Gaming, right, is if they're able to pick up another win off of Nongshan, not only are they able to secure their spot out of Group E, but they are setting themselves up to potentially secure a tiebreaker against Edward Gaming Youth, which would be a very exciting close to the day. We get to see 2 matches in a row between Edward Gaming and Max if Max managed to win that game and this game. We've actually seen quite a few series between Edward Gaming Youth and Max. We've seen them play once in this tournament already, but we also managed to see, and that game was very exciting because we had a rally into Aatrox, we had Sejuani, we had a lot of heavy skirmishing with heavy melee competitions, but we also saw a 5-game series between these two teams during the LDL playoffs. That series was taken 3-1 by Edward Gaming Youth. Once again, thank you for bearing with us. If you are just now tuning in, we are investigating a network error from Nongshan Fiesta. I'm sure once that's resolved, we'll be able to get back into the game and Fiesta will live up to his name. Play some exciting back and forth. I think, by the way, if anyone is interested in the brackets as we go on, we have 1 match locked, 2 matches locked in for quarterfinals. Obviously, the others are waiting on the determination between Seed 1 and Seed 2 of this group. We'll have the Fun Plus Blaze against Team Flash from the VCS.B. So Fun Plus Blaze. So we'll have directly the first seed of the LTL against the Team Flash from VCS Blaze. And we'll have, again, the KR Streamer team, which I think one thing that's been pretty fun about this tournament is how well the streamer teams did. I think I didn't expect, for example, the KR Streamer team and the Hui Streamer team to perform that well. However, they did not face off against the LDL teams or the Korean Challenger teams, so I think those will be pretty exciting matches if we see some of those matchups. For example, if Max and Edward Gaming Youth both come out in the quarterfinals, we will see an LDL team against the Huge Streamer team, and I know Beifeng has been a crowd favorite so far. Everyone's enjoyed watching him play. Though, of course, the Kiana has been perma-banned, so that has been a bit unfortunate to watch. Yeah, Faith and NS. I mean, NS making it out of this group would also be an exciting story, wouldn't it? I think that's something that we haven't really seen so far, is the Korean Challenger teams able to upset the LDL teams that much, right? We did have Demon take a game off of FunPlus Phoenix Blaze, but Demon didn't even make it out of the group stage, unfortunately. They managed to go 0-2 against T1 Challengers, so T1 Challengers managed to get out instead, and they went 0-2 to FunPlus Phoenix Blaze. So I think it would be exciting to see National Red Force Challengers. I believe, looking at the notes from Chronicler, who watches considerably more than I do. He was quite fond of the mid-jungle duo on this team. I've enjoyed watching, I think Sylvie has been very exciting to me. I've been less impressed by Fiesta, but Sylvie is someone who, he seems to be playing, like, holding abilities, playing out skirmishes very intelligently. I quite liked his Viego. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of lockdown or setup for him in the last game that they played against Max. I thought, given how well he was playing the counter ganks and those situations out, I thought for sure that was going to be a win for our Red Force friends, but going into neutral objectives, there was better setup from Max and just not a lot of ways with the Sivir Yumi bot lane for Nangshin to be able to space check the area or to interfere with Max's setup, and Draven was basically able to just walk at people with no threat of engage. Yumi effectively had to be the engage with the ultimate, and didn't quite work out. I think what's interesting, based on the research that I've done from Nangshin so far, is they actually played a lot of tank stops. So despite the fact that I think Dundan's performance has been pretty interesting in this particular game, or excuse me, this particular group, he actually played quite a bit of Orange Scion during the KRCS, and so when you're seeing, meanwhile, the Peter, the support, played a lot of Enchantress, which is pretty common for KRCS. In LDL, we see quite a bit more engaged supports, tank supports. So it's interesting to see that dynamic, but then see basically Namjoon come in and play a bit more of the Aatrox or the heavy skirmishing, especially playing like the Eclipse Aatrox build, which is quite a bit more carry style. Any Worlds predictions? So I have not quite done enough VOD review of Worlds teams yet. I actually spent the time I usually do that preparing for this event. But I'm excited for Worlds. I think for me, I watch mostly North America and LPL teams. So I obviously am excited to watch LPL throughout the tournament. I think this is probably the strongest four, just like kind of pound for pound, LPL teams that LPL has sent to World Championships since there were 4 teams, which obviously this is only the 3rd year where that's happened. So I expect them to do relatively well, though of course LPL teams always have a tendency to kind of flip the group stage a bit. And I do think a lot depends on, a lot depends on sort of the metagame in the case of RNG in terms of whether or not they can play properly around bot lane. Since Breathe is not particularly a laner, but it's interesting. What time's gonna start? We're still not, there's not quite an update yet. We still had a case where Nangshin's mid laner Fiesta is having network errors. That was the last update we received. They're currently investigating and will hopefully get the game up shortly after the investigation occurs. So that will be exciting. On the plus side, for visit, or not, I should not say the plus side. In unfortunate news, it seems Quickshot has tested positive for COVID. So he has shared that on Twitter to create more visibility. Anyone who was around Mr. Henry recently, please make sure that you are taking care of yourself and getting checked. I know, riveting downtime conversation. Which NA team has the best chance to make it furthest? Honestly, it has to be Cloud9 at this point. I think Cloud9 performed way better than my expectations during playoffs. I think actually Blabber has played incredibly well this playoffs. Like, there were a lot of memes about Blabber, but I don't necessarily put a lot of stock into how his pathing has gone, but I have really quite enjoyed how he's visualizing fights and how he's playing them out. So even in situations where Cloud9 might not get a lead, I think they have him being able to mark flanks to look for situations that are exciting or effective. So probably Cloud9 has the best chance. I know that their group's a bit difficult with Edward Gaming and T1. I think that this is a situation where Berserker was just the best performing AD as well in the brackets of playoffs during North American playoffs or LCS championships. So from that perspective, he wasn't really pushed or contested in the team fights as much. Games probably seemed easy for him. In fact, he said that on stage. But I think you were in a group with UC Viper, so there's going to be a little bit more of a back and forth, and the bot lane meta should be very fun to watch, or the AD carry should be fun to watch. I also expect the supports to be fun to watch. I know T1 hasn't been as exciting, but carry, I think, based on what I've seen so far, has been, in my VOD reviews, has actually been performing still decently. So carry and Mako, I think that will be an exciting matchup in terms of setup for the bot lane. And that's where I expect, Guma use Berserker to not exactly just breeze through the game as quickly, easily as he has been. I expect the team fighting, especially from the team fighting, to be a little bit stronger coming out of EDG and T1, but we'll see exactly how that goes, because I still think Blabber has been performing extremely well. And I mean, it's interesting to say that it's possible that he was, relative to his region, right, the better performing jungle in the group. I think JJ struggled a bit for Edward Gaming, even though he did get put back into the starting lineup, despite being subbed out a little bit. And then, of course, I don't think this has been as strong of a performance recently from Owner. Edward Game, or Evil Geniuses, obviously is an interesting situation with their AD carry, and I think obviously I just think cavalry in team fights has not been as strong as Danny. Danny leaving a very huge mark on team fights in general. It's always been his greatest strength. So we'll see how that dynamic pans out going into the play-in stage. I think it's very interesting though, because it's one of those extremely easy groups for North American fans in the play-in. So you go into that saying, if they don't make it out of this group and into the main group stage. Okay, we're back into the video game, guys, just like that. That's exciting. You don't have to listen to me wax philosophical about easy playing group stage. We do have Kenny Chan covering this top side as Garby uses his ability to stacks his raid bar to try to get this wave in. Kenny Chan's obviously going to be the better person to take this. Garby's taking the tower. Doesn't matter. They still managed to get the kill off. Garby flashes in. Kenny Chan flashes in. And the rest of the wave, which it's the plus side of this is it's only one wave. They only managed to get one wave into the tower before executing the dive, so Kenny Chan or Dunda doesn't end up losing a whole lot for that. But Kenny Chan is going to be enjoying a little bit of jungle camps as his reward. Look at all that vision around topside, though. They're really, as I said, both of these teams are kind of incentivized to play towards the top side of the map, particularly around mid for Nausha, and then around top lane for Max. But looking at how much vision you have from Kenny Chan set up in that topside jungle, they're really, really playing to and respecting those win conditions. We see, you know, basically the tabby's already, not the tabbies, excuse me, steel plated. Managed to come out for Garvey already, which will mitigate the auto-based damage from Dun Dun as he stacks procs those hypers. And then Garvey, of course, at level 6, still able to do relatively well against Dun Dun, even in the Mega Gnar. So with so much attention placed towards top side, it's going to be some free dragons for Nongshim. It's really nice to just secure this Mountain Drake, right? You have the enemy team wanting to go into them, and then just the base stats from single Mountain Drakes are very effective, you know, in providing a lot of extra tankiness, especially on a champion like a Sejuani or an Alistar. It's very nice to have that. There's a lot of frontline there too, and of course Gnar, right? It goes without saying Gnar, we were just talking about him. So they managed to secure that Drake. What I'm looking for as we get into 7 minutes is to see how much attention is going to be placed on this Rift Herald, because the Rift Herald is obviously something that is very exciting for Max to have, because they're able to get lane priority in the top and the mid so far. So having that Rift Herald is going to be important for them to continue to snowball the lead on this Renekton. And as what I would like to say is the wave that comes out at 6:30, but is in the bot lane at 7:30, but is in the bot lane at 7. If you crash that wave, you have a nice window to set up from your support. So it looks like NS got that wave in first, which means that Alistar actually has priority to go to this Rift Herald first. Kenny Chen and Garvey kind of looking for a play onto Dindon, but both of them have burned those flashes, so they don't have as easy of setup as before. Instead, we're looking to just push this wave in as fast as possible. Alistar around the midway first. It also looks like Jiwoo will be... Jiwoo? I'm not quite sure how to pronounce Korean names. Apologies, that's probably my worst of all of the... in terms of pronunciation, the languages here. So we do have both of the supports hovering around this Rift Herald. Since we're a little bit stronger on the Renekton, but appreciably in items, right? They're similar levels, so Renekton a little bit higher level, but Gnar should be able to secure this level 8 off of the next wave. Well, Fiesta no longer has the ulti, which indicates to me that they're probably just going to concede this snow. Renekton is going to be able to zone off Dun Dun, especially now that Dun Dun's back to mini Gnar. It looks like Helios is roaming up, so if Max don't pull this right away, he's taking a bit of damage, but he is Silas, so ridiculous amount of sustain already inherent in his kit. It probably can just peel that off as soon as he latches onto anyone. Lands the E, realizes the W. But it does look like NS have completed that. It's a little bit strange. They're roaming up, considering that overall they just conceded. Fiesta coming low enough. You have ultimate still from Sylvie, so they could have potentially made something happen, but I think the Renekton at this point just feels extremely strong, just in terms of level leads. And Poppy, very annoying if you're engaging into the Poppy with the steadfast presence as either Silas or Sejuani, and then of course he can, this is a sophisticated word by the way, yeet you directly out of whatever fight you want to go into, and that makes it feel a lot riskier, even if your AD carry is capable of roaming first. So, not perspective. With all that in mind, perhaps Nongshim would have been better off just going back and getting an extra plate, but no crying over spilt milk. They did manage to secure vision around bot side now, so perhaps this is a situation where now that Alistair's gained a few levels, now that basically Max put so many resources around topside that then maybe they can go deep into the jungle, use the pressure of vision to zone Xiaoguang off of the bot turret and get a bit more gold onto Jiwoo. From which region is Max? Max is from the LDL, so this is China versus Korea. Just a little bit of a world's preview for you, if you will, going into the World Championship bracket stage. I think the interesting thing about Max is the amount of experience they have on the roster. Garvey, obviously, he's played both AD and top lane professionally in the LPL. In fact, both Xiaoguang and Shimo have played LPL as well. Xiaoguang very briefly for Edward Gaming, Shimo for BLG. Actually, both Xiaoguang and Shimo come up from the Edward Gaming youth system. Both of them actually played on Team Fighter, which was the team that basically qualified into the, I want to say, City of Heroes, a little bit, and then joined the Edward Gaming youth squad. I managed to climb up the bracket. Team Fighter was also part of the Edward Gaming system, so a bit of a throwback. A little bit of a preview, if you will, when EDG and Max play later on today. So, Garvey actually using, so this is interesting, Garvey using his priority from topside to walk all the way down and secure this dragon for the rest of them, forcing Dungun to use this TP. So that's very interesting to me, because regardless of whether or not NS secure this dragon, like, from here, Max could just walk away. Oh, looks like we're going in. Steadfast Presence uses the Initiate. You've got the Poppy Ultimate knocking Alistair out of the fight. Garvey's ultimate is ticking down, however, which could make this a favorable fight for Namjoon. And there we go. Garvey just instantly popped by the engage from Fiesta. I am literally eating my microphone. Would you like me to make chomping noises? I can stand directly next to the microphone. Keeps hitting the mic. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to move my cord. There we go. Maybe that's helpful. That way I won't be able to knock into the microphone cord or adjust it too much and it won't move. But anyway, looking at that fight, I think part of what happened was Garvey used the ultimate a little bit too early. I think having Garvey walk down and then as soon as you see Dundun use the TP, that's almost just a good call to disengage that. You've won out on the play. Then you can rotate the attention to top side, manage to get the T1 turret, and make sure that you're getting a ton of gold on your connecting, because that is your win condition. Renekton recalling on the bottom side. Oh, no. It looks like he's going to stay in position. Match Fiesta. Doesn't quite have the Gore Drinker completed. But Fiesta does have the Glacial. If I cast while I'm listening to myself, I will definitely throw me off. But listening to it after, I think, helps a lot. So I typically set up my mic with OBS, and I'm using VMix for this particular situation, so a little bit more testing required, I think. But I appreciate the suggestions, as always. So we have the second Rift Herald spawn now. Honestly, it's interesting. Renekton hasn't managed to secure the top T1 yet, so that gold injection hasn't come through. I think overall, if you look at the fact that Renekton hasn't snowballed effectively, the fact that the Poppy has to run into situations, a lot of the situation is very heavily collapse comp, and you have a little bit more gold and a little bit more of a lead onto the Phelios. This game's starting to feel like pretty decent for Nongshim right now. I think Max pulling this Rift Herald a little bit early without having good vision setup or flanks marked is a little bit risky. But you do still have the Talia to be able to control terrain a bit. She still has the Weaver's Wall, which will help zone Nongshim out if they need to secure the Rift Herald. Somewhat of a desperation play. However, they managed to just secure that pretty easily. As we see the gold values come in, you do see kind of what I talked about before, which is that the gold managed to come through a little bit more for Fiesta and for Jiwoo. Yeah, there's no second caster. We haven't had a second caster for all of group stage. It's, I'm told that logistically speaking, because of the setup, we are not able to have a second caster for this entire event, so everyone has done a great job so far if you go back and listen to the other vlogs. We've had, oh, nice flash from Nets. Yes, they're not quite able to engage on, I mean, honestly, able to get out with the Mega 9. However, that means that Garvey will get the wave in. Perhaps they'll get a little bit of deep vision from Kenny going into the bot side. Kenny Chen, very fun name, I will say. I don't know any of the casting schedule for the BO5s yet, no. It looks like Max, while they haven't gotten deep boards in the situation, marking flanks, they are on the Drake first. But Gnar stacking that Mega, you can see the Gnar bars is built up quite a bit, so just a few more auto attacks will trigger that one. Also, no ultimate for the Sivir or the Leona on this Dragon Spawn, so this could very easily be Soul Point, which is very exciting for Nongshim. Having effectively the team fighting composition that they do, slightly more favored. Honestly, the key for Max is probably to get priority through a sideline, following the Renekton, and then have Poppy manage to stand on vision so that anyone who walks in can kind of get knocked out. Getting the jungle out of the fight is going to be very useful. As we have very good targeting coming on to Sylvie, manages to get the knockout from the Weaver's Wall, a ton of damage coming out from the Talia. But it looks like the other members of Nongshim are still very healthy. Excellent stun, hopped on by Garvey, managed to take out Dun Dun as well. Oh, Peter getting knocked up by the Talia. Jinwoo being zoned out. Shugwong with a very effective and aggressive flash coming out. Max able to secure this T1 and keep Nongshim from Soul Point, so this game starting to go in the favor of Max. I'm sure we might get a replay, perhaps a little bit later on, but the targeting coming out from Meds, honestly, Talia being the winner of this team fight, effectively the hero, immediately knocking Sylvie out, so you're not able to stack up the stun from the Sejuani, and zoned out from the fight as well. Okay, we will see a bit of a replay here. Walks in. Now watch this coming out from Shinmo. Excellent ultimate flash. Even though it didn't land on anyone, it zoned Jiwoo pretty far out of the fight. Excellent stopwatch from Shimo as well. So I actually didn't see as much of the impact that Shimo had, but the aggressive flash, and even though Shimo ends up going down, did a lot of work in that fight to help isolate the Sejuani and allow Max to take out the fight like that. Just all these knockups from Meds as well. They've done very well. And of course, the flash from Xiaoguang ends up going down. And Mets securing top 2-1 for himself as well. A lot of gold coming out of the Taliyah, has the Leandries already set up. The Sorcerer's Boots going to be doing a ridiculous amount of damage. The other nice thing about the Taliyah is the range that you have with the Q based on looking at this team fight. So one of the fallbacks of a Sejuani composition is that you're very low range. So with Sejuani, you're incentivized to draft a lot of melee champions so that you can stack up the stun pretty effectively and pretty quickly. But in situations where people really double down on that Sejuani composition, you end up kind of falling a bit prey to range. And while most of Max's champions are pretty low range, you are in a situation where Taliyah can kite very effectively, can create a lot of space and a lot of terrain against these shorter range champions. And Taliyah is a champion that doesn't have to come into you at all, so Aphelios feels way less useful against the Taliyah than some of the other champions that Max has. Alright, so Max getting the wave in here. Now, if Max managed to, once again, if Max win this game, they lock in their ticket to the BO5 stage. Nongshim are eliminated from the event, but they can still play Spoiler. They have another game to go. Oh, actually, they can't play Spoiler because they've already played Edward Gaming Youth. And they've played, and they've played Max. Obviously, they're playing them right now, so their next game is actually against the LJL team, Crescent Gaming Act Academy. So perhaps, Crescent Gaming Act Academy can kick them while they're down, or Nongshim will just go into the next game extremely angry, having lost the first two and wanting to make a huge statement. I would say one thing that's been interesting about today so far is that a lot of games have felt pretty decided by laning phase leads, and we've seen both Max and Edward Gaming Youth climb their way back into games after difficult early games. Oh, Xiaoguang eliminated. This could be the situation that Nongshim need. But the wave being eliminated. So NS managing to shift down to bot lane tier 2. They aren't going to get a whole lot off of Xiaoguang, but I don't know if Garby wants to defend this too much. Xiaoguang still has a respawn, and all of NS is in the bot side jungle. No having to flash. Now we don't have the flash engage from the Leona available for the next Dragonfly fight, even though Xiaoguang is up. So I think defending that T2 turret was not the most logical decision coming out of Max, but they did, however, manage to buy a little bit of time for Xiaoguang to come out of base. Garby having to back here. So Max do get the wave in, but they don't have the Renekton available. If Nongshim know that the Renekton recalled, it could be dangerous. We have the Black Weaver. A bit of extra tankiness coming out, so that Renekton can try to frontline against the Aphelios. Knock up onto Sylvie, already getting low. Honestly, this Taliyah is doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Also has the stopwatch, so can play even more on the edge. Max have already started the dragon. They should be able to secure this. Again, Weaver's Wall coming out from Talia to zone them out. Engage onto Fiesta, but he has the stopwatch available. Oh! Garvey knocking Peter in, or Peter engaging in. Oh, nice! Ultimate coming out from Juwu. Oh my goodness. Shagwang and Meds are still alive. Garvey forcing Fiesta into the wall. Dun hit with the knockup. Oh, but Nar managed to take them down. Now it's just Shagwang available. You can see the angle. This is a double kill. This is a double kill. In his mind, he sees it. Q does connect. Not enough damage, and Fiesta manages to get him in the alcove. Alcove is never where you want to be when you want to be doing. Almost never. We're very supportive of rookies on this stream. So let's see. I think using the stun onto Fiesta, Fiesta having the stopwatch. Then Dun almost Mega Gnar stacked up, managed to get knocked out of the wall, but not quite, not far enough away. Peter actually making so much space on this Alistair on this engage. I thought Peter would maybe die instantly, but he did have the ultimate available. Wreaking a ridiculous amount of havoc, staying on top and keeping Shagwang out of the fight. So basically, Meds managed to do a lot of work, but not quite. I wonder if it would have been good to use the stopwatch there, and then just have Shagwang kill the Gnar while he was distracted. He probably didn't expect the Gnar to be doing that much damage. Okay, well, Gnar knocked out of the fight this time. So both top laners eliminated from the fight. Max using their advantage to resecure the area around the Baron. Quite a lot of players on Angshin have played in LCK, and a lot of players on Max have also played in LDL, so this is a little bit of an LCK LPL matchup. Or excuse me, played in LPL, not LDL. They've obviously played in LDL, Kelsey. And there's also quite a bit of a difference between having a considerable amount of experience in LPL, a considerable amount of experience in LCK, and basically most of these teams. Even Garvey, I would say, he's only really played 2 splits, effectively, in LPL, so probably the most experience on this lineup in the major leagues. Now, NS do have positional advantage on this Baron once again. Only Shinmo and Garvey really able to try to face track this, but even Garvey, I think, outside of having I'm really bad at remembering item names, should probably just not mention them. But Garvey does have the ability to effectively slow attack speed, but doesn't do a whole lot versus Fiesta, who's been the main threat on this team. LG Shimo was a good time. Even Xiaoguang has played a bit for Edward Gaming. Very briefly. Now we are doing the classic of making sure we secure the midway. See, this is something, as a North American, that I can really understand, is placing a ton of priority on this midwave. Making sure that you have all 5 members showing on it. Very important. That's a joke. That's a joke. I should be loud when I'm explaining that that's a joke, so that you can hear it over the noise gate. Looks like the Weaver's Wall is going to attempt to zone out to Nangshan, but it seems a little bit early. This Baron is not quite low enough. They either miscalculated the damage or... Alright, we've got the Aphelios ultimate coming out. Poppy ultimate doesn't really knock anyone away. Med's very low here. Done looking for this fight. Only manages to get one person in the ultimate. No one going down. But this is a very nice setup for Nangshan. They're going to go ahead and just pull this Baron now. Garby and Meds both have teleport available, and it looks like they're going to channel that. For Meds. Julia coming in. Baron secured, but a lot of Nangshan members low. Peter goes down. He has to force to flash out of the situation. I don't think Max will be able to catch up to them. So this should just be Baron going down for Peter. And also they've secured the teleport from Meds. But, you know, Max going to look for their third dragon in exchange. Meds will probably fall down here, but this should be just a fast take on the dragon with Xiaoguang's damage. That's 3 Cloud Dragons for Max. Ton of move speed going to be coming out, but actually Garby's here faster than I expected. Should still be easy. I mean, Kenny Chen has the smite available. XX macro indeed. Alright, so what is nice is the fact that Jiwoo didn't come and hover the dragon. Jiwoo managed to get the top T2. They're utilizing the Baron while Max allocated so many members onto securing that dragon. Kenny Chen, I don't know if you want to be here. Jiwoo doing a ridiculous amount of damage with the Gale Force, the Affinity Edge, the Lord Dominix. He's feeling himself, you know. If you walk up to Jiwoo with blue guns, red guns, white guns, you know, pretty much any combination at this point. It looks like it is a good time for Nangshan to go ahead and recall and look for another wave of Baron push. Max going to try to push out at least one wave so they're not threatened. But it's hard for them to manage to push out the waves all the way because then it's easy for Nangshan to collapse. Donut still has TP available. Here we go. We've got, it's beneficial for Nangshan to play the bot lane in the top wave in this situation. We've got some very tanky boys coming out for Nangshan. So we talked about the poke damage and the kiting available on the Talia. We now have Warmox on the Sejuani, so any poke that Sylvie takes as a frontliner is going to be able to heal up relatively effectively. And they can just swap out their tanks because they have so many of them. Standing on this wave, or standing on this pink ward, and it looks like Kenny Chen, once again, walking a little too boldly forward. Alright, looks like this could be... Oh, wow. Max taking out 2 members of Fiesta, so Garby's going to... has no flash available. But they will very aggressively walk at Fiesta, daring him to walk at them. They have no way to get on them. No Leona ultimate. No flash for the Renekton. But they did their best. Nangshan probably at this point feeling a little bit nervous. Don't want to overcommit under tower once again. It is a 300 CS Sivir, almost a 400 CS Sivir. 4 items completed. As strong as the Aphelios is, the Sivir is also feeling quite strong. And of course, when all you have to do, as Sivir, you don't necessarily have to compromise yourself in any situation. You just have to throw out a Q, hit a W, watch people lose their HP bars. Working on that final item. Kenny Chan. If I were talking to Kenny Chan, I would, as one of his teammates, I would just tell him to take a deep breath, relax a little, let them come to us. After all, we're the ones with 3 Cloud Souls. We have Soul Point, they don't. Sivir stacking up that gold, heading towards that final item. Out of it will be a Guardian Angel. RB looking to do some damage to Dun Dun. Has to flash out of the knockout from Talia. Jibu Kaisa all over Max. I'm trying not to use too many random obscure references from my co-stream. I feel like not exactly what. Oh, pause. Well, now I can explain all the random obscure. No, but this is this could be 3rd Dragon for Nangshan. So this is one of the closest games we've had so far in group stage. Very, very exciting to get on the final day. If the Nangshan manage to secure this, they stay with a chance into this event. I think most people would expect them to defeat Crescent Gaming Act Academy, the LJL team, in the next game, which could open up a situation for Max and Nangshan to play a tiebreaker at the end of this. Which, I think most people would like to see more games like this, like more back and forth, more tense situations that go to 6 Dragon. This is how you plug the co-stream. Just plug the co-stream. There's no LPL to plug the co-stream though. FNC pause? See, everyone says FNC pause, but whenever there's a lot of pauses in a tournament, I always think of that Demacia Cup event. I think it was 2015. Where the internet connection at the venue was very spotty. So they had to relocate the entire event to a net cafe, and then because the net cafe closed, they had to reschedule the event. But during that time, apparently Dade was on M3. Anyway, back to the game. We'll talk about this another time. If there's another pause, we can finish the story. Show the XX macro mode. I can't. I don't have a webcam. It's not possible. Anyway, I think of League of Legends Pause League. It's always fun. An old throwback, but FNC Pause is quite a bit more hip with the times. As they say. Once again, Max making sure that they're alphaing Nangshan by showing absolutely everyone on the mid-wave. Kenny Chan might look around for a flank here. Sylvie taking a bit of Baron, but he can always just disengage. Oh, nice attempt at a steal by Kenny Chan, but he's just gonna go down here. Xiaoguang has to flash away, but he's still full HP. Both of the AD carries feeling very threatening at this point. But look at the damage coming out from the Sivir. Managing to take down 2 members so far. Dun Dun looking for a stun. Not able to clip the Sivir with the Mega Gnar. Or the Gnar, I should say, the ultimate. Still Juwu full HP. Just eliminating these turrets very quickly. Was that like 4 auto attacks and that went down? And then also the mid inhibitor. So finally we have an inhibitor broken in this game, 39 minutes into the match. Garvey clearing out the bot wave. Okay, let's take a look at the replay. Kenny Trent flashes in. Honestly, that was very close on the smite situation. But look at how well. So obviously, NS's front line stays alive quite a bit longer than Max's. Garvey creates a fair amount of space, but Shagwell just stays full HP. Obviously, the Dundunar ultimate doesn't hit anyone. Doesn't hit Sivir, I should say. It did hit Garvey. Alright, so Leona does have Solar Flare available. We have quite a bit of zoning tools. Honestly, if Max wants to continue to win the next fight coming up, they're going to want to use their zoning tools very effectively. Use the Solar Flare and the Weaver's Wall to isolate certain members. Keeper's Verdict to eliminate from the fight. I think good targets are obviously Sylvie, so you can't stack up those stuns. Jiwoo, very, very good target to eliminate if you can get on top of the AD carry, but considering how much front line, yes, creating space for him, it's a little bit hard. It's probably easier to eliminate the front line from the fight, or to zone the front line out of the fight. I feel like you don't necessarily need a GA on Aphelios in this match just because you have such a threatening front line. Fiesta, so 2 inhibitors eliminated from Max. Angshan looking to set up this tiebreaker against the 3rd seed LDL team. Finally getting some parity, am I right? Group A actually was pretty exciting from that perspective. The next dragon is up. This would be Soul for either team. Obviously, Nangshan have quite a bit of positional advantage. I don't even think it's possible for Max to get on top of this dragon in time to take it. Oh, we are getting into another pause. I wonder what the update will be this time. We can continue the story about Day4 on M3. That's exciting. But if I recall correctly, at this particular event, Day4 was basically told to kill the enemy Nexus because he was the only one who could move in the game. That was fun. Anyway, since then, I've always thought of that fondly as the most cursed event, potentially. I am Kelsey Moser. I've been following the Chinese League of Legends scene since before LPL existed, so that is exciting for me. I don't know about you all, but I can pull out a fair amount of historical LPL stories to fill the time limit. Regale you with the tales of EDG Fighter. Or Team Fighter, I should say, from EDG. We'll see, and we'll wait a bit to get an update. I actually quite like this stage. I think the champions kind of able to stare down at you from above is pretty fun. Just the fact that they're angled slightly above. I don't believe there's an audience for this event. However, you can imagine that this would be very exciting for an audience to see a stage like this. What's going on? We have the ref menacingly surveying the bot lane of Max. Looks like he's talking to the AD carry at the moment. I'm wondering if this is going to be a tech issue in the venue this time. Perhaps a mouse issue, you know? Or, it's possible that this is continuing net issues with Fiesta, since that was the reason for the last pause. Yes, it is. Fiesta reported a network problem. They're still investigating, so Fiesta experiencing network errors. There hasn't been a winning yet. Nongshim are very close to securing the game. However, there's ongoing network issues with Fiesta. Been responsible for 2 pauses so far. It's not my microphone. It's definitely the acoustic dampening in my apartment. That's the problem, is the ridiculous amount of money. Usually I'm a producer, so it is more in terms of the amount of casting that I do. I would say that it's not as big of an investment for me, or as a beneficial of an investment for me to invest a lot of money into acoustic dampening and an extremely high quality casting setup. Basically, but I do appreciate the ability to cast suspense. It's been very fun so far. I do like the suggestions, though, of course, obviously. Anyway, we are Max able to continue to stall out this game. Yeah, I actually do have a mic that basically only picks up close sounds. I have invested into that at least. So, we have that going for us. I have a dynamic mic, which picks up closer sounds. Yeah, my day job, if you will, is producing the North American Academy broadcast. So, always a big fan of developing talents, no matter where they are in League of Legends. So, very fun to be able to cast this as well. Put up some towels on chairs around you. If I had chairs, that would be sick. I am the epitome of, you know, I don't know, I can't say bachelor pad, because I'm not a bachelor, but if you keep that in mind, that's kind of where I'm living right now. Oh yeah, of course. No, I appreciate the suggestions. I really do. I just, I think this was one of those, long-term projects. And I'm using this to make fun of myself a bit, because I don't have a lot of furniture. As Nongshim, knocking on the doors of I concede. Looks like Sivir's going to go down, so does Shinmo. Garvey eliminated. Any attempts to defend these base turrets? Oh, undone. Flashing. very intimidatingly at Mets on the base. And that is going to be one of our biggest upsets of the event so far. Nongshim tying up their head-to-head record with Max, putting themselves at the same score as the 3rd seed LDL team. Now, if they manage to defeat Crescent Gaming Act Academy in the next match, they will create a tiebreaker scenario with Max to win the entire series. Or to get out of the group, I should say, in 2nd seed. If that happens, this will be our first tiebreaker so far. Pretty exciting. First tiebreaker so far of the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. This is the first game that I'm casting tonight. The 4th game of the 2nd round robin of Group B. So far the stakes are pretty tense. We have Crescent Gaming Act Academy almost coming off a full win against Edward Gaming Youth in the previous match. And then of course we have Max and Nongshim now tied up, both in head-to-head record and in scoreline, with the ability for Nongshim to take it home. Of course, this also means that Edward Gaming Youth has secured the 1st seed at a scoreline of 5-1 at worst if they lose the game to Max. If Max win the game, however, it doesn't really matter. Nongshim the Max are now 3 and 2. So is Nongshim. Nongshim's also 3 and 2, if I recall correctly. Let me just update this. No, actually they're 2 and 3, so I spoke a little bit too early. But if Nongshim go 3 and 2, manage to defeat Crescent Gaming Act Academy, and Max lose to Edward Gaming Youth, then both teams will be 3 and 3, and then we will all have a tiebreaker at the end of the day to secure the 2nd seed. However, if Max beats Edward Gaming Youth, who, there's always variables. Monkey, the jungler from Edward Gaming Youth, was experiencing not feeling too well. You can never quite see. So maybe this is a situation where Max, who currently within the summer split, having played both LDL and this event, are at the moment at a head-to-head record of 4-1. Max having only secured 1 game off of Edward Gaming Youth in either the LDL Summer Playoffs or this Asian Star Challengers Invitational so far. Watching these highlights a bit, this was a pretty exciting match. Just looking at the small. Wow, I'm really good at forgetting words. Small optimizations made by both Max and Nongshim within that fight. Thinking to yourself, maybe if Meds had used that stopwatch earlier, right, then would be in a much stronger position for the Sivir to finish up. Garvey trying to mark off the Dun, managing to create some space for Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang playing on the edge of this fight, maximizing range. But not enough to get through the front line. And of course the final highlights. Max knocking on the victory of the game. Yesta eating in pretty aggressively under the tower, managing to use the Zonias. There we go. Our MVP is Jiwoo. Actually, a little bit surprising, but he was the main difference maker in these fights, just being as fed as he was. I think Fiesta also performed exceptionally well, so not going to hold against him that he secured that. I think Ophelios was a very strong pick compositionally into what Max had to offer with all the Tatulia. Managed to position away from the knockup. And of course, stay out of the range of the Keeper's Verdict when Poppy would channel that. So, strong performance by him. We'll be going into a break shortly. I'm guessing since Nongshim won, we won't be getting an interview, but we'll see.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time.
We had the stage set up for Nongshim Red Force Challenger and Crescent Gaming Act Academy. I know I'm going to skip the act at some point because it seems awkward with the name, but it's Crescent Gaming Act Academy. So suddenly, because Nongshim managed to take that game from Max, this game does have stakes. Crescent Gaming Act Academy had the ability to play spoiler within their group before they close out. They are the first seed from the LJL Academy. At this point, or no, they're actually not the first seed from LJL Academy. They're the third seed, or the third or slash fourth seed from LJL Academy, since the third place match was not played within the LJL Academy League. I am using the Samsung Q9U microphone. It is actually a pretty nice quality dynamic mic. The problem is the acoustics in my apartment. I have a pretty open space. I don't have a lot of furniture. So you're basically probably hearing an echo at this point from the room, the reverb within the room itself. So this isn't something where I can suddenly fix it for you, unfortunately. But the mic quality is something that I've invested in. It's just that I would also have to invest in quite a lot of other things at the moment. Hello, hello. But anyway, back to talking about the stakes of the tournament and less about my microphone. Crescent Gaming Act Academy, third seed from the third/fourth seed from the LJL, about to face off against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force Academy, or Challenger, I should say, just took down Max, the third seed from the LDL, coming in. Which, if Nongshim are also able to secure this match, they will go into a tiebreaker to get out of this group in second. Potentially. Assuming, Max also lose to Edward Gaming U in the final match of the group stage that we have slated for us. The Draven has been very effective for some of these LDL teams. Also, looking at the fact that Funawi has managed to secure a Misfortune ban. This was after they managed to have such an effective match against Edward Gaming Youth with this pick. Crescent Gaming Act Academy looking very strong in that particular game. And Misfortune creating a lot of space, doing a lot of damage overall. And we have the first pick connected coming out once more. This is League of Legends. This is Lucian being picked early on, so we'll see if Crescent Gaming Act Academy are able to make things happen with what I'm expecting to be Lucian Nami lane, playing extremely aggressively into the bot side. Lucian also able to avoid the Renekton all-ins. Not picking the Nami just yet. It's very rare to see the Nami not paired with the Lucian, so if Nongshim choose to pick the Nami out from here, they'd want to go with something else. Oh, Mila coming through. So I'm expecting some kind of enchanter. Yumi's still up with the Mila, Yumi being a very common pairing. Especially from Peter, I would expect some kind of enchanter coming out here for the levels to scale up. For the double range bot lane to be able to do a fair amount of damage early on. But we're going with a Pike, so that's actually very interesting. Makes a lot of sense with Mila. Basically, the idea is to buff up your support. So getting levels on the Pike early, getting more gold on the Pike just should make him a menace potentially in this game. But you are giving over some pretty interesting ultimates for Silas here as well. So that's the Lucian Nami, as anticipated. Pike also does extremely well into enchanters, especially if he's going to get some of that level XP, though. Overall, the experience advantage that you see coming out from the Nila passive isn't that huge. Usually from bot lanes, you see the support thing like 1 level up, potentially, but it is significant, especially if you can create a situation to skirmish, capitalize on it, and make things happen really early on. I'm expecting the jungle to want to be pathing down in this case, depending on what jungle's picked, what the jungle matchup is. The Trundle being banned out, they might be looking for the Poppy, or the Poppy's banned, excuse me, never mind. But they might be looking for a Sejuani, for example, if you're banning out the Trundle. Sejuani would pair pretty well with both the Renekton and the Pyke. On the other hand, we're seeing the Nidalee banned, the Grace banned, so Crescent Gaming Act Academy don't want Sylvie to get those carry jungle picks. Wukong falling fairly low in the draft priority, considering how high the pick ban percentage of this champion has been in the group stage. We've seen quite a few Wukong first picks on the first 2 days, but oh, the Bel'Veth, that's interesting. Bel'Veth into the Wukong, so you typically want quite a bit of CC if you're going to take out the Bel'Veth, and you want to put a lot of attention on the Riptail. So there's a decent amount of setup coming in for the Bel'Veth, coming out of non-Shimmer Force, but on the opposite side, you do have Sylas able to secure a little... I mean, you don't really have that much CC coming out from the Crescent Gaming Act Academy. Things that manage to disrupt the Bel'Veth are CC, or very clear plans to prevent Bel'Veth from securing the Rift Herald, since with the basically empowered ultimates, or empowered, as we say, like the minions or the peons or the fishies, as some of the North American Academy casters like to say, can cause havoc, can secure turrets very effectively, snowball gold very easily. So we're looking at a composition that wants to snowball very early from Nangshan. I actually quite like the idea of this comp. The Zoe is interesting, since I'm assuming the Zoe is just there to create space for Bel'Veth with the bubble bubbles. Same with the Nami, but they don't. Neither composition has like extremely straightforward lockdown. Nami obviously with the tidal wave, with the Q. Zoe with a fair amount of zoning. The fact that Renekton can flash in and get a secured stun. Obviously Pyke has stun within his kit as well, so a little bit more CC coming out from National Force. If the Sylas commits into the Poppy or into a zone where Zoe has set up poke and create space, Nami can disengage. So a lot of short range coming out from Crescent Gaming Act Academy, and a lot of ability to create space, and a lot of ability for Renekton and Bel'Veth to just do a lot of damage to short range champions. So I think I do quite like Nangshan's draft here. I think it's very interesting. So I'm excited to see how this game plays out, especially considering the last game the Crescent Gaming Act Academy played, they were so close to snowballing a victory against Edward Gaming Youth. Edward Gaming Youth obviously has not lost a game in this group stage so far, so definitely the ones to beat in Group B. Looks like Crescent Gaming Act Academy, very commonly when you have these double ranged matchups, or you're playing with enchanters, you do see this kind of level 1 where the group of 5 goes all the way down, manages to make sure they get a level 1 ward in that bush to try to create space or create opportunities for them to use their double ranged advantage to get lane with basically range plus melee to get some harass down, control the brush, etc. Interesting to see Kakun on the side here instead of down at the bottom, maybe anticipating some kind of invade. But, or excuse me, instead of mid, maybe anticipating some kind of invade. But it looks like both junglers are just starting towards top, looking to path bottom. This will be a very volatile 2v2 on the bot side. in this matchup with Silas versus Zoe, Cocoon is basically going to take some harass early, but it's going to want to look for very aggressive E's and try to fight as much as possible. So, considering the fact that Wukong is a bit stronger in the early game, this should be a good setup for him, but level 1, it's going to just have to take that poke. Fiesta walking up on the level 2. Good use of range advantage and level advantage here. Gets the wave in on wave 2 instead of wave 3. So drops the ward there. So Silas is relatively happy with the way that this has gone so far. Easier to CS, like 1 wave under tower than 2. Then a large stacked wave without taking too much harass. But Fiesta doing a good job keeping up on the poke. Both junglers managing to maintain path down. It looks like Belveth is leaning mid just in case. Funawi looks for mid gank, but also just securing the single camp first, then getting the Raptors. Okay, Dribble goes in. Nice lockdown for Peter. Primo relatively low, but they do have sustain in this lane, so we're gonna have to make a lot of the damage a bit more. Oh, Cocoon flashes, not able to land the lockdown. Here comes Sylvie, flashes in, gets the knockup, and first blood goes over to Nangshin. Very nice for Sylvie to get that takedown. Set the Belveth snowballing. Also ahead on clear. Wukong falling a little bit behind as is expected in terms of just securing the clear. Double scuttle also secured. Because of the altercation on bot side, Peter and Jiwoo able to force fights in order to get priority in this lane. Once again, a pretty exciting situation for Nangshin. What started out as almost a hopeless day with a loss to Edward Gaming Youth, they are now well and fully in with an opportunity to get out. Alright, a little bit of harass going on to Peter. As we said before, Crescent Gaming Act Academy having a little bit of sustain in this lane. Milan not quite getting a full combo off. Oh! Dun Dun looking tasty, mighty delicious with low HP bars against Momo, but just setting up a bait for Sylvie. We'll probably just recall here and walk back to lane. Or, you know, might extend his advantage just a bit to try to get some play gold. I don't know if that was the correct call, but I think this will result in TBs being traded top lane. Oh, Peter engaging on Momo. They don't seem to be aware that Funawi is in the bot bush. A flash burnt for Nangshin's bot lane Peter. But overall, summer advantage still available for Nangshin since Nilo has both that ghost and that flash available. Let's see what happens to top lane. Dun Dun taking tower shot here. Momo grabbing the chain. Dun Dun getting pretty low. A nice jump in from Sylvie. Turns the tides. Dun Dun coming back to lane with the Iron Spike. Wick. And boots of speed. Oh, nice! Using the level 6 advantage up, but Momo does happen to pop the level 6. The Damas will run out of duration before Aatrox's ultimate does. Odin keeps the lane advantage, still has the Fury fully stacked. We'll just be able to chip away at this tower. Now 2 plates down on top. And setting up another dive onto Cocoon. Oh. Now with 3k gold lead, 3.5k gold lead at 7 minutes. With Nongshim snowballing composition. Only, like I said, only about 1 little lead on the support, despite being those passive. Using that ability to skirmish, fight bot lane. So look for a dive mid and extend that lead to other lanes. Done with the double longsword and iron spike wick. Feeling a little bit feisty there. You're looking for the engage. Ju gets caught up in the Nami bubble. Ju really low HP, has to burn flash. But it looks like Milan is caught a little bit far behind. Oh, Peter doesn't quite land the stun. That is going to be gold secured for both Peter and Ju here. Anna should not be eliminated. They have an even head-to-head with Max. And they're able to tie up the score. If they win this game, and Max loses to Evergaming Youth. They shouldn't be eliminated, but... I noticed earlier, Leaguepedia reported an incorrect score between Beyond Gaming and Huya. So they're not always reliable. We'll probably catch up in a bit. You see Primo going down. Ju flashing, getting away on the Mila. It has to feel bad for Milan there, right? He lands a Q or one more auto. And he at least trades 1 for 1. I think he still dies to the pike, but... Okay, Peter just able to slink away with the stealth. Be over the wall. Now we trying desperately to connect with the ultimate. Yes, in a bit of a dangerous situation, but dodges the E. Peter taking the damage from the culling. Okay, here we go. Nice engage coming in from Sylvie and Peter. Alright, ultimate snowball set for the pike. 4 kills already at 9 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. And they're going to drop this mid T1 with the secured Rift Herald. This game is looking very decisive from Nongshim. 10 minutes in, 10k gold ahead already, about to extend that. They get 1 more charge off of this Rift Herald. It's probably not going to do that much damage, but... Look at this Belveth, though. Securing the Rift Herald, using the empowered ultimate. Look at those little fishes chipping away at the inhibitor. All the way in the base at 10:25. Will this be the fastest game of the tournament so far? It could be. Present Gaming Act Academy trying to desperately play for pride here. Unawi goes in, does a fair amount of damage. Looks like NS Sylvie might be playing a little bit too aggressive here. They should just back out and recall on this window. Honestly, Kakun engaging a little bit too far ahead of his team. This could open up a window for an 11-minute finish, but I don't think they have the creeps for it. Death timers, feeling pretty long, low HP bars from Nongshim. It would be crazy to end a game before Dragon's taken. It would be absolutely insane. If there's a good situation for Belveth, the way we outlined in the draft, Belveth is truly oppressive with Rift Herald secure. So much damage to those towers. One Rift Herald early on in the game knocks down 3 turrets. They eliminate the inhibitor, they almost feel themselves a little, you know, they're thinking, you know, wouldn't it be so cool if we ended a professional game at 11 minutes? They had it. They were thinking about it. You could tell. It's a little bit of greed there. But then they're just going to stand in the base. Maybe the logic at this point is just zoning Crescent Gaming Act Academy off of the Super Minion XP. Oh, managed to shoot the clone from Kunawi. They're still doing so much damage to these turrets. Jimwoo with the Mila engage. Nice. Well, this is just a 13-minute game, guys. I don't know what to tell you, but Nongshim are mad. They are mad that League PDM messed up the score. We're not eliminated, Nongshim declare. Taking down the Nexus, 13 minutes. Wow. I didn't think I was going to catch 13-minute games. And that just happened. That has to be a record, right? Has there been a game shorter than 13 minutes? That's crazy. Well, that is pretty nuts, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not quite sure if there's been a game shorter than 13 minutes before, but I just saw a Nexus explode at about 12:55, so I don't know what to tell you guys. That's pretty crazy. Velvet just enabled the game to end at 12:54. Nongshim Red Force Challenger looking to come back with a vengeance into the standings. Let's see if Max can save themselves from this invigorated, snowballing Nongshim Red Force Challenger comp. I mean, I really did like their draft. It's quite nice. As soon as you show as little guaranteed CC, as little low range as Crescent Gaming Act Academy have, it does seem like a very nice situation for Belveth, especially with the Renekton stun available. With the Pike engage, I also quite like the Neela Pike. It's quite nice to see within this game, and as aggressively and as actively as they played that, snowballing kills off of the bot lane, and then just using that advantage to rotate around mid and just barrel down the lane. I mean, they definitely earned that 12:54 game win with the strategy that they came to the table with. Belveth? Anyone? No? Alright, Fiesta actually doing a considerable amount of damage with the poke. You did see how aggressively Fiesta played that mid lane. Constantly able to keep Kakun low HP, despite the fact that Kakun could sustain with W, especially early on in the game. And then Sylvie always present, able to zone Kakun off of the wave. And the damage numbers are just so low because of the fact that it was a 12-minute game. No one did more than 10k damage except Fiesta. And maybe they were just feeling like, you know, we have to end the game before Fiesta's network goes down, you know? It's top 10 fastest. Remake games last 3 minutes. Looking at the highlights, as we already discussed, Peter and Ju playing out this lane. Got the feel for Milan a little bit, not quite able to land. A little bit more damage. Look at them hitting this turret, 12:37 on the clock. Nice ultimate from Jiwoo. Jiwoo playing this game extremely well. I have a sneaking suspicion he might be our MVP. I don't know what chat thinks. Who would you give it to? I think everyone from Nongshim Red Force just played extremely well. I don't quite know who I would dispute. You know, I think maybe I'd give it to Fiesta. I think Fiesta creating such an opening on level 1, Sylvie leaning in. There are just so many options, and of course the Renekton creating that bait situation for Sylvie to secure first blood, so Dun playing well as well. even though he didn't feel like he was that much a part of the action, considering the game ended before top laners typically join the fray. I mean, TP gets unlocked when? Like 11 minutes? Okay, you know what, chat? I could be redundant. He baited. He did what he did his job. He got ahead. He zoned the Aatrox out of the Rift-held fight. Okay. Well, I assume we'll be getting the MVP soon, and then we'll go into break. And we'll get to see the match I'm very excited for, which is Max versus Edward Gaming Youth. Another rematch for perhaps the most storied matchup in the series, since both teams are from the LDL. We do have the MVP for Sylvie. I mean, Sylvie did play well. Was constantly hovering in the situation where he was needed. Managed to help zone off Kaku. The important thing is that Sylvie used Rift Herald after level 6. I've seen Belvets do that with their level 5 and they drop the Rift Herald and like, oh, there's no Empowered Ultimate available. And of course, Fiesta played very well, but you can also Cocoon. Took a little bit of unneeded harassed. Didn't have to be that close to the wave. Didn't even look for East to connect, right? Just took free damage occasionally. But I do think Fiesta played extremely well. I would probably give it to Fiesta or someone in the bot lane. 12:54 is a pretty nuts game time. Less than 13 minutes.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken enough my chance I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken enough my chance I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
We have the exciting match between EDG Youth and Max Gaming. I have been excited for this one because obviously it is two LDL teams in this group. Both the second and the third seed LDL teams are very evenly matched. Despite that, the head-to-head record for summer playoffs and this match between EDG Youth and Max Gaming is currently at 4-1, so 3-1 in the match that they played in LDL, and 1-0 for in paper. Excuse me, wow. Etiquette, ladylike behavior, Kelsey. Edward Gaming Youth currently leading, but if Max win this one, they can secure a spot in the group. Say they can secure second out of group into the playoffs without having to play against Nongshim again. I don't know who you guys are rooting for. Are you rooting for the 6-0 Edward Gaming Youth group stage terror? Only Beyond Gaming Academy has managed to achieve that so far in Group C. Or are you rooting for the tiebreaker? Alright, so Renekton off the table for Garvey. Garvey's been playing mostly non-Renekton, kind of in his career. Those are his all-time most played in the top lane. Yumi first picked for Edward Gaming Youth. So Yumi has been a little bit of a mixed bag. This is patch 12.16 where Yumi saw a little bit of nerfs, but after some hotfix buffs as well, became more of an artillery poke champion. We are going for the Yumi Neela combo, which is very common. I mean, I think Pyke Neela is a bit more fun to watch, but we do get the cat with the Neela. snowballing the Yumi to get levels earlier, to get ulti earlier. And we have Kiana locked in. Oh no, not locked in. I thought it was locked in because I'm used to seeing the flashing champion icon. And it looked locked in, but it was not. We get Silas instead. Maybe a little bit of a shout out to Beifunk, who also managed to get out of groups today on the Huya streamer team for Group C. So the first seed, Edward Gaming Youth, will play against Huya streamer team. So maybe Psycho just flashing a little bit of BM there. Alright. So Lucianami Wukong locked in for Max Gaming. They're taking a little bit of a page out of Crescent Gaming Act Academy. Maybe they're saying, you know, we didn't mind the LJL's team strategy. We can do it a little bit better, right? We can make the bot lane aggressive. Xiaoguang did play pretty well on that Sivir in the last match against Nangshan that we saw. Maybe giving a little bit of an investment. As a coach, typically speaking, like if a player's playing well, you're happy to pivot your strategy to play around them carrying a game, you know? Senna hover, Nara hover. Leave having a little bit of fun here. I think Leave, though, has been probably one of the better AD carry performers in this event. I've really enjoyed seeing Leave both on the scaling, Zeri picks, on the Draven with the Snowball. Obviously, Draven banned 1-2-3 by Max because Leave did play that champion very well. We had the Vi locked in, so Vi does very well on some of these kiting enchanter picks, like the Nami, like the Lucian. Azir picked on 4 into the Silas. Azir can make the lane extremely volatile, can prevent the Silas from skirmishing by keeping the Silas relatively low. But it is a bit dangerous. Nasser's hover. Nasser is going to get buffed for Worlds. We have heard. But not quite buffed on this patch. Still an interesting proposition. With low amounts of CC and a fair amount of all-in light. Nasser isn't the worst pick. I do like the GP here. Excuse me. GP good for lane matchup. It's nice to see Garvey pulling out the Gangplank into the Gnar. Can definitely try to get an advantage in that lane. And then when you have a Vi, when you have a Silas, all these champions that want to commit into the GP. Also the Nila, GP can almost 1v9 this game, you know? So I think that this is a very nice last pick. Good use of the 5-pick potential here. Also can leave GP kind of to his own devices as the team works on and strategizes to snowball the Lucianami. Nila Yumi playing more for projectiles, pot shots. Probably won't get a very huge advantage in this lane, but they're playing mostly for scaling. With the slight XP advantage that you'll see the Yumi have, maybe pop ulti early, manage to be there for Rift Herald first. But there's not a lot of opportunities to snowball the Gnar here. So we'll see how this goes. This could be a game win for Max, and then we will be denied our tiebreaker match. But if Edward Gaming Youth team win, they do send Max into that tiebreaker against Nangshan. I need to confirm, but almost guaranteed. I've been informed that there won't be a tiebreaker today. So I have been informed there won't be a tiebreaker. But I am trying to see what rule prevents there from being a tiebreaker match so that I can keep you guys updated. In the meantime, it looks like we did get a ward snuck in by Max. That ward is spotted out by the sweeper from Yamu. However, they will know, of course, that Monkey is starting this red buff and headed towards this top side. You could reasonably predict that, but based on the lane matchups available. However, always nice to have that little bit of information. Like I said, I'm still waiting for an update, but apparently there is no tiebreaker regardless of the result of this match. This will be our last match of the night. So we're gonna hope for a good one. Or, in my case, last match of the morning. It is 7 a.m. where I am. As expected, Shagwang and Shimo getting the laning advantage so far. I am told that the ties will be determined by the game-winning time. So, considering that Nongshim had a 12:54 game, it seems almost guaranteed that Nongshim will be the winners here. Especially considering how fast, or how long the Max Nongshim game went. So that is the update there. It will be determined by the game time. However, Max can potentially speedrun this game. Yep, there was a 12:54 game between Nongshim and Crescent Gaming Act Academy. Belveth managed to secure the Rift Herald. They knocked down 3 towers and closed out the game. Belveth is a terror, guys. Don't mess with the fish. It was a good time. The VODs will be available on the LPL YouTube channel. I'm updating you while we're in the break. They'll be available on the LPL YouTube channel, also on the Twitch. If you want to go back through this VOD, it's just before this game. So, I mean, depending on how long this pause is, you may have time to watch the full Nongshim Red First Challenger and Crescent Gaming Act Academy match. Apparently there was a ping spike on stage from Garvey. Both, since it is 2 LDL teams playing together, it is... Both of them are online at the internet, but we are still able to see a ping spike from Garvey. Solo kill, getting a bit of an advantage in this match, as is expected after the 3rd level. Yeah, T1 did manage. No, it was Dem1 actually. Dem1 managed to take a game off of Fun plus Phoenix Blaze. However, since T1 2-0'd Dem1 Challengers team did not manage, Dem1 Kia Challenger team did not manage to make the bracket stage, so. But they did manage to secure a game off of the first seed from LDL. The LDL champions, Fun plus Phoenix Blaze. Max Gaming is also an LDL team. So Max and Edward Gaming Youth are the second and third seeds respectively. Or, excuse me, the third and second teams respectively. Edward Gaming Youth did face Max in the LDL playoffs. The result from that match was 3-1. So currently, Edward Gaming Youth are overall 4-1 against Max with the combination of this group stage and that playoffs. Alright, so Monkey tapping down, looking for something on the bot side. So far, Shagwang and Shimo 20 CS lead, but they are crashing a wave, so that'll probably even out to about 15 CS lead. Oh, Monkey behind enemy lines. Max, a lot of control over bot side because of that Lucian on B combination. LDL has quite a few teams actually, because they have the academy teams from the existing LPL and other teams like Max Gaming, obviously. Currently, the LDL, so they have a full 12 teams in playoffs. The LDL has 24 teams, I believe. If I recall correctly, they have 24 teams. So the 17 academy teams plus 7 teams. Monkey, once again, he's just trying to clear his own jungle, guys. You don't have to be so aggressive here. If EDG wins, there will be no tiebreaker today. The advancing team will be determined by average game time and wins. Yep, 24 LDL teams. Oh, Shagwang fighting back with the E, managing to get the passive proc. Jamu goes down as well. Alright, we are going to see another pause. Both teams, once again, are on stage, so I assume there's some kind of mouse issue, equipment resolution. Maybe someone has to go to the bathroom. You know the drill. Yep, almost died to a Yumiata with the 12.16 mid-patch buffs. Yumi Q actually does a bit more damage, so that's exciting. You know? Yumi lethal. Yeah, quite a few pauses. Once again, this is the first time this tournament has been run. Very exciting concept of the tournament. If you're just tuning in, there are tournaments from teams from 5 regions competing in this event. The Asia Star Challenger Invitational group stage event. The bracket stage starts tomorrow, playoffs. Bracket stage tomorrow will be between FunPlus, Phoenix, Blaze, and Team Flash. That will be the quarterfinals. The 5 regions competing, or the 5 leagues competing, I should say, is LDL, the Academy League, or the secondary league for the LPL. You have LCK Challengers, and then you also have VCS.B from, obviously, the secondary league from VCS, LJL Academy, and PCS Academy, all competing in this event. So far, some of the most dominant teams we've had: Beyond Gaming Academy, very exciting to watch them. Excuse me. Beyond Gaming Academy, very exciting to watch them. We've had, obviously, the 3 LDL teams have looked very strong. Max, Edward Gaming Youth. I think Nongshim's looked pretty good overall, despite the fact that they've struggled against Edward Gaming Youth. But I would say Edward Gaming Youth and overall, Beyond Gaming Academy have put up the most exciting performances so far, especially if Edward Gaming Youth managed to also 6-0. But right now, the game's looking pretty good for Max, I think. A lot of Max playing well to their win conditions, zoning out Monkey from his own jungle. But Edward Gaming Youth, I would say, with Leave, have excelled very well in the team fights. It's hard to count them out completely. There's definitely a fair amount of viewers. I believe EU Masters just started. So with EU Masters starting, reasonable that we would lose a bit of viewership. Or maybe I shouldn't talk about EU Masters, so you guys stay and watch the Asia Star Challengers Invitational instead. Bo didn't actually directly come from the rookie system. Bo actually was scouted through solo queue from Doinby and was on a different LDL team. I can't remember which one exactly, but he actually didn't come directly from the FPX system. I think Care has been quite good though. I agree. I also think Joy Dream, a little bit underrated. We've had a few good players coming from Joy Dream. So, a lot of times you'll see talented players in systems not necessarily always do well in the league itself, but still get scouted from placing mid-tier or... it's very common, actually, for LDL for non-academy teams to do well in the league, because obviously you're incentivized to have more experienced players and perform well in the tournament for more exposure for your players, whereas the academy teams are more incentive to develop their own players internally for their own teams. Anyway, like I said, if you all have some time, you can try to check out the Nongshim CLG, excuse me, not CLG, Crescent Gaming Act Academy match. That was 12 minutes and 54 seconds. It's very fast, you know, probably watch it during pauses. It was a good time. But obviously, a fair amount of rising talent in many of these teams. What is very interesting, for example, even if you think about VCS, right? You had the Buffalo's team, the Saigon Buffalo, was very recently the team that was MSI. very recently, they just basically promoted most of their academy team from VSCS.B, right? And they were performing top 2 in the league. So that's exciting. So you never know when you'll see some of the players in this event at an international event near you.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, round and round. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Okay, I think we're back, guys. Looks like we're still investigating the network issue, but we did have a fun break, so we're refreshed. Investigating the network problem at the venue with Garvey. Who's my favorite to win Worlds? I think either probably GDG or TES, like either one. I think the match between the two of them was very close. It will depend slightly on the patch. I haven't looked at the new patch a lot. I think patch has a lot to do with generally how Worlds goes. In fairness, you can usually kind of guess based on like, the patch a little bit if there's a lot of very strong teams who it'll be. I also want to finish my LCK VOD review before I make a definitive claim. Since I haven't watched as much of Gen G as I would like yet before I make a determination. Obviously, yeah, of course, obviously LCS wins, because why not? We have, as I always like to say, Peanut is single-handedly responsible for Jose Deodo having a job in the LCS because of the play-in match between Rainbow 7 and LGD. What's my favorite food? There's a particular curry that I like, but at the moment, I'm bad to remember the names of things. This is a very common problem that I have. But, yeah, I tend to like curries a lot in general, so we can just leave it at that. Anyway, as we were discussing, looking at these team compositions, it actually feels pretty comfortable for Max at the moment, and they've managed to get a pretty decisive lead playing around their Lucianami. I would favor them at this point in the game, also from draft, to win this, at which point, you know, we don't have to quibble about game times. We can just be happy for Max securing second seed fair and square. Especially considering the history of these two teams, the fact that Max is a little on the back foot. If Edward Gaming do want to win, though, I would expect them to play relatively effectively through the mid-jungle. Monkey and Saiku need to find a lot of advantages at this point. Siku. Currently, the score is 3-0 for Max. They have about 2k gold ahead, 8 minutes into the game. Luckily, you're able to ask me that question as the game resumes, so I don't have to tell you from memory. No one's taken a dragon yet. Rift Herald has spawned, and we do have an advantage from Edward Gaming Youth, so this is a situation where you could see an advantage of EDG from EDG Youth if they really kind of try to use the advantages that they have on top side, threaten a skirmish or a fight around Rift Herald. If I'm Edward Gaming Youth right now, I don't necessarily want the Rift Herald as much as I want to fight for the Rift Herald. So if I'm Max, I probably just let them have it. Zir isn't going to be as useful in the skirmishes as Silas. Gnar having priority at this point. Easy for Vi to get the lockdown, so here we have the fight. Oh, but nice turnaround from the Zir ultimate. EDG still looking for some kills. Solo kill, managing to get Meds into the corner of the Raptor pit. So this is exactly, as we pointed out, what Edward Gaming Youth want. They wanted a fight. We were forced to fight against their Silas, against their Vi. Managed to pick up 2 kills to 1, not bad for them at all. The Rift Herald is delayed, but there's pink ward secured around the Rift Herald, so if ever Gaming Youth want to set up a play like that again, you know, not bad. Yumi Gaming, but also, I mean, honestly, flashes blown from the Nara ultimate. Silas staying on top of the Wukong. I mean, it's very difficult to take this fight at this point in the game for the Azir side of the match, especially since you aren't seeing the Lucian and the Nami rotate over. So a little bit of a miscommunication maybe. Lucian wanting to stay bot to maybe pick at the play of it. Edward Gaming Youth very obviously desperate for a fight. It's the acoustics in the room that makes my mic sound like this. My mic is actually pretty good quality. I just would have to buy furniture and paintings and a lot of things to improve the acoustics in my room at the moment. Alright, so Max ended up pulling the Rift. All 5 members of the team are top, so this is exactly like we said the situation they want. If Edward Gaming Youth could just in perpetuity force Max to fight them for the Rift Herald, this is exactly what they want. The Nila ultimate coming in. Well, a lot of gold. So the big advantage that Max had built up from zoning the enemy team off of bot lane, from constantly finding Monkey in his red side jungle, it's almost completely nullified by this Rift Herald as a pressure point. Let's see how this goes out. So solo kill really close to Meganar already. Manages to stack this up off of Garvey. Really, I mean, it's not the perfect Gnar ultimate, but it's a good Gnar ultimate, obviously. And then Mets trying to fight back a bit with the Azir ultimate into the tower, but just a quick flash rectifies the situation. The dragon's been available this whole time. Plates bottom have been available this whole time. Vi Silas just, I mean, honestly, a duo that's close to the king of skirmishes in the patch right now. Or I should say the king and queen of skirmishes at the moment. Throw in a Yumi, and a Yumi about a level ahead of the enemy support, and you're in a pretty good spot. Jungler's name is the Monkey. I'm pronouncing it Monkey because it's usually you go more. You know, maybe he likes to just monkey like that. Who knows? Key isn't usually something that you see in Pinion either. Alright, Xiguang trying to zone them off of the dragon with the culling. Oh, nice engage. Basically impossible to escape. Oh, going a little bit too hard. Shimo manages to pull out. Leave. Going down, maybe, yes, as well. Should not be able to escape. Xiamu also taken down by the Wukong Q. So now, looking at the situation for Edward Gaming Youth, they're in a much better situation than they were about 5 minutes ago. The Rift Herald Snowball has allowed them to get a bigger advantage. They're constantly in a position where they want to fight. Utilizing the Nami ultimate, managing to get good flank angles. Obviously, Gnar also ahead of the gangplank right now. Using the Vi ultimates to set up dives, to isolate targets, to get picks off. But nice turnaround from Max on the bot side. Alright. So this is the opportunity for Max, right? Max still potentially in the driver's seat in terms of scaling. If we consider Azir, if we consider Gangplank, if we consider the fact that Edward Gaming Youth's composition wants to commit into the Azir Ultimate, wants to commit into the GP barrels, then we're in a situation where, you know, Max can kind of relax a bit. They can work on stalling out the game. No dragons have been taken. If they opt out of these fights, the gold's still relatively even. There also aren't a lot of really strict tanks on Edward Gaming Youth side, so from that perspective, a snowball Lucian or a fed Lucian can still do a ton of damage. Looking at this Culling shredding through Monkey's HP bar. Lee looking for an engage from the Nila, manages to trade 1 for 1, but that's not quite what you want in this situation. Med's keeping Saiku from entering the bot side. Well, this is the feeling that you start to get when you know that your team needs to fight early. You've got, you know, a bit of a dopamine hit off of the Rift Herald fights. Constantly trying to make things happen, maybe negate some of the pressure on bot side. If you can guarantee an engage onto the Nami, onto the Lucian with the Vi ultimate. But, look, Garvey starting to see some of that power. The ultimate clearing out the wave. Walking the Q on the barrel, a ridiculous amount of burst coming out. No wave available for solo kill to continue the onslaught. Yep, it's looking a little bit Max favored once again. As we like to say in the LPL, this is a flip. So. But you can definitely relate to Edward Gaming Youth trying to make these fights happen. You definitely know that there might be a clock or a timer on how effectively or when you can take these fights. So they start to get a little bit desperate. They start to constantly look for these engages. They're just not really working out how they are. They're not considering every variable possible. I think EDG wanted... I mean... I'm not gonna say, I think everyone here in this tournament is fully buying into competitive integrity here. And as we know, Max has taken a game off of Edward Gaming Youth before in the bracket stage, so it's not completely out of the question. And this is a very good draft for them. I think this 5th pick Gangplank, if Edward Gaming Youth weren't considering the possibility, is extremely smart from them. As soon as I see Vi, as soon as I see Silas, a team that wants to hard commit into me, I'm thinking Gangplank right away. Just right away. Raikou looking for more edge of the Meds. Meds not quite able to get the follow-up into the Emperor's Divide yet. I think Max will probably just give this one. I can't imagine them opting into this again. The both teleports channeled as I say that. Yuumi ultimate burned. Solo kills and Mega. Oh, only getting one into the wall. Med's a little bit stronger at this point. Yep. We're seeing Max feeling themselves a bit, you know, completed items, mythics in. Xiaoguang getting the fall down on the solo kill. Now, Gale Force completed. Crown completed for Azir, for Mets. Xiaoguang getting the wave in on mid. Garvey with enough AD to shred through the towers. So even though Solo Kill only manages to pin Meds against the wall, and the rest of the team isn't there for the follow-up. Looks like there was a bit of a confusion on whether or not the Gnar was going to do, whether he was going to just ult in to try to zone and secure the Rift Herald, and everyone try to get out of the fight, or... Alright. At this point in the game, it is looking relatively favorable for Max. I think the gold values on the screen are not accurate. It is not 2.5 to 2. There we are. We got it. We got it, guys. It's fixed. Yes, 2k gold ahead. So, managed to bring that gold lead back to where it was at 8 minutes. Okay, looking for a flank. They have pink wards, vision secured there. Gets onto Shinlo. Nice pick off for them. This is the kind of thing that they want to keep looking for. Nice vision laid down on the bot side, so basically good setup in this situation. Having a pink ward there is really nice, so if Max wants to step up for the mid wave. They also did manage to secure the Rift Herald, it looks like, even though they lost the topside fight, so they're going to drop it here. Try to get a little bit of gold into the jungle's pocket at least, but doesn't quite take the Rift Herald down, so seems like a missed opportunity. And then Psycho caught out, does have stopwatch available, but GP is here, Xiaoguang is here. He doesn't quite do the same amount of damage as he did before. Kill escaping over the wall. Disengages a bit with the Gnar ultimate. And Mila manages to pick up 2. I was looking away for a second. I thought they were out. Maybe we'll get a bit of a replay on the end of the fight. Leave has been very exciting to watch in this event. Nice to see the Neela getting a bit more attention as well. Alright, TP's coming in. Q getting the slow on the Garvey. I think it's curtains for Gangplank. He's had to walk the plank into this one. Edward Gaming doing the best to make this. Adapting their strategy mid-game. This is always exciting to see, right? When you're not just looking for the open situation 5v5, when you're adjusting where you're placing your vision, when you're looking for picks, remembering that the tools you have are better for single target fights. Very good vision control coming off of them, which isn't always easy. Monkey, not quite the unstoppable force that you want to see, but alright. So we've got vision down on the bot side. Dragon's up not for 4 minutes. We just recently secured Dragon. 1 Dragon apiece for both teams. Baron now up, 23 minutes in. So I assume that Edward Gaming Youth are going to pivot their control around the top side of the map, follow Silas around that Baron pit, secure some vision, get some wards in, try to continue to choke out and zone out Max from getting inside their own jungle. Alright, solo kill standing, little tiny baby Gnar on the mid wave. Max allocating all 5 of their members to get this wave in. Not a lot for Edward Gaming Youth to contest at the moment. Should be pretty easy for them to clear out this wave and prevent the mid T1 from going down. So just some strange posturing by Max. If I'm Psycho, I'd probably stay on top wave, no? Oh! Engage coming out. Oh, don't quite. This feels a little bit of an overreach. Of course, what does Max's composition want you to do? They want you to run at them, into them in an open field. Emperor's Divide can always come out for disengage. Tidal Wave can always come out for disengage. And then if you commit hard into a single area, the GP ultimate can come in, do a ridiculous amount of damage. Med's not quite getting the pick off. Forcing the flash out of solo kill. Alright, GP's just gonna grab this bow wave. Probably recall afterwards. Garvey proving himself, trying to prove himself in this event after his stint on LGD in the LPL. This is definitely a game for him to do that, though, considering how useful the GP is going to be into the champions on Evergaming Youth side. Well, they got that crit gangplank. Crown build in LPL and LDL is very common, Azir Crown. It's not my favorite, but you can see the logic behind it. If you're against a lot of hard commit characters, you have just that little bit of survivability and tankiness. Looks like Xiaoguang overextending for the mid-wave. All of the AoE damage coming out of both the Neela ultimate and Meds following up, committing in as Azir. Look at how much damage she does right now. Oh, gets popped by the Silas. Monkey following up, engaged by Saiku. And Evergaming Youth looking pretty happy here. I don't think that they can quite come onto the Baron, but that dragon's looking pretty tasty. They might just grab the T2 and then fall back to the dragon as it spawns. Alright, nice engage from Monkey. Seeing Xiaoguang out of position. Follow up from Leave to make sure that they're zoning out. Kenny Chang gets picked off. Meds commits in without his teammates to follow him up. Garvey, you can see, trying to walk in. Ends up in a 1v1 from solo kill. Solo kill puts Garvey against the wall. So, even though solo kill doesn't quite get out, he does buy time to prevent the GP from following up with the rest of the fight. Meds goes down. Alright, so second dragon goes over to Evergaming Youth. Able to get a lot of deep vision here. Solo kill pushing the wave all the way in. Garvey doesn't want to be where he is. Going to go down to the constant pick visualization. Really good patience from Monkey. Evergaming Youth, I think Monkey has, throughout the course of this tournament, actually been a pretty strong bright spot. They have a bit of a hiccup against Crescent. Guard Academy. Or Crescent Gaming Act is the name. Crescent Gaming Act Academy. And a little bit of a hiccup where Monkey wasn't feeling that well. Almost lost that game, but he's come back very fiery in the series. And I think it's single-handedly most of his ultimates that's been keeping them in. As soon as he sees a player out of position, he's immediately on top of them. Alright, Saiku managing to lay down the Glacial. See the culling coming down, hitting everyone. Alright, the cleanup. This has been a game, everyone. Now they, certainly in this case, Max definitely had the damage to secure the Baron here. Both of the carries from Edward Gaming Youth are down, and this is a turnaround. This is definitely what we expected to see. If Edward Gaming Youth run at you when you have all of your members up, you get the disengage from the Tidal Wave, you get the disengage from the Emperor's Divide, and the damage that comes out from the GP and the Lucian with the fully channeled and uninterrupted culling. Monkey will get the Nami coming out, but Meds chasing after the benches. No ultimate available though to make sure that Monkey stays into the fight and falls down. They don't. He killed Kenny. True. You see the disengage? Shuffle, Azir shuffles put them directly into the fully channeled culling. Xiaoguang not having to interrupt that culling at all. Managed to get the full brunt of the damage onto members of Edward Gaming Youth. Really good coordination in this fight from the two carries. If you're Max, this is exactly how you want these fights to go. Now they've picked up this Baron, they're feeling pretty confident. As long as Xiaoguang doesn't step too far forward, they shouldn't be in a situation where he gets picked off. He needs to stay near Metz and Shimo for those disengaged abilities to make sure that he stays safe. But you do have both Solo Kill and Saiku clearing out the waves on either side to make sure that Max can't quite pivot once they go to defend the mid wave. So this could be a stalled out Baron attempt, considering the efforts of Solo Kill and Saiku. Now, Edward Gaming Youth don't have a lot of wave clear available. So, in actuality, Max really just need one Baroned up wave to do a lot of damage. Just protect one cannon. Stay patient, and you can easily get an inhib. It's not as ideal for on a Baron push, but you can see how easy it is to obliterate turrets with Max's composition. Is the GP ultimate coming through on the slow? Kenny Chen with the counter engage on Wukong. Dragon is up in 45 seconds. This could be a soul point for Edward Gaming Youth, or Max just even out the Dragons 2 for 2. Right now, Edward Gaming Youth are, instead of going for the Dragon, pushing up top. They're looking to siege this top T2, get a little bit more gold in their pockets, try to get some aggressive vision in an area where they know Max won't be. So I don't mind this from them. I think it's a little bit intelligent. Now, if they had Xiaomu with them, they would have dropped some wards up there. Instead, they're going to try to push aggressively into Garvey's GP, which, instead of just securing vision and making sure that they can look for picks in topside jungle on the next rotation from Max, they're basically not achieving a whole lot except for getting some nice Krugs for Monkey, which, you know, I mean, it's not the worst, but really wanted to take Xiaomu with them. Haiku falling low from the culling, taking the full brunt of the damage. Kill secured by Meds. This is going to be T2 bot side going down while GP stalls out top side. Ultimate back, fully back up for the GP. GP going to teleport bot. Once again, you only really need one wave considering the amount of wave clear available on Edward Gaming Youth's draft. Sieging baits turrets out from Max. So, I mean, despite the fact that it's very likely though, the head-to-head game time for Max could go in their favor regardless. Gotta feel good to them to be on the precipice of securing second place in group, especially defeating a rival team that has previously had the head-to-head record against them. Has to be a nice decisive way to close out their group stage and slip into the top 8. Quarterfinals matchups. Should Max win this game, they will play against Beyond Gaming Academy from the PCS. Saiku found in the jungle, obliterated by the double ultimate from Xiaoguang and Shimo. Mets, the young player from Max, has been playing extremely well. It'll be exciting to see him go up against 116, whose previous Worlds experience, Beyond Gaming. And of course, I think when we're talking about mid-lane matchups, obviously, I mean, I shouldn't count Edward Gaming Youth out just yet. It looks like leaves all in potential. A little bit of Yumi power from Xiaomu. Whereas there's a Yumi, there's a way.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
3 members down. Baron is up. Only solo kill eliminated. There's an opportunity here. Leave and Xiaomu are heading over to this Baron. TP on the pink ward. Coming out from Saiku. They're starting this one up. Let's see if Kenny Chan can make the hero play. He's not going to. He's just going to back. Garvey's going to get the top wave to guarantee that there's not a lot of push potential. Let's see how this goes. Solo kill ends up not really achieving much, but stalls out with the stopwatch. Both of them go down, but look at this damage coming out from Leave. People saying Neela sucks. Leave could single-handedly save this game for his team. Leave, once again, has been a really strong bright spot in this group stage. Performed well on a wide variety of picks. Zeri, Draven, pulling out the Neela right now. What a game to end our group stage, everyone. This has been very exciting to watch. Had 2 exciting 40-minute games to watch with you today. We come back from Nangshan against Max. This exciting back and forth between Edward Gaming Youth and Max, of course. Oh, looks like Monkey making a little bit of a desperation play on mid. Xiaoguang staying alive, just barely. Procs the Guardian Angel. For all but solo kill eliminated by Edward Gaming Youth. This will probably be the final push as the wave comes in. Patting the KDA with the kill onto solo kill. Inhibitor down. 35 seconds left on the death timers for Leave and Xiaomu. This is going to be Max wrapping it up, punching their own ticket into the quarterfinals. Nangshan may have gotten the 13-minute game against Crescent Gaming Act Academy, but Max have taken down their domestic rival in Edward Gaming Youth, proven that they have earned their rightful spot to play against Beyond Gaming Academy. Also, Edward Gaming losing that game. Beyond Gaming Academy are the only team to advance from group stage 6-0 without dropping a single game. Very exciting match. Very happy to have shared it with both of you. Or, excuse me, all of you. There's more than 2 people in the chat. That means only one Korean Challenger team managed to escape the group stage, that is T1 Challengers. But we do have Korean streamer team. They managed to top Group D against VCS's team. VCS.B's Team Flash, PCS's Street Team 2, and LJL Sengoku Gaming Academy. In the rep, or the summary of group stage, we have the most wins, of course, coming out for the LDL teams. Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze only dropping one game. Edward Gaming Youth to Demo and Kia Challengers, who did not manage to advance. Edward Gaming Youth only dropping one game, and that's to Max. Max only dropping one game to Nongshim Red Force Challengers. LDL looking extremely strong. Even Huya streamer team, the Chinese streamer team with Beifeng, is proven themselves to be a threat in this event, despite dropping both of their matches to Beyond Gaming Academy. Look at the damage numbers coming out from Meds, Garvey, and Xiaoguang. Just the subtle scaling. Once again, when I pointed out the overall tankiness of the Edward Gaming Youth members, there just aren't a lot of champions that will become extremely tanky and not be susceptible to the Lucian combo, not be susceptible to the Lucian damage, so he doesn't really get outscaled in this match. I will say, shout out to Monkey. He definitely made this game interesting, constantly looking for the flanks, playing off of vision control. Just wasn't enough. Hard committing down mid lane is kind of what the match devolved into. You will see a little bit of highlights. This is from the Rift Herald plays that managed to get Edward Gaming back into the match after they fell behind 3 kills. Monkey getting picked off in the jungle. Nice plays coming out. Leave body blocking the calling here to protect Monkey. Getting a little bit, feeling themselves a bit. They get the shot going down, but this dive ended up being a little overzealous, as we like to say. Monkey just barely not grabbing a second kill. Nice turnaround for Max to get back in the game. 2 kills onto Kenny Chen. Full kill only clipping Meds just barely against the wall. Disengage coming out from Meds. Leave Monkey still played relatively well. Look, this pick onto Xiaoguang was one of my favorite moments in the game. Really, really good triggable, identifying a situation where they can make a comeback. Nearly snowballing into a victory from Edward Gaming Youth. If they had kept up the seesaw, kind of a seesaw play around the both side laners, instead of constantly looking for mid lane fights after this, then who knows? Maybe we would be talking about a different game narrative at the moment. And of course, one of the pivotal band fights here. Nice ultimate. And this combo of the Emperor's Divide, Trima Shuffle, into the Calling of the Lucian, doing a ridiculous amount of damage, closing out the game. Oh, and this Neela engage was very impressive to watch. Look at how much damage Leave does. And of course, we're about to relive the final fight. Gangplank popping the Neela. Not a lot of damage left. Garvey basically just running face first into Saiku. Solo kill manages to stay alive for a long time, but only a matter of time before Meds. Nice stopwatch there to end out the game. Alright. That's about it for us. I assume we're going to get an interview coming out, but that's it. I'm sure we'll get an interview coming out because usually we do get those when we see an LDL team win. This tournament is taking place in China. That is indeed LGD Garvey. It's Garvey. He's managed to, like I said, this game was almost set up to prove his worth. He had picked the GP on 5th pick into a bunch of hard commit champions. Really nice game to play Gangplank. I would say Meds and Xiaoguang kind of stole the show, but a lot of Garvey's ultimates, barrel placements proved pretty pivotal in the overall match. See if we do get an interview coming out. Worth noting too, also, that we will have our first quarterfinals match. All matches will be best of fives, but we'll have our first quarterfinals matchup tomorrow between FunPlus Phoenix Blaze and Team Flash. The first place LDL team, FunPlus Phoenix Blaze, and Team Flash from the VCS.B. Also the first seed from VCS.B. So already a championship matchup in the quarterfinals. Then on Saturday, we'll get the Edward Gaming Youth playing against Huya streamer team. I think everyone is always excited whenever Beifeng is on stream. Alright, here we are. The MVP goes to Kenny Chan. Interesting. I can see it. Definitely useful on a lot of these flank angles. Created a lot of space in fights. Not who I expected to receive it, but that brings Kenny Chan to 3 MVPs in the group stage. Also, if you consider the initial leads that Max got, a lot of pressure in the bot lane, but Kenny Chan having the sense to find and isolate Monkey, pick him off, securing 2 of the early kills for Max. I assume that means we will get an interview with Kenny Chan. Well, we'll see exactly. I imagine for Max, this is very exciting. End of the day. Oh, apparently we're not getting an interview. So, reviewing today's results, we got to see, once again, Beyond Gaming Academy going 6-0 in their group. The streamer team dropping to them again, unfortunately. Also sad to say that the LJL teams did not manage to win a single game in the group stage. I'm sure that the LJL Academy teams will take a lot from the experience. Final results, of course, coming out. 5-1 for Group B, and then the other group that we saw conclude today, 6-0. Beyond Gaming Academy, the streamer team. I'm sure that tomorrow's matches will be very fun to watch. I am looking forward to them. It's a little bit unfortunate that we're seeing both the streamer teams play against their domestic challengers. And then, of course, here is the interview with Max. I do not have any audio, so I cannot really translate for you guys. But, I just want to say a little bit before we go that I'm very excited to see an event like this. I think that this is really fun, having seen the rise of EU
好的，欢迎
Masters.
来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是薇薇，让我们再次恭喜 MAX
I
拿到
being the
本场比
producer
赛
NA
的胜
Academy
利。我
and
们邀请到的是
Super
Matt
Grounds
ZZ 来接受我们的采访，先
Excited
给
to
大家打招呼吧。
see amateur and academy teams get experience playing against each other, and then seeing an event like this where you have 5 of the most well-known regional leagues in the area competing against each other, getting some international experience under their belts for promising young players.
然后对方纳尔其实是有一个小小的失误，上来没有看到你们，随机你们进行反打。那一波其实发挥得很好，能说说当时怎么沟通的呢？
那波就他们纳尔没把我们拍到墙上的时候，我看到他们
As I said, that's it for group stage.
对，那时候就配了个比较好的大把。
找到一个很好的一个机会哈。那其实30多分钟左右
Thanks
的时候，
everyone
看
for
到
coming
你
on
拿
scene.
到大
I've
龙
just
buff，
been told
而且
that
进行了一波
good
推
to
进，
stop
把
talking,
对方中路
which
直接是破掉
some
了。
of
但
you
是我觉得你们好像
may be
在
happy
那个
about,
位置
but
非常小
I'm
心，不
sure
想和对方
you'll all be
正
back
面的
tomorrow
冲突，而且整
to
个拉
watch
扯
the
的也
start
非常的
of
好。
quarterfinals.
能不能
I
说一
know
下当时
I will
去
be
布
back
置
at
的
least to watch.
因
And
为当时我们觉
see you
得
again
我
soon.
们拖到后面打团战的话，还是很有机会赢的，所以就想稳点打稳一点。